Good morning and welcome to the PGL Arlington Major. It is day number 4 of group stages, a brand new day, but a lot has happened and unfolded over the past 3 days. I'm Natty, I'm going to be your host, and joining me is Sheep and Gods on this panel. How are you guys feeling about where these group stages are shaping up at the moment?
I feel very good. I also feel very intimidated by how high Gods is. He's so
He's
tall.
not that much taller, is he?
He is. I can
Oh yeah, you have a box.
Can elevate.
I have a box.
I kind of like this. It almost goes on like an uphill slope. if you looked at like the top of our head.
I think
Hello
he's
up
still
there.
taller than me. Oh, hey, good boy.
If we get Gods to kneel, then we can look a little bit more even. But apart from feeling intimidated by height.
Group stage, yeah, everything's looking really fun. Lots of upsets, no one knows who's going to be who. I think some of the teams have talked about how they don't prepare necessarily versus the teams individually yet.
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
You talked about upsets, and there's one particular scoreline I want to look at. It's LGDs. They've got 9 wins, and what's that? A one loss?
Who was it by now?
Well, that's actually what I was going to ask. Gods, how did LGD get that blemish on their mark there?
This wonderful North American team, Sonics, who I had zero faith in yesterday.
I was going to say, that is not the story you were saying yesterday when we were discussing them.
Which team in this group has the most losses? Let me scroll down. 1, 5, 4, 6, 5, 6, 8. Oh, that's a lot. But there's a team below. Oh, they only have 7 losses. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's so weird.
That's so crazy. But that is our Group A standings. It is LGD up the top, RNG. And we're already over to Group B, where we can see that the main shift in these standings is Na'Vi. They were second. They were tied second at the start of yesterday. Now they're all the way down there in 6, a potential to be knocked out, in fact, because they are still tied with Beast Coast. No one, by the way, at the moment is 100% eliminated. There are still some more games happening today that will decide that, but we do know Aster is a 100% going to be making it to playoffs. So big congratulations to them, the first team to secure any sort of result here in the group stage. Were you guys surprised by anything as we flicked through those standings, or
Maybe just the parity. Like, I feel like especially in Group A, it's like the bottom teams have like 3 wins, 4 wins. Like, everybody's competitive. That's pretty cool when it comes to like all these different regions that come together.
Yeah.
People always like talk, oh, this region's weak and that region's like, well, every region's good. That's obvious here. No region's getting beat up.
I mean, it's definitely a different story to what we had a couple days ago. But like I said, there are still some more games to happen. We're going to have a look at these schedules, starting with Stream B. It is only 3 series today. It is not a 4 series day, so we have a little bit of a shorter one. It's Outsiders, LGD, Spirit, Na'Vi, Fnatic, Talon. That last game is going to be interesting too. SEA teams going up against each other on Stream B. Remember, you can also go ahead and watch on YouTube. We're streaming on 4K over there as well. Looking at Stream C, it's Talon, Liquid, Tundra, Beast Coast, Thunder, Awaken, and Liquid. Then our Stream D is going to be Sonics and Fnatic, Entity, EG, OG, Outsiders. The Sonics Fnatic, I can almost say, is 2 NA teams coming up against each other with Fnatics.
You just said 2 C teams.
I
You
know.
can't say 2 C teams and 2 NA teams. You have to choose one.
It's technically a C org with a lot of NA players at the moment, but you guys are on A stream here. It's OG, Thunder, Awaken for our opening series. Aster, Boom right there in the middle. The first time we get to see Boom on main stream.
Lose my mind, god damn it.
You are going to lose your mind. And then RNG, PSG.LGD for the very last series of today. Before we do jump into our first game, though, do you guys know off the top of your head, before the graphic comes up, who is the top contested heroes? I want to test your memory, how much you've been paying attention.
Like, what do you mean by contest? Like, most picked and banned? Possibly.
I'm asking for an answer, not just if you know.
Tiny.
You said, do I know? You didn't say, who are they? Come on,
All right,
Matt. That's not how
you got me there. You got me there. That's fair.
Okay.
But yes, I'm listening.
Tiny, Razor, Timber.
Timber's not on there, but you got the Tiny and Razor.
God damn it.
I don't know how.
I don't know why I forgot Puck.
I don't know how you forgot Puck either, but Puck, Tiny, Razor, Dazzle, Dawn, Viper, Winter Wyvern, Bloodseeker, Bat. I'm a little bit surprised based on how things were tracking during TPC in 2 or 3, but are you guys surprised that here in group stages, Bat's so up there with highly contested?
No.
Well, it's a lot of bans, and I think it's one of those interesting heroes. It's not being first phase banned, I gotta imagine. Probably 90% plus of those are like second or third phase bans.
Yeah.
I think it often gets like, you pick a hero that gets countered by ban, you're like, okay, we don't want to, we don't want to give him bat.
Yeah, BZM has like this tournament shown off. Like, if you give him bat in a good game, he will run you. It is insane. That hero is so good at like countering a very specific subset of heroes that are quite popular this event, which is, I think, attributing to the bans.
Okay, that definitely makes sense. There's also, though, some heroes that we got to see for the first time yesterday. There were some uncontested heroes no one was really paying attention to, but yesterday we saw Axe for the first time. Collapse was playing him. Marana as well, played by Tims and Mira. Lion getting picked up by Kaka, and Magnus getting picked up by Zai.
Oh, got much to say. So some of these are very much comfort. Tims Marana was very popular on Boom. They would play with FBZ Mars, so on and so on. The Kaka Lion. I mean, everyone knows the Kaka Lion. He actually talked a bit about this hero in the past. He thinks the hero is fine. He says you just need personal skill and to be familiar with it. He is of the...
So a lot of iterations. Just keep spamming it.
Just keep spamming. Yeah, because he's of the opinion every hero right now is kind of fine. I don't know why he says that when Meepo's in the pool, but still. But he just thinks you need the right draft. Yeah.
He actually forgot that hero existed.
Yeah, you need the right draft. That's what he said. And that's how Lion works. I know Crit also tried to make it work in Tour 3, and
he's kind of like a worse shaman to me, though. Like it's one of those things where, to me, the unpicked hero, it's not that they're really necessarily bad. It's just there's another hero that does something very similar, but slightly better. And yeah, shaman has, impales maybe slightly better than shackles in some situations, but generally speaking, shaman offers more than a lion.
Mm-hmm. What about the Axe? Do you guys want to touch on that one quickly? Clubs played it, didn't shape up too well. They did end up losing with it. Are you surprised that it came out?
I'm not surprised, just because he has been like fiddling with it a bit throughout the DPC seasons. He's very good at it. That's the most important thing. He's played it. I saw him lane it into a Necrophos and win that lane. I've seen him get like I think he got a 4-minute Vanguard in that game, maybe. He's very, very good at farming fast on Axe, cutting waves, doing the right thing, and then making plays. It's just a shame it didn't pan out, because the hero's not that hot.
Mm-hmm. We might see some new heroes picked today in our first series. It is OG up against Tundra Awaken. So let's start talking about that. Have a look at this matchup. Let's chat about OG. We've seen him a few times on mainstream. Where are you personally sitting with them, Gods?
Pretty mixed. I think their record was middle of the table. They've had their ups, they've had their downs. I think some ups yesterday where they 2-0'd RNG, who were second place. They were 7-3 second place, and OG just come in and beat them in 12 minutes.
By the way, that 12-minute game is the 11th fastest game in Pro Dota history. And the fastest game of this season.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a shellacking.
Yeah, and I think for me with OG, they kind of, in some ways, have lived and died by Amar's performance in the early game. I think the games they've looked amazing and the games they've stopped is when he gets these amazing lane matchups. Both those games against RNG, he got to pick his hero after seeing the lane matchup. Like he knew what Anna was playing both games, so he basically counterpicked him. So I think that's something other teams have to be aware of. Generally teams are banning Amar's heroes and trying to force him down a direction that, okay, he's on a DK or something, that's not as scary as some of the other heroes. Or if he's on, let's say, the Viper or something else, they have a lane where they feel like they have a solution or answer to him. So he's the guy everyone focuses on for a reason. I think the rest of OG is very stable. They're all great players, but Seb's playing Shaker and Io. He's actually playing safe stable. They're all great players, but Seb's playing Shaker and Io. He's actually playing safe lane Shaker, and the lane is just losing, but it doesn't matter because Amar is stomping his lane, and then they give Uragi all this time and space to catch up.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel that OG is being figured out per se, that this can't keep happening, that eventually it is going to be punished, or is it already being punished?
I mean, people know what they're doing. They haven't been figured out. Absolutely. Otherwise, they wouldn't be winning games, I guess. I don't think they're a team that you can fully figure out. You can know what they're going to pick, but doesn't mean you can beat it.
Yeah. LGD is the only one where I watched, and even then, game one was pretty shaky. But they had an idea against OG that I really liked, and they did sort of dismantle their strats. But yeah, they still look scary. They get this bristleback. It's massive. It's terrifying. If BZM gets his Bat Rider, it can run the show. We saw that against Liquid. We saw that against RNG. These really good teams are just getting decimated by this OG lineup.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited to see how they're going to fare up against Tundra Awaken, or should I say, how Tundra Awaken is going to fare up against them, because we haven't seen them on mainstream yet. This is the first time we kind of get to really talk about them. So Sheep, I want you to walk me through them, their playstyle, and how you feel that they're going to fare as a team when it comes to OG.
I really love this team. I think South America was kind of dominated by like Beast Coast as a team for a while, and they're the SA team. But since then, Thunder Awaken, they come in. The 3 tours this DPC season, they came first, right? Other than the regional finals. When I last saw them match up against Beast Coast, they crushed them, right? They are much more versatile and willing to adapt to the meta. I know when they were at Stockholm, they said that they thought they could go in with their comfort, and they realized that they were missing so many heroes in the meta, like the Alchemist, like the offlane Kunkka, and they realized they had to practice optimal heroes going forward, leave their comfort zone. Like, they're very self-aware. They are limited in some ways with like Panda's hero pool. He plays like 3 heroes.
Dazzle, Ogre. What's the third?
It's like Bane, Ogre, Dazzle, sometimes a little bit of Abaddon in the DPC.
There you go.
Just something to shake it up, to spice it up. The thing that I do notice though when we just went through Thunder Awaken's lineup is that they have a stand-in for their mid player there. They don't have I cannot pronounce his name. You're going to do it for me. Yes, thank you. They have Alone instead playing for them. Do you think that that's a big impact as to change up their playstyle at all, or he slots in quite well with the team?
He seems to slot him well. He's honestly a really fun player to watch. He's 17 years old. His team, Infamous, almost qualified for this major. They tied Beast Coast. They were in a tiebreaker. He's like the future of SA Dota in a way, whereas, I think Beast Coast has a lot of the amazing players from the old guard. I think he's a guy that we're going to be seeing compete at many majors over the coming 2-3 years. He's incredibly individually talented, has a deep enough hero pool. He's played like 5 or 6 different heroes so far at this event. Pretty typical mid laners, Embers, Pucks, Tinies. I think there's a Kunkka in there. He's plays your standard mids, and I think, he's not quite maybe as explosive and the same X factor that Dark Mago was. Dark Mago would just like win them games by himself, but I think Alone is slotted in just fine. Yeah,
well, I mean, we can have a look at Alone and BZM here, compare the two. When you look at these stats and you take into account the way that the teams are playing, what do you expect this mid matchup is going to be like? Is it going to be, a big focus, something that the teams are going to be very aware of? Are they close in skill?
It's hard to say. Alone is definitely like, on paper, he is weaker than Dark Mago. I think he would win a lot of unfavorable matchups mid and really give that team that good start. Alone, obviously, he's a stand-in for a reason, right? But he's still looking really good. As well, he has extra heroes because his hero pool and Dark Mago's were kind of similar in the Tiny, the Kunkka, and the Bat. But he also has an Invoker, which he has pulled out and won with this tournament so far. He plays Quaz Wex, he gets a Midas and a BKB, and just runs around making space. I think as a mid laner, I think his weakness is in this kind of feast or famine style. Sometimes he'll make the space and he'll do it really well, but he won't keep up in net worth the way that other mid laners might.
Do you feel that's a similar story, Gods, or do you think it's going to be different with BZM adding extra pressure onto Alone?
Yeah, and I think the pressure by itself, just being a young kid playing at a major, you're versing OG, the team who's, at least the org has won multiple TIs. This team has won a major just, a few months ago. So I think the pressure's definitely there. Yeah. But at least they've already gotten some wins. I think that's where, I think a lot of people probably looked at this Thunder Awaken team they're good, but they're coming here with a stand and how are they going to do? But they've won 4 games. So I think a lot of that pressure is kind of off at this point. Although now we're getting to that stage where it's it's do or die.
It is.
They're on that cusp of being bottom 3 or just making it out. So we'll see how he does.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to put too much pressure on them, but something that I also want to talk about is Thunder Awaken when it comes to international performance, right? You already talked about it, Sheep. They have a great regional performance. They come first in every DPC, but how did they fare out when it came to Stockholm performance rise, right? We know they came 5th, 6th, but the actual games.
So obviously 5th, 6th is really, really good for them. I think at the event, I think it was Panda that said that he wasn't sure why they were playing bad at the time. They couldn't really figure it out. They weren't exactly too happy, but they didn't feel nervous, I think is the important thing. They spoke out and said they were feeling good, feeling fine. But the way they played it, a lot of pressure went on to Matthew, who was kind of performing up and carrying a lot of games. Because as a 4, what he likes to do is win fights. He loves team fighting. He loves to play make. He was doing a lot during Stockholm.
And this is also the org that went to Singapore major and did really well and shocked a lot of people. It wasn't the exact same roster, but I think that's what I think most people who maybe don't follow the SA Dota scene, you ask them, who's the best SA team? Everyone's going to say Beast Coast. It's not. This is the best.
This is definitely the best team.
Without a doubt, the best team from South America.
Yeah.
I think anyone who follows SA Dota knows that. Like, Beast Coast are good, but these guys are better. They're playing with a stand-in, so who knows if that's still the case. And Beast Coast maybe have had some more like memorable performances. They're top 8 at TI, for example. But this is the best SA team, and I'm excited to watch them versus OG.
I'm 100% excited to see them on the main stream. The draft has already started, and it's most of the way through. OG getting their hands on Timber.
Is this the first time?
I will check that for you while you talk about Thunder picking up the Dazzle Monkey King.
Okay.
It's kind of cool. It's like a pick versus Amar. It's always pick your poison, and they say, let's give him Timber.
It is actually the first time he's gotten Timber.
Yeah, everyone bans it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So one thing I do think is very cool is actually both of these teams are willing to first pick Timber. So Sacred on Thunder is a very, very powerful Timber player, and he has spoken out about how he likes playing into counters or things that people think are counters. And I think the same goes for Amar. They both are very, very confident on the hero. So one of these teams was getting it if it wasn't banned, and OG will just snatch it.
It's funny because Thunder Awaken's like, we know the exact lane we want against it.
Yeah.
And funny enough, I think Thunder Awaken, they've actually got kind of a small hero pool for a lot of their players and roles, but the one area where that's not true is their carry. Like, over their 10 games, they've had 9 different heroes for him. The only hero he's played twice has been this Monkey King, but they feel confident they know exactly what can maybe beat the Timber lane. You got a Timber player, you ask them what's the worst thing to play against. And
yeah, like exactly. It must be like so good having Sacred being able to tell you, yeah, this, and this. And also another fun fact, Dazzle, Thunder Awaken actually used to think this hero was terrible. Panda was like, I want to play Dazzle, and the team was like, no, you can't have it.
You are not allowed.
Yeah, and he finally got like one game of it before this event happened, and yeah, since the event, he's just Dazzle, full believers, all good.
he gets the last laugh.
Yeah.
The Dazzle stocks are rising on Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, and it's a much better. I'm not sold on the Ogre because those are, I think, the only 2 heroes played this tournament. And Ogre's not bad, but Dazzle's like top tier. So if you can get, if he's got a small hero pool, try and get Dazzle because Ogre.
Yeah, Panda's such a funny 5. He loves save, and I was talking with Arvo about this, and he was telling me, he was like, I'm trying to convince him that like Ogre's not a save hero, but he's like, no, the Fire Shield, it's a save. He loves Bane. He's like, the Nightmares. It's not always about the heals for him. I think Thunder Awaken as a team do really value save. You'll see obviously on their 5 they pick it a lot, but they also might have like dual save. So a Weaver offlane. Sacred likes to play as offlane Weaver, so they might have a Weaver with the eggs, and then they'll just double down on being able to rescue their heroes. This game, that might become a theme. Because you're playing against Enigma, you need ways to make sure your heroes aren't dying to that black hole.
You also like ways to cancel it, so we'll see where they get those. But
is there anything spicy about this Enigma? Do we think it is just going to go to Tiger, or do you feel that maybe OG are going to potentially flex it?
Oh god, if you weren't giving it to Tiger, that's kind of like the biggest throw you can make.
Yeah.
And you'd be like baiting, you'd be like, yeah, Tiger, nope, just kidding.
I think this is a response to the Monkey Dazzle lane where it's like, okay, Timber's got a rough time, we're just going to deny range creeps and pull the wave back. You've got to find a, like, I'm sure OG knows because of how many times they first pick Timber and teams think they have a counter. They know how to give Amar a game even when he's got a terrible lane matchup, and Enigma's one of those heroes. It's kind of like the old Lich where it's like, you just go off lane, deny some creeps, make life easy. You've got the Midnight Pulsar's Monkey to chop down some trees later on. It's just a good lane secure.
I'm like 99% sure this is the first time OG have gotten their hands on Enigma as well, or at least picked it up.
Okay.
So first time Timber for them, first time Enigma for them.
They're getting a lot of comfort,
yeah,
which is very scary. Thunder are going to ban the Wind Ranger for Seb. I think the other 2 heroes he's been playing is Io, is Shaker. I'd really like to have Shaker actually. I know he finally got a win with it.
Like dying inside.
I know. I don't care what he thinks. I think it's great because when Seb plays it in this 5 role, the hero is so tanky. He's been tanking a lot of ganks, and I want to know if he has improved his Shaker since playing versus LGD, because obviously he's not the 4, but Xingqiu took it and did such a fantastic job of counter initiating ganks that OG made on them with the Fisher, with the Slam, and.
Do you feel like then it
so
makes
good.
Seb play a bit more of a greedy Earthshaker, and Tiger kind of then becomes a little bit more of the sacrificial when it comes to gold support?
It has sometimes, right? Like he's playing
one game he played 4 basically, and then other games he's played 5 position Shaker. It's kind of varied game to game.
He's ended without blink daggers quite a few times, so I don't think he's being too greedy. Yeah. But still, like I think the playstyle of Shaker is yet to be refined by OG, but like you can see the improvement. You see it getting better. So I like that this hero's come back for the major.
It's fun.
Thunder Awaken are going to be having the opening pick in this second phase. What do you expect them to sort of reveal? You know, you expect this Monkey King to go carry. Could it still be a potential 4? Yeah,
I think Matthew was playing 4 Monkey King ages back before it was like really popular.
It was a bit of a specialist in some ways, yeah.
Yeah, so for sure, like it could go to the Matthew. I don't know what they if this is like their strong reaction to the Timber lane, I don't expect them to really shake things up too much unless they were thrown off by the Enigma. But you're playing OG, they're going to like an Enigma. So yeah, they might just pick a... Oh, they could pick a mid, maybe, if like something super generic.
Yeah. Or their forward position, I guess, if they don't want to, if they don't care about the flex, if they're like really committed to the Monkey and they don't mind letting. OG's at this point just expecting Monkey carry. Like, let's be real. Like, yeah, there's flex potential, but they're going to be banning based on the assumption it's a carry. I don't mind the Sapphire that Matthew's been playing a lot. It's a lot of damage, magic damage against the Timber. You get the Shard. You've got multiple ways to control him and stop him from Timber chaining out of there. It doesn't give you a way to cancel the Black Hole, which is maybe the concern. I don't know. Maybe you look for that elsewhere, like the reposition, the Beastmaster type heroes.
Yeah, with the Dazzle, Wyvern will not be in the pool, although I do not think Panda likes playing it. So, yeah, okay, so this is a Monkey.
It's so good,
oh, wait,
gods.
It might not be. This could be Sacred's offlane Snapfire. He has been playing it. He didn't play it in Tour 3, but after Tour 3 in, I think, the qualifiers, he was playing a lot of offlane Snap.
It's possible. I feel like the Thunder, they're more likely just to be going for comfort, though, which is, like, Matthew loves the Snapfire.
See, I thought you were going to go, it could be Snap mid. I know you're a fan.
No.
I was going to say, please no.
Just going off the team's recent comfort, I want to say that this is probably a 3. Oh!
But Matthew's played Snap, like, he's played Snapfire, like, 3 or 4 times already during these groups.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's where I'm just looking at, like, what they play, and they're like, they like the Snap 4.
I mean, I'm happy either way. This is not to be a broken record about flex, but yeah, they're flexing.
Snap can flex, Monkey can flex. It's a lot of heroes that, maybe keep OG guessing a bit, but...
Yeah. So, Invoker? I was actually looking at that.
OG is very like, here's our mid, here's our 4, here's our offlaner.
Yeah, I was thinking the Invoker might be contested between both teams because it is a hero alone brought into this team. I know OG BZM, he'll play Quaswex and Exort depending on the game. So he's quite versatile with his build, whereas someone like Stormstormer will just go Exort every single game without fail. This game, I'm not sure. I'm going to go ahead and guess it's going to be Quaswex with the Vessel. Potentially.
Yeah. Then there's, I guess, later on you can kind of go into the Alacrity for your Alchemist. Like, this feels like a Alch that they've set up for a lot of success. A lot of the offlaners that have been banned out. Like, I'm curious to see where Sacred ends up as far as answering a carry Alchemist. Because
how are you feeling about Alchemist right now, though? Because I know yesterday we had a quick look at its win rate. It wasn't looking too red hot. Do you just think it hasn't had such a built-up draft for an Alch to succeed before, and this could be the recipe for success?
I think Alch is, like, I've seen this hero mostly work in the carry role. Like, everyone kind of has tried the offlane Alch. We've seen some Ags pulling here and there, which just...
We've seen it mid as well already in group stages too.
Even when it's mid, it's kind of been played as, like, more carry and stuff. I just feel like if you're going to play it that way, it just works better in the safe lane, and you rotate to your jungle. Like, just play the old-school style Greedy Alchemist.
Yeah, I think it was, like, 33 in the ESL qualifier, so it was playing a lot of offlane Alch with the Radiance and, like, kind of owning with it. But he picked it once in this group stage, and it just was like luster for me. He was still the MVP of his team, funnily enough, but yeah, it just is. It's a weird hero. It is just like a third carry, though, when you play it that way.
Unless it's 5 position out for Seb. Because right now, it's interesting. We don't see Seb's hero. If you're picking out carry, I think the most important thing is to secure the lane, and they're going to need a hero that does that.
Yeah. TA coming out, Thunder Awaken here. Now do you feel that you know where these lanes are going to be shaping up?
10 seconds
if I was looking at heroes that they have played, Pakaz has really enjoyed TA. So I'm thinking this is TA with Dazzle, offlane Snapfire with Monkey 4.
TA was his most played in 2 or 3 DPC.
Second most played. His most played was Morphling.
Yeah. I knew it was up there. It was definitely in the high percentages. All right. So they're also pretty straightforward per se when we talk about that comfort.
I can't remember exactly what Alone's played this tournament so far. Has he played a TA?
No.
I'm not sure. Okay, so yeah, that's how it looks to me. I could be wrong. It could be like a mid TA either way.
And that's the old school match, TA versus Invoker. That's always considered the counter pick. I think it still is in some ways, or many ways.
Yeah.
It's a tough lane matchup, so we'll see.
That's true. Alone used to be a very greedy mid player. He used to play like carry-ish types of heroes like Morphling, so he is very good at farming from mid. If they wanted to play this TA, I think it would suit his old playstyle very well.
Yeah. I want to look at OG's ban. They did a Mars and a Nyx. Do you feel that they don't know where this Snapfire is going, and that's why they've banned
Yep.
One of each.
They don't know where Snap's going. They don't really know where Monkey's going. Could be Monkey off. Like they play Monkey offlane. They may be thinking, yeah, maybe Thunder Awaken play Monkey offlane. Monkey offlane versus Alk. That honestly sounds great. Monkey's like this kill lane where you want to be pressuring the enemy carry. You want to be, Amar got like 8 kills at 6 minutes in or something. Like that's what Monkey wants to do. And against Alk, that's like the dream hero to go up against as offlane Monkey. So I can see why they're unsure what's happening.
OG don't have a lot of reserve time, so I'm going to quickly say guess.
Okay. Whoa, no way. I was looking at Thunder's bans going, why did they ban Faceless Void and Jakiro? I was thinking they needed a 5, but it looks like no.
That was my guess. Is this Alk 5 and carry Nature's Prophet?
Is that like the Misha special, but we're taking it and putting it on Seb? So he has to feed at least 10 times.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a strong lane. Like the Alk is like a body to be in front of Nature's Prophet. The acid for boosting. I mean, Nature's Prophet's like this right-click damage in lane. So it seems all right to me.
I can see it, yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess they felt like the Alk was answered or they had already planned for it to be 5. And that will be, I think, an alone Kunkka.
Oh, you think mid Kunkka, not offlane?
I mean, actually...
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Okay.
So the offlane, is it Monkey or is it Snap? You mentioned that.
It is the Snap.
Let's go.
Hey,
Nice work. That
we
Monkey
go.
can go in.
My boy Sacred.
I mean, look, both these teams at the end of the day had a little bit of shakeups when it came to lanes. They had those surprise little last picks, pocket picks. Now that you see all these matchups, now that you know where things are going, who are you favoring? Where do you think this matchup will go?
I think their lanes are quite strong on both sides. Like Snapfire for me, I think is very aggressive. Like you have a Alk who's not going to really be able to do that much. Maybe you can kill the Yuragi after he's like used like a stun or something, and he can't protect him anymore. But maybe not. Maybe it is just really powerful. They don't really have great ways to deal with the tree ends.
Yeah, the Nature's Prophet seems like a really solid pick to me that can kind of control the tempo of the game. But I think Thunder Awaken have picked tough lanes. Like if Alone, I think a lot comes down to this mid lane. Like Alone needs to come out on top for me.
Fair,
like he's picked this Kunk against Invoker, has a bit of a matchup advantage, even if it's just a small one. And I think he's got maybe more playmaking potential around the map if he has a good lane.
They just need to stop the TA roshing. That's like OG's biggest thing.
Okay. I'm looking forward to seeing if these teams are able to shut down and capitalize on what they need to as we head on over to Trent and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Nat and Trent. We're here, the start of another day of groups of more action to come. And Thunder Awaken versus OG, what more could we want?
No, this is great. It's Thunder Awaken looking very strong through this group stage. Every time I took them out, they're like grabbing some more W's and everything, so repping the region pretty hard there. And OG, of course, do their normal things. They're a little bit slow, but starting to, I feel like the more I watch, the better they're looking. So everyone's finding their footing here in the group stage, and it is certainly, as the panel mentioned earlier, it feels like anyone can beat anyone. And with this lineup, I'm kind of favoring Thunder Awaken, I gotta say.
I know. There's some interesting dynamics going on here too, right? Because the last time these two teams met, it wasn't in the group stage. It was elimination. Stockholm. They knocked them out. I don't know if you guys knew that, but OG ended up going on to win that tournament as we get ready to hop into this game. But the one thing that I noticed, I think the panel touched on earlier, was that they gave them their heroes. The Timber and the Enigma in that series previously where they got knocked out, they banned both of them. They're like, all right, we're going to come up with answers, and we'll see if it's the answers that will work out this time as we hop into game number 1.
They've had time to mull it over here. You know, they got knocked out there. You know, what if we had to let them have it? What would we do? And so this is the answer that you've gotten here. And so a couple unconventional picks here in a sense of the off-lane Snapfire, which the hero very flexible between the 5, the 4, the 3, and occasionally even the 1 or the 2 rather. It looks very strong. Depending if you can hit those timings. And it is a draft of timings here for Thunder Awaken, as when you look over to OG, I see a lot of greedy heroes. You know? This is not the lineup you want in your pubs.
No.
Okay? You know?
I mean, maybe in NA, you know, we farm a lot.
That's true. There's a lot of neutrals that would be terrified to see this lineup appear on the screen.
Listen,
the game began.
Everybody always talks about how, like, you know, if you can't find a fight, you go to an objective because the objectives can't run away. The neutral creeps also can't run away. The jungle's always there. Right?
That's so smart. You know, they try and run away, and they just run on back, and suddenly there's more of them when you stack it.
Oh, it's
you
so
know,
good.
It's an endless cycle for them. So, yes, and of course, Matthew, long time. Big fan of Matthew, this guy. You know, he's been playing in a lot of North American tournaments for a long time, as well as the South American tournaments. He's playing a lot of the in-house leagues as well, so he's been on this come up for an extremely long time. And this is one of his absolute best heroes at the moment.
He has made a lot happen on it, whether it's early rotations around the map, securing runes is sacred, and the jump in from Monkey already. Iragi taking a good chunk of damage there. Is Pandamu going to go down first? No. So they'll find first blood. Pandamu gets it before he dies.
I'll take that on the Dazzle, right? This hero is obviously getting a lot of steam. I even saw one of the top threads today. What is going on with Dazzle? You know, everyone's trying to figure out. Some guys like, I tried playing this hero. Everyone yells at me. Now suddenly it's like the best hero at the major. Why is this hero so good? Well, lanes are pretty important right now, as they usually are in Dota, but Dazzle just feels great in the lane. The help of that poison, and I mean, personally, I just love the shard, and I'm sure a lot of these players feel the same way. Where getting that shard, you know, it feels bad to have weak control as a 5, and Dazzle can solve that with that item.
It gives you that extra bit that you need. Nice dodge there.
Yeah.
I don't know if there is a more telegraphed stun in Dota than Unstable Concoction, but Matthew not going to take too much damage from that if he has Mischief up for it.
Yeah, and this is those position 4 monkey players, they like to look for lanes that they can abuse, whether it's like double melee situation, or in this case a melee support that has to get like a little bit close, and with telegraph damage like that, it's sort of a perfect scenario here for Matthew. So this, of course, is going to force Seb to just throw the concoctions over onto Sacred. But the synergy from this lane will come out with the help of the minus armor and the treants, because you're going to be weakening that defense that they have, and you're all going to be right-clicking. So that is at least one nice aspect. I do think, however, that Sacred and Matthew should be able to do very well in this lane. I think that if they get like a kill early and they keep the like the stats coming, get a little bit of regen going, I feel like they have the strength here.
I mean, they are definitely already doing that. You see between the two of them, 7 and 2 in terms of last hits.
Yeah.
And Nature's Prophet, rare that you see it this low, but Yuragi having some trouble. Matthew's doing a good job of getting some of the last hits on the range creep with the Primal Spring, and of course Sacred and Matthew playing together on low ping. They're able to get a good chunk of those denies.
The weights are off, you know,
Exactly.
taking off the shackles.
It's true.
It's usually very difficult to deal with the treants in the lane. They're doing a great job. But down bottom, we have a Templar Assassin in the safe lane versus the absolutely terrifying duo of Taiga, Enigma, and Amar Timbersaw. This guy does not get to play this hero very often anymore. It's a rare sight to see, as most teams are going to ban it out, but he's been given it here. And it pairs very well with Taiga on this Enigma. Of course, sometimes you want a position 4 that maybe roams a little bit, heads to the mid lane, can get some kills done with a Timbersaw, since you can give him that space. But why not go full greed with an Enigma? And then, you know, you don't even have to farm your own camps and stacks as Enigma. You can often sort of rotate into that enemy jungle and maybe pressure mid lane a bit too.
Oh, it's very nice, yeah, and getting that extra space out there, and particularly if you can get to the later stages of the game, allowing Taiga to really scale, that's been a recipe for success for them so many times. But already, I mean, the thing that the panel talked about, the danger of this Thunder lineup, they're winning the lanes, and eventually they're going to make that move over for Roche, like Sheep was talking about. We'll have to see how that goes, but coming out on top right now across all 3 of them. And of course, you have much better ability to rotate to make some kills happen with that Nature's Prophet, as Alone going to try and get some damage down to BZM. Actually takes 2 tower shots for his trouble, and is going to have to back away just sitting on that Quas.
Yeah, this is a painful matchup, as you hear the panel saying. It's just not one that really goes in Invoker's favor. It's great for the Kunkka. It's not a huge win, of course, as most mid matchups don't feel too terrible these days, but you know that there's a chance for a kill at level 6, and that can always be a bit worrisome. And you know, maybe you just take one step the wrong direction, you get X marks, especially if some sort of a rotation comes through. So you also have to be cautious here. As up top, Yuragi gets jumped under the tower too. Look at that damage.
Yeah, and Matthew's willing to go. Does get the cookie afterwards from Sacred. So the team covering each other, held onto that Fairy Fire the whole time, no worries. And the salve back up. I mean, they're playing this top lane very, very well.
Yeah,
Seb tries to get a punch, doesn't even manage to.
That was a lot of confidence there. As Matthew makes it all the way over there to body block the small camp. Really well done. It's really hard to manage the creeps versus Nature's Prophet in general, right? Because he can always block your camps with his treants. He can even do shenanigans like pulling waves and stuff too.
Oh my god.
And that Orb of Venom, he is hitting.
His set, I mean, he does have the stun though, so should be fine here, but it's going to take a beating on his way back to that lane.
Yeah,
Matthew.
eight wand charges too. And it's like, you don't want to boundless because then there's like TP and stuff too. So it's just a good old smacking.
Yeah, and I don't know if he feels comfortable going back to this lane. He's going to try and cut down some more trees. He's just out of there. That's not much more to it. Dang.
That actually kind of gives at least some space for Yuragi, though, right? Because like without Sacred and Matthew, they're tired to kill the treants. And yeah, instantly back though, because that's the power of Monkey King.
And a chance. Do they want to go for this? I was wondering if they're going to go Cookie, but Sacred kind of low on mana.
It's almost better to just keep pressuring, right? Because I mean, obviously killing Nature's Prophet would be great, but at the same time, as long as you're holding him down and slowing that ability to pressure, like he can always just TV back in the lane anyway.
Right. And Amar, we always knew he was going to start catching back up again as these levels came out. And currently, doing okay, a little bit behind, not the biggest thing in the world. The levels are probably where the bigger issues are going to reside here, but there hasn't been a huge separation as of yet from either of the cores. As Kaz moves over, instead they turn their sights onto Taiga. The slowdown's there, and with a couple quick punches and a meld strike ready, that is going to be a dead Enigma.
Yeah, you can kind of see how that death happens, because he's pressuring in there with the Malphus, and he had the demonic conversion ready, right? So he's like ready to go Eidolons, but he's waiting for that perfect moment where they can get the kill on the Dazzle, and then suddenly it's not working out, and the TA comes over, and you're just dead. So like, it kind of looks like you fed, but at the same time, you were close to a kill.
Yuragi goes down now, and Seb trying to make a turnaround happen. I mean, the early pressure that you get from this lineup, Thunder, they've got a lot of just firepower at the early goings here.
Yeah, this is where you want to see like the mangoes coming out, the sticks, the wands, everything like that to keep up this pressure, right? And Matthew doing the best possible thing, going to grab that bounty rune away as well.
Yeah,
He's got a little bit of time. They've lost Yuragi.
Take away all of the potential to come back in. And Taiga just going to try and farm up a little bit here. But yeah, Thunder, quick little pause as they have built up a 2,000 gold lead at just 6 minutes in. They have put in together a very good laning stage. I guess for OG, do you think that they kind of feel pressured to shut this down at some point to try and like make those big rotations? Or do you think that they're comfortable like coming out just a little bit behind in the lanes?
It depends on how Thunder Awaken want to play this, because we have an issue where they, of course, have a couple obvious objectives in terms of the Roche, and then it comes back to the Ancient stacks as well, which can be there for Pakos too. So there's this idea of how much do they want to pressure and play into the dire jungle, and how much do they want to sit back, as the rotation is coming to that top lane.
Matthew takes some damage.
Sacred as well is dead.
In some trouble. Yeah, that as soon as we talk about it, they immediately go on in to make a move to stop this. But Matthew, can he get the jump away? Oh, it's just barely not off cooldown. Couple more punches coming in. And body blocked. Able to dodge it. The Mischief needs a couple more seconds, but can't get it.
Yeah, not quite there yet, you know. It's Monkey King players. They don't buy boots very often. So we'll see if he eventually gets them.
Yeah, so good rotation there by BZM, much needed. And going for the Quas Wex build, but not going for the Urn. Instead opting to just try and build into more of the right-click build for this Invoker.
Yeah, we do have an Urn on Taiga as well, too, so he can at least help cover that. I mean, Taiga likely to play a little bit of teamwork here, right? He's not like a mega greedy Enigma player, I would say. Likes to be involved. Yeah, OG as a whole unit, they love these earlier engagements and skirmishes too. So even when you see a lineup like this and you're imagining some heroes that don't necessarily like to get their hands dirty that early, they're of course always willing as a squad to do that. As
BZM, he knows. The X is there though. Mortimer's Kiss is coming out afterwards. Seb makes the move, the jump forward. They will find BZM for the finish. But can they get any more afterwards? Matthew up in the trees? It doesn't look like it. That was always going to happen.
That's a big rotation. 4 heroes mid for that kill on the Invoker to avenge that death top.
It's funny.
Yeah, Sacred immediately runs back up there too to start pressuring Yuragi. As he finally gets a little bit of breathing room to farm.
Mar taking some Psyblade hits there. Does have the level 6 though, but Kaz doing a good job of sort of forcing him back. Even though he took a ton of damage.
Amar always has the best items to replace his TP slot. You ever notice that?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you know, Satanic.
I like that.
You know, maybe later.
Yeah.
I can help myself out here. And yeah, that is the point in the game that Amar loves, because he's level 6 on the Timbersaw. So you start pressuring that safe laner, and that generally sends them towards the jungle, because it's not even a matter of like survival, it's just efficiency at a certain point where you can't withstand it, right? He's just going to keep regenning with the Soul Ring. He'll bring out as much mana as he needs, and he will keep trying to kill you. So Pakos should be farming towards the Ancients at this point. Unfortunately, no stacks yet, since that top lane has just been so busy killing OG.
Trying right now, Yuragi to keep a hold of this one. Panamu going to back away. And this will be a tier 1 tower given up to OG with the pressure from the Eidolons as well as Timbersaw in the area. You do not want to fight that. And as you mentioned, no stacks in the triangle for the Ancients, and also no move as of yet to go in for the top tier 1 tower. They might be able to find something. Yuragi caught in a bad position, phase boots forward, and will find their man. Matthew there, the torrent connection after the fact, and Yuragi tries to get away, but there will be no escape.
And Seb has now moved up to that top tower to try and increase their ability to hold it there since bottom was taken. Can throw out some Acid Rays, but realize this is too dangerous for me versus a monkey and doesn't want to feed, so it's going to back it up a little bit there. Pakos still down in that bottom half, not able to to really make anything happen up top, and a couple stacks being made for him in the meantime. So this is pretty nice, right? You keep clearing up, playing down here, down bottom, where you feel at least relatively safe. Then you can go for those ancient stacks so there's more and more value. Pandamu's going to do another stack now, so this will be 2 triple stacks in the triangle for him. Not a lot of concern that OG is going to come and deal with this, I don't think.
No, it'd have to be a big timber rotation or something like that to actually find an avenue to come on in and fight that. But they do instead make the move towards the mid lane. And this is, again, the power of that Nature's Prophet playing in position 1. Got Forge Spirits out.
Alone has no TP.
Aggro.
They need the Kunkka. All right, now I'm talking about how there's not much opportunity to contest, but if you lose that mid tower too early, that can be very dangerous.
Haystron. They give it to Taiga, actually. He is very
stun.
close to level 6.
PCM was trying to TP up top to help Seb for a kill.
And instead gets caught. Taiga's there. He has level 6 now, looking for the black hole. He can find it on both, but they can break it with Sacred as well as Alone. Taiga still moving in, not opting to drop it yet. The turn there onto 2. Matthew gets graved. And Taiga just plain interference. That's enough to keep BZM alive.
That was like the greatest example of the threat of the black hole I've ever seen. Everyone's just panicking. Left, right, run, split, get us out.
It is funny. That was good, though. Trying to get towards the Blink Dagger next. But in the end, it just means that, you know, mid-towers.
Let's watch this TA here. She's about a 5K net worth before she started onto this. And I'll boost through a couple camps here. Oh, yeah. That's my math's not so good, but I count 4 camps, I believe.
That's solid.
Right there. That's a quad stack right there. That's a 4-wheel drive, big honking Texas-sized truck of a stack.
You can't do the accent. You
Well,
really,
I took some action selections on that course.
It's so bad.
It's
terrible.
I'm working on it.
It's okay.
Slax is teaching me.
That's fair.
Yeah. We just once they drop the Texas style hero, you know, they're gonna bring Engineer from TF2.
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm ready. Up top now is somebody that's not from Texas, Seb on the Alchemist.
I was gonna say I thought you meant Sacred on the Snapfire, because I'm like, you know, I think Snap's pretty close.
Look at
All right, that's the cosmetic.
He did it. His freaking voice line's unbelievable. Yeah, he comes on in, gets the quick and easy deny onto that tier 1 tower, and now BZM battling for the rune. Tornado, cold snap. Oh, the Treants, they move. Get the deny, but they might get the bigger win here as BZM pulled back in. Can they bring him down, though? Torrent, stun, and the Mortimer's Kisses from downtown find the Invoker again. Sacred did not like when he rotated to his lane.
Part of it right now, too, for OG's lineup is that, like, they're obviously not that online at this point with these heroes, right?
Oh, yeah.
Even without the net worth. Like, these are, like, level-hungry heroes, item-hungry heroes, and the Nature's Prophet as well. And sort of, like, key items that you're looking for before you really get involved, like BKBs for Nature's Prophet, you want to jump in, your Blink Daggers for your Enigmas and everything like that. And so I like how Thunder Awaken just give no recourse because they just bring numbers, right? Like, these long-range bombs from Sake where he's immediately right back up top and pushing and farming, too. They guarantee that first kill, so there's just no wiggle room for OG, and they just go back to growing their lead.
Yeah, and that is exactly what they've got to keep up the momentum with. Likewise, though, if OG want to, they can, you know, play it a little bit safer, get that Blink Dagger up on Enigma, and the rotation comes over, but already double Sentry Wards down. They were ready for that move. BZM won't catch anybody out here.
I think OG are in a very precarious position right now, though, because I see what... I see them needing to heavily outplay, and that's the OG classic, right? Where you're just like, I can't believe they did it. Like, they got this sweet smoke play. They grab a couple heroes, they wrap behind your tower. You're not expecting the numbers to be there because someone else is showing somewhere else on the map, and then all of a sudden they're there, you know? So maybe they can make that magic happen, but like, by base level, casting all your spells, Thunder Awaken just feels so much stronger at the moment.
They've got those heroes that just will win the fight, particularly before those BKBs come out. You can see BZM's item build. He's definitely going this right-click oriented pickup, and now going back for the Yule Scepter. I think that we also saw there the Hand of Midas, which was completed for Yuragi, so opting to go for, again, more greed, which... You know, if it works, that's great, but also it leaves open this huge window where Thunder Awaken can definitely take advantage of it. We'll have to see what they opt to go for.
Yeah, I do think the Prophet's a bit tough, because like the Midas does help a lot of this year, you know?
Oh, yeah.
With all, you are just a right-clicker. You like TPing with BKB, you're just staying there right-clicking, so you're like, oh, you know, the scaling as well, it's kind of worth. It's like Maelstrom or Midas. You know where the carry player is going to go every time. You know, given the choice.
That's fair enough. Now, Kunkka going in for the BKB. This timing that they get for that is going to be very strong. We also saw that the Snapfire finishing off the Blink Dagger, going next into the Shard, and Pakaz already done with the Deso and the Dragonlance. So win one fight, Roche time.
Their 50-minute timing is pretty terrifying with that Snap Shard.
I mean, even without it right now, it's pretty scary.
They're just smoking with kisses. They're just like, all right, Sigurd, you stand over there. We're going to stun Armor, and let's try and kill him. All right, let's see how this goes.
I mean, a lot of heroes are mid right now, and obviously NP can get there pretty quickly afterwards. But it looks like Thunder don't want to make that move, and instead are going for a bit of a different wraparound to bottom, and that's actually where Yuragi has already gotten set up at. We'll see if they meet right, but I mean, this is going to be one of the best reads I've seen in a while. They see the tree and it's down bottom. They don't have alone
with them, though, so it's a tough grab.
Yuragi, smoke breaks. Oh, they don't check on it. That must have broken because of time. Ah, that was close.
Oh, he's immediately right up to the top side of the map. So still, I mean, not too bad for Thunder Awaken. They're losing a little bit of their lead, right? They're not necessarily pushing it. They're getting outfarmed because I've seen Seb up on the top wave. You obviously have two supports that can farm fairly well in an Alchemist and an Enigma, so that's slightly better than on the opposite side where you just have Pandamu running around as Dazzle. He's surprisingly getting a little bit more fun than you might expect. And then Matthew hopping from tree to tree trying to keep an eye on OG and what they're up to. So the gold will tick over OG's way as long as there's no combat here from Thunder Awaken.
Well, and it might tick over that much more quickly as Taiga just got two things brought out to him. A Blink Dagger and a Smoke, and I think I know what they're going to be doing with those.
It's a good combo.
Mar right next to him. Alone, showing in the mid wave for a moment.
I feel like his BKB is taking so long. But a lot of that's because like all the stacks went to Pakaz. I mean, look at Pakaz. Like this is a funnel going directly into this TA right now, so that is why. But now they really want to win that fight and get Aegis because he's gone for the Blink, Deso, Dragonlance, no BKB. Ooh. They want Aegis on this Templar Assassin.
This is going to be the pivotal moment. I mean, you've got a couple things here, right? If you black hole him, doesn't matter how much net worth he is, he's going to go down. But likewise, does have that Blink potential for the outplay.
Well, he also only has 1 point Midnight Pulse, too. You know,
that's true.
It's still really early in the game, so it's not free. And part of the reason why Panda has been given some waves more than you might expect is because he's been hoarding that gold to get towards the Shard.
Yeah.
Get that nice and early, and they're not really going to have great counters for that, particularly Amar.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Snapfire Shard done. And Taiga.
It's meld time. We're in the pit.
You know, they're not smoking. They don't want to go for it yet. And instead, like you said, Thunder, they're going to be the ones that head right into the Roche pit. Sunstrike's going to spot it. Need to be careful about this movement over, but I think they come too late. It's just done.
I don't think. I think OG were at a point where they knew they just can't contest this. And that is very dangerous.
Yeah. Well, not taking a fight you can't win, but does give an objective over to Thunder Awaken. While some damage was dealt there on the bottom side of the map, it's going to have to be a long wait. And I mean, fair enough. You buy a bunch of Midases, you pick an Alk 5, you got an
they got Philosopher's Stone, you know, like, it's all checking out.
That's what they're going to do.
Look at that GPM on TA, nearly 600 right now. So
18 minutes.
Look how even it is on OG, though.
Well, Seb, yeah, he's going to get brought down here. But yeah, they're very much like all together in a big core group. Well, it's much more stratified on the Thunder Awaken side.
Seb even buying the forbidden item of the medallion. Don't get to see that very often anymore. Obviously, with Solar Crest being considered relatively weak at the point, you know, it feels like you can't upgrade that well. It's a great item for Alchemist, though, especially back when Support Alch was more popular like 6 years ago.
Right.
Yeah. So it was a great time. You picked Venge, you picked Alch, you ran around, you stunned people.
Now, here's the thing. Alchemist, right? When he's got to push out those sideways, when you're behind, you get so much more gold from pushing out side lanes and just dying, right? He's going to get towards that Aghanim Scepter. Then they got an answer.
He performs alchemy. He makes gold out of nothing.
Taiga. Oh, they don't find him. He jumped away, Matthew.
That was worth. That was a good guess.
Out a couple of the trees.
You know, speaking of which, I'd like to see them put these. Yes, exactly. Okay, these wards are really good. These wards in this area, because you see when the monkey's jumping from side to side.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's interesting. So they will spot him, but he's already got wards over on the other high ground.
They already had it. They actually had a sentry by the camp that caught that. That's brutal.
Yeah, that was rough. And in the meantime, BZM gets jumped on. The chase down Cookie, not quite there, but because they're not going to go for any more. But instead, they get him with the Mortimer's Kisses. And now Taiga also taking a couple more globs of goo. Seb drop down low, and okay, these rotations is a little bit dangerous. Pandamu the turn. There's going to be the X, the boat, coming out on to the Timber. He catches him mid-chain. And some weird stuff happened to the Force Staff. But will they have enough to bring down Seb? It doesn't quite look like it. They have vision though in the trees.
He's gonna give away the war, but
yeah.
that's, you know, and they probably knew at that point anyway with how the fight went. I'll just clear it up there from Seb, saying, yeah, 100% definitely a ward up there, and there was still a tier 1 tower. Right. Thunder Awaken definitely taking advantage of what they need to with this lineup, right? You have to push the envelope right now with this Aegis. This is the most important timing with your draft. You understand that you're stronger and you must push, but man, you look at that net worth chart, it's incredible where OG's at right now. Like, they are just fully maximizing the map, and I'm a little worried.
I do feel like we've seen this a couple of different times in this tournament with different teams. Good blink away there, but the X... Wait, did he actually get out?
Yeah, I think he has the illusion.
Okay. Well, regardless, they end up getting away. And it's one of those moments to me where I feel like we've seen it a couple of different times. It's because apparently wanting to use this Aegis here. Stun, Grave, down low. Yuragi moves in. The X afterwards going to connect. Matthew ready for the turn. So Aegis down. Do they have a second round of this? The Black Hole immediately taken away by Taiga. And now Yuragi, he's going to pop that BKB and try to run away. Matthew in some trouble, but that is going to be a dead Enigma. Everybody else backing out, Pakaz punching out Treants. And so the Aegis fight ends up just being a trade of both of the supports.
Yeah, Thunder Awaken tried something very sneaky where Pakaz tried to meld sitting on that sentry for a long time, hoping to start a good fight, hoping it would just be like lower numbers, but OG had them all there.
Good play by him to get out of there with that Force Staff.
One thing that OG is so good at too is just dumping everything on that one target, like, coordinated. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can see the communication where other teams will struggle with this. Like maybe that TA, like there was a Force Staff sitting back there with the Grave there as well from Panmu. I thought maybe they'd get a save, but not quite able to.
And it's actually, in fact, going to be OG that get the first tier 1 tower, or tier 2 tower rather. Pakaz gets stunned for the moment. Alone is there. X on to BZM. And Amar moves in. Sacred in some more trouble here. He's got to go for the cookie away. And Amar able to dodge the sun. Pandamu throws out the Grave. Sacred in trouble. Dazzle is dead. And Thunder, they're just trying to push that advantage too much. And OG, they're punishing this.
Also, they definitely don't have a Force Staff. They have Cookie. My bad. Only Seb has Force Staff.
Good old Seb. I think that it is interesting how much we've seen Force Staffs get picked up recently, though. It's definitely coming back into vogue.
I think it's a lot of the meta heroes, too. It just feels like, you know, we're getting into these. It's always nice for like the Razors, that little bit of spread and a split. The Nature's Prophets can be kind of helpful for them as well. Try to save yourself from a sprouting here, so... And this goes back. Again, why are we at this tower anyway? Why are we fighting here again?
Right.
This is not a valuable part of the map to be at, it feels like. And I'm not sure why they're trying to force this so hard.
I mean, that is the interesting thing, right? Because obviously, Black Hole down, you feel like you can make something happen, but why there? And now they're coming back again. They're going for Yuragi. Boundless Strike to open. The Torrent afterwards. If you can make it work, it's good. Maybe afterwards, Seb's going to get brought down. They didn't need the X for the first kill, which means they set up for the second.
Well, I mean, you know, they say play around your vision, so they just do that for like 4 minutes, and eventually it does pay off with a couple more kills, but we've seen this like global mobility that OG's showing off already with the Nature's Prophet, the Boots of Travel on the Invoker, and so even if you're like getting kills here, like what's the overall goal? And like they still didn't get the tier 2.
Right.
So this eventual hope of that Aegis that was burnt rather quickly was not actually achieved.
Yeah, you can see in spite of the Aegis, in spite of how good a lot of these fights have looked for Thunder Awaken when they can take them, that sort of probability, the net worth lead, all these things, very much a 50-50 game. So we'll have to see if Thunder Awaken can try and build up some more momentum here for themselves.
It's such an interesting draft from OG because it feels like once you get past that just first hump of like not getting instantly rolled and snowballed out of the lanes, it feels very difficult to deal with because maybe they're not ganking you that well. I mean, even now, it's like the first time BZM's like getting out on the map, right? And using this Ghost Walk here to grab this kill on the Sacred. But playing on their own side feels really strong, as you can see by how well they were able to hold that bottom tower despite how many resources Thunder Awaken just kept throwing at it.
Yeah.
And then when you dedicate the full squad to a situation like that and you just get out-farmed across the rest of the map, then Thunder Awaken are just losing out the whole time.
Well, and you've sort of got this other looming threat of the BKB black hole, which is about to be up. Like, all of these fights have taken place without that tool being at their service. Like, the one black hole we had was like a second before the Hex came out from Dazzle. And I'm a little worried.
All I'm going to say is this is the weirdest heat map you're ever going to see in the entire tournament.
Yeah.
If you took a heat map of this game and where the Radiant team played, it is so odd.
Just
like,
all down
it's
there.
just bottom the whole time. Like, they went top for Roche once, and that was it. And then we just decided to dedicate our lives to the bottom half of the map. And, like, I mean, I can see how they're incredibly strong in those enclosed spaces where they can, if they get up and they control that triangle and they take this tier 2, it's a really good spot for a support Monkey King to fight because your Wukongs is pretty important and your Boundless Strike. It creates very good lines and angles to enclose these spaces, and very similar reasons for a Kunkka, too, with boats, right? They're going to cut down Matthew here.
Yeah, they got him.
Give him the old whip.
BZM comes in for a couple punches. No mischief for the save. Instead, they drop the kisses again. Sacred, he's pretty good with them, but it's not actually going to turn into anything here. And now they just don't have kisses. So Thunder struggling over the last couple of minutes, and OG pulling it all together. They've been able to wait out their timing. They've got Orchid, BKB done on Yuragi, DD also in hand, and Roche, it's a pretty quick spawn. I don't know if they can freely go into that. There is that trap still sitting around. And Pandamu?
Oh, that's a great target.
Runs into everybody. Hello, hello. Crave right on himself at the start. That's pretty cool. We'll get off the poison touch afterwards. Hex is there. Do they have enough to bring down one of Mars? Stunned by the black hole. A turnaround. Oh, he saves his buddy. 3 and 4, they go well together. And the turn was so good, as Alone is going to just barely get out of there. But Pakaz the savior, Pakaz the hero, Pakaz SP Pastor, is it happening? Oh my God, Thunder, the chase down. Amari's got to run, he's got to get out of there. It was looking good for so long, and then the turn from the TA was just unreal.
I actually can't believe that play though from Taiga. That was such a good black hole. I thought they had, I was like, oh, like, I thought jumping Panda was so good, right? Because, like, the separation was fairly strong there from Thunder Awaken. They were kind of out of the way, and they're going to just, like, blow up this Dazzle and keep going, and then start turning these crazy heals this hero has now on Dazzle, actually able to save himself, but then, no, Tiger comes through, TA comes through, and eventually it's, like, kind of even, except for everything that Pakaz got. Yeah. Like, everyone else was just like, whatever about this fight, and he got 1,277 gold.
Yeah, that is wild.
I mean, this is why. Look at Dazzle. Look at that. The heals out of that grave is actually ridiculous. And because they sort of like ran out of cooldowns, ran out of damage, but man, Taiga gets in there in the perfect possible moment. And then suddenly, you know, Papa's here.
He comes in for the cleanup. I mean, that's the thing, right? Everybody's focusing Alone, who manages to escape. Oh, and now they look for more, though. Seb already down very low. The rest of OG trying to get out. A couple of Psyblade hits. It's not quite enough. As Mar gonna be controlled, has a Meld Strike as they come out of this one. Looks for the stun, but the BKB was right there. He held it that entire time, trying to escape. Mortimer's kisses from downtown. They disarm on the Monkey King. Taiga gets the stun afterwards, but Pakaz unstoppable. 4-staff through. Looking for more, but there's nowhere else to go. I mean, OG are doing a fabulous job of dodging these fights.
Yeah, great disengage here from them, but this whole Aegis and that fight on the Ancient has been given the second life here to Thunder Awaken, where they really needed this to try and re-enable Pakaz again. They were sort of struggling on the map, floundering a bit, losing this space. Now this Templar Assassin, she is humongous. She's got 1,000 gold per level right now.
The Aghanim Scepter.
23. Yeah, she is all over this map, right? And this was what they were struggling with, was trying to get everywhere and trying to control the spaces. So getting the Ags is, it's kind of a scary investment, obviously, because you're not scaling a lot of your damage issues, but you know, if you can just be there, I think they've got enough damage.
And I think that it's worth reiterating again, like these young players coming in, a rivalry that's developing between, you know, different regions across the way. I know, that's insane. He's got more than any other 2 heroes. I'm pretty sure that's how the math works, but I mean, it's just really, really cool to see that, still get young players in, absolutely wrecking, whether it's Taiga, Enigma, Yuragi playing this NP, Pakaz owning on the TA. They're putting on a show here. Still less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams.
Yeah, the gold graph just never getting far apart this whole game.
Catch sight. Can they find target? Boundless strike there. Force staff through. They find their man, and he's going down.
Not sure. I guess he just didn't want to go over the BKB TP. Wasn't feeling it with the Sprout there. Maybe thought I'm just dead anyway.
Yeah, not sure. Well, does have a quick little pause.
He had some issues.
Yeah, hopefully that wasn't any issues that are there, but regardless, it does feel like we've sort of entered into a new phase of this game where anything can kind of happen, but definitely the momentum with Thunder Awaken with this TA 9,000 gold ahead of the next highest.
Yeah, and the last step will be the Agnums, I believe, for Sacred, because I think that's what they need to just like fully cement this. They want to ride this Aegis to a high ground if possible. Unfortunately, there's only 2.5 minutes left, so it's going to be a little bit tough. But this idea of just getting that first stun in there with a snap, or even the potential blink save on the TA, because everything from my Templar Assassin should be the motto for this game, right? And the issue, of course, is the BKB is down to 7 seconds. And once that BKB is gone, it's very difficult to play versus the Invoker. And even someone like Seb is going to have these low cooldown stuns that are constantly being thrown around. So you need to find good abilities with your BKB, and then you also have to be dodging the black hole at the same time.
Right. Can't get caught by that one.
Which really means that if they could somehow get a Snapfire Initiation or some sort of a Dazzle Hex onto Taiga at the start, that's kind of your best case scenario, because OG will have a tough time saving him.
DD, Matthew takes that. How dare you?
I feel like everyone's got a tool to annoy Pakaz.
BKB turn.
That's
thinking
an
about a chase.
BKB though. He knows he's not going to kill.
Yeah.
He's just worried about a TP and like someone else could come and assist, or maybe a Mars nearby or something. So
that BKB is so unbelievably valuable.
Yeah.
And it's already down to 6 seconds.
Well, the other terrifying thing is that halberd there from Amar, right? So it's like,
yeah.
I mean, there's halberds, there's Yules. If he doesn't have BKB on the TA, it's so hard to play this game.
We have seen a couple of times really waiting until the last possible second for him to pop it, and that is kind of the danger, needing to play around the stuns, but with the halberd now, you've got that whole other tool.
Well, you know what does help, though, is level 25.
Hey, let's go.
Because, so, about to get there.
That's so crazy. It's 31 minutes, man.
He's sitting in base right now, just like, where should I go? Where should I psionic projection myself?
And they will retake over that outpost again. Seb down bottom side. We'll just push out the other wave. Chasing.
They have a trap there. She's coming.
Toss from downtown. Find a Mar. Goes for the Yules out, but jumps in. Oh my goodness.
Out of the psionic projection onto the Enigma and just dead.
All it took was a second. That's a sniper.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious.
Was that one shot?
No, it was 3, but it looked like 1, you know. They come up pretty fast. It's all but a blur. And it's 25 now Pakaz, so has the refraction instances. And at the same time, though, OG do have a lot of instance-based abilities, so it's not maybe as broken as it can be in some games.
Seb all alone down here. Sacred will spot him and look for, the stun.
They have the Eggs chase down from Sacred.
But the rest of the team coming in afterwards. No Enigma for this fight. Pakaz pops BKB already. Turns, wants to take down Amar. They're not doing as much damage as they need. Sacred throws out the Centaur. Seb is dead by virtue of that TA. And now turning onto this Timber Saw. Matthew still managing to live, and they actually push him back inside.
Excellent teamwork.
Well done by Sacred as Pakaz turns, looking for the punch down, but the disarm and the turnaround with the black hole. They get a Yules off, but it doesn't matter. They find their targets, take them all down.
Oh, you're seeing the damage issues. It's everything for the Templar Assassin. They just don't have enough. Like, they're trying to get through a mark. They're controlling the Timber and just trying and waiting and delaying for Templar to be done with Seb and finally kill that Alchemist. By the time he gets there, there's not enough damage left. They don't have the time.
He keeps finding them.
I can't believe he survived that black hole again.
He's respawned. The fight took that long. Yeah, that's one of those moments where you think it's going to take a second and it takes a little bit longer. The power of delaying the fight.
Yeah, and here's that fight again. So what happens here is that Pakaz knows that the BKB is going to run out, and so he feels threatened to chase Seb because he's got these constant stuns the whole time, right? And he's like, he's so low, like I can't let him go out and come back in, because then the fight's a mess. That's what OG does all the time. So he finishes the kill on Seb, rotates back over for Amar, and you can see everyone else is just moving away from the Timber, trying to control, all to assist the TA to finally kill him, but it's physical-based damage versus the Timber Saw. They just can't get there, right? And then, yeah, Taiga. I mean, he does it again. You know, same thing as the Ancients up top earlier in the game.
Meanwhile, BZM gets hexed. They jump out. Taiga finds a target alone, drops the boat. It comes out a little bit late, though. Matthew, boundless strike to try and get some separation, but alone likely to fall here. And OG continue the pickoffs. They find the one to win the fight, and now they find the one that might let them go high ground. They don't have any buybacks on Thunder. Not a one.
They were all in at that moment, and now even throwing the kisses just to try and clear this out.
Yeah, and it doesn't even take down all the creeps.
No,
they got creep wave coming in mid.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, Pakaz shows up, turns, kills Jiraki, and now just backs away. That's a BKB usage, so no Nature's Prophet.
That's pretty good.
Dude, these players, they are just all over it right now. But Sacred, he might be in some trouble. Seb moves on in, has the stun, but there's the Grave, jumps away, Disarm is out. Sacred needing to survive this, but I don't know if he has quite enough left in the tank. Does manage to do a little okey-doke joke, but they catch him, and they will kill him. Has buyback on this Snapfire if they need it. Mar turns, gets the refraction instances off, but with the Wukong's command down, and Seb going to stun himself. Pakaz trying to get some Sideblade spillover damage, but it's not there.
Yeah, see if you can hit a little bit of those Sideblades to that pure. Try and cut through some of this.
Did a good amount of damage there onto BZM afterwards. But they get away with only losing a tier 3 tower.
Yeah, you can be pretty happy about that. And the biggest thing, too, is by taking down Yuragi, the map control doesn't get any worse. Because it's already in a bad spot, right? Like, all the lanes were pushing into their high ground at this point. Imagine if that Nature's Prophet got out. Oh, that Swift Blink, man.
Dude, the Psionic projected Aghanims is so good with this TA. It's insane. They need to get a gem or something.
It reminds me of techies.
A little bit, right?
You know, you got these rich heroes just blowing up out of nowhere. Slacks can play this hero?
They have one on Evoker. Heck no. What are you talking about, dude? There's no way. He played support. Blightstone, that's all he does.
Well, it's not a support in this game, that's true, because he's being supported. I feel like it's kind of a 4-in-1 situation, as you can see by the fact he's almost doubling the net worth of his mid laner at this point, as they're going to project their way in again.
Moves in, finds a target, jumps, looking for the kill. Will they get it? Yes.
Global this.
Another snipe. And who's the real one now? Silence, Amar, but manages to get out.
Oh, is Seb even going to survive too?
Yeah,
the
looks
Pine
like
Cone,
it.
The War Pine Raiders blocking the Kunkka from chasing.
They're doing it. Chase? Dude, I thought that was Snapfire.
It was, but she was just farming.
And instead, they find him here. Matthew, boundless strike. He's waiting for teammates, waiting for friends. Gem on the deck. They got him. Trying to keep vision. Matthew, the sneaky vision from the Monkey King.
He's so close.
Oh my goodness. And that is Gem on the ground. Thunder. I don't know how they're doing this. It's like the weird little pick-off type of Dota that's coming out from them, and then from OG, when they all group together, they can find those black holes. Oh, it's some good Dota we got here today.
It's a really cool use of the TF by getting this Aghanims early. Like, building your strategy around that, and the idea with the Monkey King, too. Like, they synergize so well. And, of course, a Kunkka who is building towards this utility more so. And that was a hero.
Dude, all it takes is a second. Now Seb afterwards, they've got the X, can pull him back in for this if they want. Boat will connect. The disarm is there, but now they get the buyback. Everybody from Thunder needs to escape. Monkey King in some trouble. The Grave is out. Can the rest of Thunder get out of there as well? That's 2 gems. Oh no, Matthew, what have you done? They leave them both in the base.
Pakaz as well. The instances are too much, though.
Yeah, they got to be careful here. A good stun on the 2 to try and get away.
That was pretty good. Taiga's way in the back, right? Wants to be the next level of initiation.
TP out of there. Not going to happen. They find Panda. They got greedy. They went too far, and the buybacks punished them.
And you know what? This gem is actually a really bad thing to give up, of course, because now you're losing all these projections, right? I see Taiga just running around. He's clearing up all these traps.
Oh, they know. The projection's there. And a Torrent from up on the high ground, alone, moves on in. Has BKB ready to go. Pops it now right at the start. Pakaz back in, looks for Taiga. They catch him though with the black hole. Do they have enough follow-up? The BKB was out, so he's taking no damage. Pakaz does not die in that black hole. Double buybacks, Dazzle and Sacred moving into position. Pakaz, the instances, trying to keep him alive, dodging away, hoping to escape. Can Sacred get there in time? They get the grave. But is it going to be enough?
Can they eat him up?
Spider
Eat him
legs
up.
running,
Send
eat,
him away.
throw him away! Get on back to the base! They somehow managed to save Pakaz! Somehow, some way, they keep him alive. Sacred might pay for this one, but Monkey King, he's getting brought on down by BZM. Sacred in some trouble, hopes to get out of there, but it won't happen. I don't know if it's going to matter. With 3 dead, this could be, I mean, this should be Roche.
It's a heavy cost to pay to keep your TA alive. That is for sure, especially when she's the one who is buyback.
Yeah.
But I also think a lot of them are going to die anyway.
Of course.
You know, if she just goes down in that moment. So keeping the buyback alive because obviously very important as well. And there's no knowledge on these buybacks, right? On the no, sorry, there's no Sacred. He bought. Oh, that's right. He bought back to get back in to get the save in the first place. So of course they're going to know that Snapfire's not going to be back. So definitely an opportunity here for OG if they want to run it.
And one of the times that you see a refresher shard and are very happy as Enigma will have it ready to go. God, that dive in and Matthew losing both the gems, that one hurt.
Hey, yo, that's I just saw Pakaz down here. That tier 2 tower's still up.
Hey, man.
That's where it all started, you know?
Yeah, true enough.
So this game got weird.
Leveler there has the Scythe of Vice completed. More potential to find those solo picks for the TA. That's what she's looking for.
Well, might get solo picked off here. I don't know, a lot of heroes around this area, and Kaz will project back home, so.
Yeah. No buybacks in the game. Not a one.
Oh, well, that's interesting. That's kind of terrifying. So we got Scythe, and then into an eventual Leveler once they win the fight for Pakaz to try and just one-shot this game down, huh?
That's kind of what it seems like. He's ready to go. And OG, they're trying to take the slow, steady avenue of building damage.
That's crazy they have no buybacks on OG with this Aegis and everything. Like they don't have any advantage coming to this.
Yeah, that's really scary. They almost have double black hole, 15 seconds. They can drop that if they need to.
Yeah, you gotta watch that leash, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Can't project into that, I don't think.
5 seconds till black hole. And Taiga might just take a shot here if they need to.
They send Matthew way in the back. They shot him back there. Then he tried to jump to a tree to get to the back lines.
And it's not going to work. Matthew goes down, and he doesn't have buyback.
That was a risky play. They felt like they had to find something crazy, and crazy it was.
Still chasing. Hex is there. Force staff keeping him back. Taiga ready to go. Jumps in. He black holes them all. How do you find that? The refresher afterwards. Come on back for round 2 as Papa Taiga caught them all. They are gone. They do have buyback right now on this TA, but I don't know if that's going to matter as his whole team is gone. Into the fountain they go. OG, the story remains the same across 2 majors as they are going to take down Thunder Awaken in game 1.
Oh, Thunder Awaken, this one hurts. There's no doubt about that. Excellent draft coming to the laning stage. They got that good pressure they wanted, but it wasn't quite that fast pace, that crispness that you need if you want to win with this draft. And a lot of that coming back to, I think, like just, again, map movements and everything, not seeming exactly what you need to achieve this with a draft. Like, getting out of that bottom half, moving everywhere, and OG just controlling so much space. But back and forth we go. Tight game the whole time. Certainly showing that they can contend with OG, no doubt.
Totally. And that's the type of game that you love to see. You want to see the back and forth. You want to see the big, huge plays and, you know, having those moments for both of them.
We had to go back
God,
to
I love Dota.
We had Amar Timber, Taiga, Enigma. I think the banning, I know they lost at the major, but I think banning was still a pretty good idea in hindsight.
Yeah, that's true. Fair enough. We'll find out if the panel thinks the same as we head on back to them.
I don't even know what to say. That was an absolutely insane game. So much action there near the end, but oh my goodness, guys. Tommy's Enigma. I thought there was some strategy for Thunder Awaken. They're like, you know, we bait them into some comfort. Then we know how to deal with the Enigma. We know how to deal with the Timber.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. They looked good, don't get me wrong, but oh my gosh, that Enigma near the end. Taiga looked fantastic.
Hot damn.
Yes.
What can you do?
It was hype. I was screaming. It was great.
Well, we were definitely enjoying it.
I also go back. It didn't work, but it also did. Like I'm in the
that's true.
yes but no kind of camp. Like everything was going really well for Thunder Awaken. It felt like it was a game that slipped away from them rather than a game that they were like never in. And
For sure.
OG should have been winning all along. If anything, I think OG just came up with some magic, and particularly like around that last Roshan, it's just like
I don't want to take away from it, right? Because yes, like that Enigma was fantastic, but ultimately Thunder Awaken looked great. Their Snapfire in the early game and into their TA on the later game sheet.
Okay, there was so much good from Thunder Awaken. First of all, Sacred won offlane on his Snapfire. I think he died once, but it doesn't matter. His net worth was up there. In fact, all 3 cores on TA at 10 minutes were the highest net worth, and the TA even more ahead than the others. I think they did a great job of like... Actually, I'd say OG's lineup was not so good at pressuring because you have things like the ALK 5 and such. And like Nature's is playing from behind, where even though Timber's taking the safe lane tower, it's fine. They have stacks for TA in the triangle. Kunka's very happy farming mid. I think he was slightly ahead. Snaps one top, so they're just farming. It's good. And they just hit their timings, get that 17-minute roast for TA, and use it badly.
I was going to say, the thing that I then have to ask is, we're hyping it up, the snap looked great, the TA looked great, but ultimately there wasn't impact from this Enigma until what we're seeing now, right? The 35-40 minute mark. So what was happening between that 17-20 minute roast that was going in Thunder Awaken's favor to OG finally being able to come online and take these team fights?
I feel like there were moments where they got like too kill hungry, like particularly the end where right before that last Roshan, I think a lot of things went really wrong for Thunder Awaken. That's where a more experienced team for me is setting up to secure that Roshan. That's the next key objective that's going to win you a game. You're playing late game against Blink, BKB, Enigma. You need to have Aegis. You need to have play around buybacks. And instead, Pakaz was like diving enemy high ground, he kills the Enigma, great, and then they're diving for more kills, but OG, they're an experienced team. This is late game Dota. They're playing with buybacks. They use these buybacks, only kill a couple supports. So like, I know like Sheep and I were sitting here, we're like, okay, buybacks for supports, that looks good, but the issue is OG then move out on the map. They're the ones controlling the Roshan pit. They have vision around there. The buybacks come from those supports because they see OG in the Roshan pit with their TA traps, but they have nothing to TP to. They have no Rosh control whatsoever. They have no quick access to the Rosh pit, so they're getting no value from these buybacks, and as a result, they're trickling in one by one, basically feeding at this Roshan pit because they're like, hey, OG get Rosh, this game's lost, and the game just kind of falls away there. And there were other stuff, I think, before then that Thunder Awaken also didn't do that great, but that right there was like a just great example of, I think, where things kind of go wrong for Thunder Awaken, where they just over-prioritize the wrong objectives.
Okay.
Yeah, I completely agree. I was so upset because watching Thunder Awaken play makes you really root for them so hard. Like, you get excited for them. Like, oh my god, Pakaz is killing everyone. I just think my biggest criticism was their map control. They didn't seem to understand what objectives they were meant to take. Like you talked about, not controlling Rosh properly. As well, they used their first Aegis to continually push the tier 2 bot tower. That tower does not give you anything. It doesn't give you very much map control. You don't usually play around that area at that point of the game. They are also at that point too weak on most heroes to be diving. They do a good dive that's pretty decent. They get some kills, but the problem is they stick around, keep going, and OG, I think, played very passively, as they should. That's what their lineup does. They're looking for their timings, and they just punish these dives under their tier 2 towers, and that's how they kind of eke back into the game. And I think what Thunder Awaken probably needed as a change is like maybe look for an early gem to match your Roche timing, really just take away all vision from OG and like choke that map out and just out farm them to the point where you can be doing the dives without putting everyone's lives at danger.
All right, so it feels like Thunder Awaken, we've seen a few holes in their playstyle, at least how they play that middle game. When it comes to OG, what are you hoping that they change up, or do you feel that they actually played the map quite well and it was more down to a few heroes like the ALK support, perhaps, because we haven't talked about that yet?
Yeah, I think draft-wise, they set themselves up for a game where they're going to be on the back foot.
Yeah.
Maybe OG don't mind the position they were in, but for me, it's like, if they're in that position against a stronger team, or maybe, I mean, Thunder Awaken are a really good team, against a more experienced team, a more strategic one, they're going to lose those games. Like, I don't think this was a game that was in OG's control, per se. I think they were, basically, the game was a game where Thunder Awaken could make all the calls about how the game plays out, where the fights happen. They're always on OG's side of the map. And I just don't think that's a way. You can't have this playstyle and expect to go far at this major. You need to be the ones dictating tempo. Like, you know, that's what the top teams do. At LGD every single game, it feels like they're the one in the driver's seat.
Well, for now, OG were able to take game at #1, even though they were in the passenger's seat. We'll see after this break if they're going to come back taking full control of the wheel.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board. Dark light.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Dazzling no more. Monster kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Radiant's turret has been killed. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I've got a lone with me here representing Thunder as he is standing in for these guys, and he is going to give his best shot at making his Dota 2 dream team with just $15, man. So, okay, Carry, we're starting off with. How are you going to spend? What are you going to spend? Who are you picking?
I think the best card here is.
Oh, you hovered over Army.
Yeah, I was about to pick Ame, but I don't know. Well, yes, I got Ame.
Okay. So first one, $5 spent, $10 remaining for 4, mid next.
Yeah, I think Ame is very smart, so I like him. For the mid, there's not Alone or Dark Mouse, so maybe Alright, I got.
So,
Wow, it's so hard. Alright, maybe I got Queen.
okay. So you save some money there. Now you've only spent an extra $2. We're at 7. And you got 3 more you can choose from. Plenty of money. But why Quinn?
I don't know. I don't want to spend all on Nothing to Say, but I will pick Nothing to Say, to be honest.
Okay.
Alright, now for the off, I think 3-3 is very good.
Nice. So on that one, we spent 3 more. You're up at 10. You got $5 for 2 spots. That's pretty good. That's a lot of money left.
Not bad. Oh well, for sub support, I think Matt is very good, so I pick Matthew.
You got $3 left.
Right. Yeah. I think Ame with Panda. I don't know. Maybe because of the duel of Panda and Matthew, I will pick Panda. But for the lane with Ame, I'm gonna pick Dubu.
I like it. I like it. So you're going for the smart choice there. You've even got $1 left over. So if you've got $1 left over, you want to have a sub, stand-in player if needed. You can pick one for $1. Who would you choose?
$1? Maybe RTC.
Okay. Throwing a bit of RTZ in there as well. Now, if this team was to go to TI, where would they place?
Maybe 8.
8th? Okay.
Yeah.
That's respectable. You're being honest with that, you know? An 8th place for a new team, different languages being spoken as well. Who do you think would be the one that's going to be most successful?
Maybe they can get top 5, I think.
Oh, high praise, high praise. I like it. Well, Alone, thank you very much for choosing your dream team in there. That's another one done. Guys, what do you think of that? Alone believes making maybe a top 8, potentially top 5.
With so much practice, so much, they can do it.
So much practice. That's what's needed in Dota 2.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Hey, buddy! I said good day, sir!
It's game number 2 between OG and Tundra Awaken. We are still in group stages, but OG taking game number 1 means Tundra Awaken are going to have to bring their A game here, try and retaliate, as they are somewhat on the chopping block at the moment down there in the bottom areas of Group A. This is a bit of a do or die for them. I know draft has already started, but is there anything that you guys are really worried that they might fall into the trap of again in Tundra Awaken when it comes to heroes?
I like their drafts a lot. I thought it was just an execution problem for Thunder.
Yep.
They've clearly shown that they have the ability to beat OG. In fact, they were kind of stomping them a little bit. It's just, yeah, they need to just chill out.
Yeah.
You know, you don't need to go for a bot tier 2 tower. A lot of teams, usually you see them move from Roche to top, take that tier 2 tower, and then just keep some vision in the triangle. You're playing with a TA. You have trap vision. So if they can just focus on like cleaning things up, I think they're good.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to what they'll bring here in game 2 draft. OG themselves actually banned out the Timber, picking up Pango and Chen for their opening gods.
The Pango pick's kind of interesting. I wonder if it's a bit of a block pick because of how much Thunder Awaken have kind of gone to that for Sacred's offlane. In game 1, it was banned out. This game around, OG's like, okay, maybe they're going to pick Pango in this next pick and then ban out some of the annoying counters. So I think for OG, it's a bit of a different look as far as Chen Pango goes. They're generally playing Pango mid, but it can potentially also flex. So we'll see where it ends up.
Yeah, the Timber Saw ban makes sense to me. Like we said last game, Sacred will also first pick a Timber Saw. He's not afraid. So I think OG just respect that. They don't have first pick this game, so they ban it. Understandable. Viper is actually quite interesting to me because usually Panda really likes his Ogre Bane and Dazzle. Yep, thanks guys. But during Tour 3 he actually played a fair bit of Viper. I think he was like spamming Viper for a while. So is this his return to that, which is like a slight playstyle shift for the team if so?
I think similar to Peng, it's like the block pick idea where it's like, we know they're going to play this hero. It's, you know, it's Amar. He wants to play Viper. So we better take it away. And then OG's like, okay, we better take away the Pango. It seems like both teams have, you know, at least prepared for what their opponents are going to be picking and playing.
Thunder kind of really liked that Conquer in game 1, it appears, because they have picked it up for their second pick here in the opening phase.
Yep. I'm just thinking in my head right now, like, Thunder really like to win their lanes, and OG are probably going to pick Seb one of these weaker 5s again.
When you say weaker 5, you just mean a non-traditional.
Shaker, Alk, they're weak in lane.
Yeah.
Like,
their heroes that lose their lane a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Shaker, every single game I saw Shaker losing its lane.
Yeah. You have a Viper against something like this.
No, I know, but it's just funny. I
strong.
just love your bias against Shaker. It's so valid.
It's so horrible. I love it. Okay, like let me just give a little pitch. Okay.
All right.
Because I've watched him now play the Alk and the Shaker. He has a idea of tanking and being a hero that just is a body and is in the way.
But that's the late game, right?
No, it's all game. Because these heroes tank up really fast. Like when Alk is 6, the regen he gets from ult lets him like tank some of that stuff. Like in the bot fight last game, you saw that Picard spent his entire BKB in like 10 hits at least trying to kill Seb. Like the idea of his 5s are very good past the laning step.
I'm fine with that with Alk, but with Shaker, if you're like just being a body, that's not that to me is not how the hero should be played.
That's true.
You need to be sitting back, especially when he's rushing shard. The idea is that you sit back, use your fissure, and then chain stun people with the shard.
He was tanking some good ganks the last time I saw him play Shaker, which is like that body idea. It's just I think he can probably do better if he is counter-initiating a bit more and sitting behind the right people, because that's how Xingqiu made it shine. I really like it because Tiger usually plays as Chen, and he can go like greedy or more sacrificial if he wants to. I like Chen a lot. I just think the creeps are really good at giving vision on the map so you know where the enemy's playing, and he can be very aggressive in where he farms too. Sometimes like you move your carry or your offlane's very strong, you take the enemy safe lane tower and you try and play in the enemy's jungle, while Chen can still go back and play in his own jungle.
Hey guys, luckily you'd already talked about the Earthshaker because it comes out.
Hey.
I mean, you talked about it, right? You said the Chen can be a little bit more sacrificial. We talked about in game 1 that potentially Earthshaker is played in this way that Seb gets to be a little bit more greedier as a 5, and Tiger's the one that sacrifices his gold more.
We talked a lot about the hero does. I think also the one thing I'd touch on is there's certain heroes it plays well with, and Chen is one of those. They're just hero. It covers for the Chen's weaknesses. You bring a lot of disable. You've got a lot of summons and stuff that can kind of frontline scout out and basically set the Shaker up for success. Like Shaker has a much better game when you have Chen on the team. And typically also we've seen a lot of Shaker with these ranged cores. I'm curious what Amar is going to end up getting his hands on for OG. I think the key thing that we've seen a lot with Amar, if they can get a counter pick with his hero, they will always do that. They love to give him a favorable lane.
Okay, so then we're most likely going to see OG's carry come out for their last pick, which means if you're Thunder Awaken, what are you hoping to try and pick up here?
Okay, they'll pick, but I was thinking whether they wanted to put the Viper on 5 or off lane or not, because if Shaker is going to the safe lane, a Viper can destroy that lane. But they do have the option of kind of swapping, but it would kind of mess over Amar. This Pango could go mid. I don't know. They got a lot.
Yeah. I almost I feel like OG's done better when they last pick Amar's hero, or wait till they see his matchup. So yeah, they're going to do that again here, because I think the key thing is what Thunder Awaken did that was smart is by picking Snapfire here, they leave this question mark. Okay, is Monkey carry or is it going to be a 4 position again? So a Mark, if he can't pick his hero here, or he can, but he doesn't know what his lane matchup is going to be. And with OG having last pick, they're basically, it seems like every single time they can do this, they're going to wait till the enemy pick their carry, give Amar a counter pick. Thunder Awaken haven't shown their carry. OG's like, okay, fine, we'll just pick Jug, stable carry, doesn't have too many bad matchups, and then we'll give him our last pick.
Now, if you're on Thunder Awaken, you're going to be picking potentially carry as your last pick. Are you looking for something that's going to outscale Jug, something that can be more involved in team fights, or would you actually like to see the Monkey King as +1?
I think I want to see... So I'm assuming this is Sacred's snap again?
Yeah.
Went really well for them. They won the lane. I think you see Seb, Shaker, you're pretty confident your lane will go well again.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would like to see the Monkey on 4. I'm not sure what Pakaz is going to want to play. You could go to his comfort, the Morphling, potentially. Faceless Void is still in the pool. You have like really good synergy with the Kisses there, the Conquer. Like honestly, it's like dream. If they banned those two heroes, I wouldn't be surprised on OG. Otherwise, what could they do? Like, probably don't want to swing towards illusion heroes like TB and CK this game, just because you're playing against Pango and Shaker.
I agree with that. Yeah, I don't think you can go too greedy, and I don't think Pakaz wants to be greedy. He's this guy, like, he's had so many games where he's getting like 10, 15 kills a game. I think we'll get a lot of intel from these Thunder bans, because this is where you're basically, they have a carry in mind, and they're going to be asking, like, what do you want to ban in order to pick this hero?
All right, so Slardar, it's a melee hero.
Okay.
First of all, we figured that out.
Nice.
So it's not Morphling. it could be a Bloodseeker, maybe.
I was actually going to ask you about the Bloodseeker. It's something that gets involved in team fights, something that you guys feel is what he's going to want to go with this lineup and with how they play.
OG are reading the draft completely differently. They're banning Enigma.
They're saying Monkey carry.
Yeah.
I mean, Kunkka could also be a carry, but yeah, I'm expecting the Kunkka
true
to again.
too.
I think maybe they think this just because the Snap Monkey lane is not going to be too great into Jug. It's hard. You can kind of pressure him because the Scatter Blast, he can't just spin it off all the time. But obviously there's like a bit of kill threat there. If like this is kind of classic. If you get fissured in, you basically just tank a full spin. Yeah. The only saving grace is Snap can just cookie over it.
The last ban is the TA. They just don't want to give it again. He had a great performance on Pakaz last game.
Yeah, when I saw the Underlord ban, TA was what I was thinking, because they used the Underlord against TA when they played RNG. That was like, okay, I don't want to play TA. Have fun versing Underlord in lane and in the game.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Any other things that spring to mind then from these bans, even on the side of OG, not just Thunder Awaken?
I mean, OG's basically saying we don't know what hero's going what role, and it's going to be Carry Monkey.
I love that.
I have to use Tusk.
Oh, I do love a Tusk. And that's, yeah, so it's still off-lane Snap, right?
Unless it's offlane Viper, but
yeah,
it's not.
It's most likely.
I mean, it's possible.
Whatever, we'll wait.
Well, yeah, we can wait and see. But how do you like Tusk? I was going to say, how do you like Tusk into the lineup?
I love Tusk. I think Tusk is great because when you're playing against the Jug in lane, the snowball basically just gives you free safety. You just hit the snowball, bring your partner in, you wait out the spin, and it's all good.
And it also gives you a way to break the Blade Fury TP, which is, it's so annoying versus Jug, like mid to late game, you're winning, and it's just like cutting waves, spinning them down, having having one way to stop Blade Fury TP just feels so nice.
Just punch him in the nuts.
Wow, okay, OG gonna take Chaos Knight themselves. Yeah, it is off lane CK there. Still waiting a little bit more for Thunder Awaken, where they're gonna go. How are you liking the matchups, though?
I don't like the CK pick. I think they have really good ways to clear the illusions with the Conquer Cleave, Snapfire Kisses. If Viper puts his spit down and they control him all, he'll never be able to crit. It's probably just for the lane they want to try and kill a lot. Like, you can kill this Viper very easily in lane, and CK is very good at bridging that gap to just get him out of position and die.
And at least the last time they had the Earthshaker doing a safe lane. So if CK has a Chen down in his lane with some creeps, this looks like a tough time for Pandamu.
Okay. Well then, overall, though, you guys talked about lanes, matchups, but ultimately, who's going to be taking game 2?
Ooh.
I gotta feel like OG, like, even, like, I think the draft-wise it's fine for Thunder Awaken, but OG's just looked like the more solid team. I think BZM is set up to have a good time on his Pango. Like, the Kunkka versus Pango lane, he'll get his farm, and he's just, to me, looked like the better playmaker out of the two mid laners.
I like Pakaz on Monkey King. It reminds me of like Yatoro back in TI when he would be super duper active. Like, Pakaz is very good at making rotations and playing hard early. So I think if he can just take the energy from last game to this game, they could probably really run OG down.
Yeah, well, hopefully Thunder Awaken aren't too downtrodden after game 1 loss. Hopefully we can see Pakaz pop off again as we head into game 2 with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat and Trent. We're here again, game number 2. I always feel like after sort of a, I don't know, very emotionally charged game, like game number 1 that we had with the big black holes at the end, Picaz popping off, that it's hard to recover. You know, they're talking about being downtrodden. Do you think they got what it takes, though?
It's not hard if you won.
That's true.
That's for sure. Yeah. No, for Thunder Awaken, yeah. I think it is tough. It's very difficult. You come back in. They're going for an extremely similar strategy. Overall, across the board, I feel like it fits a similar flavor in terms of like the pacing you want to hit in the early game. One thing I would note, though, is I think it's harder for them to get objectives this game, and that was already something that they struggled with in the last match. So they really got to ensure that they're playing the important parts of the maps, and they're getting the involvement from the cores that they want to at that earlier part of the game.
Well, that'll be something to watch for if they can make that happen. But we're already into game number 2. Thunder Awaken, again, wanting to make sure they can move on in this group stage and have some solid positioning. And for OG, I think they're pretty sure they're still got a good shot at getting into that upper bracket if all the things break their way. A lot of craziness going on throughout these group stages, but it's something to watch for.
I went through their pile of notes this morning.
Oh, yeah.
At OG. I snuck into the team room.
Right.
Like we do as casters.
And then you brought it to Thunder
knowledge.
Awaken.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, I charged them for it. Thank you very much.
Gotcha.
And I went through their notes, and it said just win.
Okay.
So it turns out that's the best way to try and get to the upper bracket. So we'll see if they can continue that streak here from OGs. They're going to run through an observer ward here, placed early by Thunder Awaken.
Why did he smile?
I don't know. He instantly got dewarded.
Okay,
so
that's part of it.
if he was trying to do some big brain play, it didn't work.
30 seconds.
That's unfortunate. They have another ward here towards the mid, though, but the wrap. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Panda Moo, you're on the wrong side of the fissure, buckaroo. And they're going to give him some old high fives and eventually get the kill. Amar actually takes it. BZM looked like he was trying to secure it there, but, you know.
I'm thinking Alone probably bumped into Seb. That must be what the smile was.
Okay, gotcha.
That would make a lot of sense.
Well, heading off across the map to pick up the bounty runes, but First Blood, always nice to get that. Matthew also manages to find a little observer D ward there.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't kill it, actually. From OG, that's something we've been seeing a lot of, right? Where it looks like you got caught, right?
Report Amar. Yeah, I knew it. He tried to use it to secure First Blood. This is the thing, right? At the end of the day, these are teenagers. They're playing for a lot of money. They're really good at the game, but they're also kind of goons.
It's like they banned all my heroes, all right? You know, I think I deserve First Blood.
Exactly.
Is that so much to ask? If you're going to put me on CK.
Of all heroes.
It's an interesting one in the offlane. It just, it kind of gets the job done. It reminds me a lot of the Dragon Knight, you know, where you're just like, yeah, I'm a stun. I'm a body.
True.
I guess that's what I'm going to do this game.
Find some stuns, head on into the fray, and make some space. That way Seb can come on in for the cleanup because, you know, Chen a little bit less, you know, big ulti-centric compared to the Enigma black holes that we saw in the last game. So it's going to be up to Seb to, you know, put his old man hands together and make some plays.
Well, he's been loving the shake. We've seen some great moves from the Fisher with the shard, no doubt. Particularly yesterday in the matches versus RNG. Did an excellent job of utilizing that shard to its maximum potential, even when he's on the poorer end. So now he's just securing some last hits with the old Fisher here, too.
Getting some harassment out where he can as well. But yeah, stuff to watch for in the laning stage to see if maybe OG can have a slightly better go of it, because Thunder definitely really took it to him in that early going. You can see Sacred already 8-1 on his last inning versus 4-1 on the Jug. But already looking pretty good for Thunder Awaken in terms of the lane setups.
Looks familiar.
True.
Kind of what happened last game, and unfortunately not able to carry it all the way through. So we'll see how that pans out here this time. But the general game plan here for Thunder Awaken, again, very similar to the last match, where they're going to try and get across the map rather quickly. Picaz has a couple different options in terms of itemization for this hero. We've seen a lot of the Battle Fury, and that'll kind of be the question. Does he want to go for this Battle Fury build, or does he maybe try something a little bit faster? It's not to say that you can't really play active and involved with the Battle Fury, but I feel like there is these options at like the next level. As, yeah, that's
not
nice
the way it's supposed to go.
No, sometimes there's a bit of a backfire there. Speaking of reporting, I mean, I wouldn't surprise report Seb should be coming up next. Would also be great if it was BZM. You know?
Oh, of course, yeah. Now, I feel like once the game starts, things start to heat up a little bit in terms of the comms. But passes over a Tango is recompense, and this lane is something that they're going to need to be really worried about for a while, right? You've got so much like early fighting potential there with Matthew playing on this Tusk, which he has been really, really effective on for a while.
Especially if he hits 3 and decides to take the tag team with the help of the Snapfire, that can be pretty scary. You can get like right on top of each other.
But the rotation's over for the bounty runes, and in the mid lane, you know, more of the same, as Alone has been standing in and doing a really good job of playing with this team. Yuragi continuing to chase Sacred around, but won't go for the full spin down action here, it looks like, as Matthew makes the rotation over, and Seb, they do have the shards. The healing ward already down. Sacred thinking about going for more. Yuragi has a couple more punches to throw out there, but without the spin available, as he had already used it, there's no extra chance for a kill.
Yeah, lots of trades back and forth up top there, whereas down bottom, it's like Taiga's just doing his thing with the creep camps, and Pandamu not really able to exert that full dominance. He gets gone on here. Oh, look at that damage to the penitents.
God, the creeps, they just beat him down. Taiga finds the kill, trying to survive through this, but there's still punches coming out onto that Monkey King. And Taiga even getting the deny on his own creep afterwards. Yeah, he's been working on the Chen.
Yeah, dies in the first blow, then dies in lane on this Viper. Not what you want. Like, this is something that this team and Panda has just used for a very long time. Even last year, he was one of the first people who really tried to utilize this support position 5 to the maximum. And they would often draft it at the start of everything just to ensure that their opponents couldn't play Bristle when it was looking like a really strong hero at that particular meta. So he's well known for it. He used to like dominate some matchups in lane, but I think over time people have just realized, like, you know, just don't get right-clicked like 6 times. You know?
True.
Just control the waves, especially with a Chen. You have so many options that you can do between grabbing waves, grabbing creeps, getting buffs and debuffs that it's hard for Panda to dominate it. I mean, they're having fun.
They are. You can tell. Hey,
he
comes back for the high
Dude, don't die. Don't. Yuragi lets him go.
Listen, if Yuragi kills him, that's just bad manners.
Yeah, that's not acceptable.
Pakaz gets brought down. Amar finds the stun, and look at those creeps just running at you. You can't trade hits when Ice Armor's on him.
He's tipping the support Viper running away. It's like, yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's good. See, that's the big play. That's the big brain play. You tip the person, you start to try and create some frustration amongst the team. Alone goes right on in. Torrent afterwards able to correctly predict BZM's direction, and almost there on that other Tidebringer slap, but not quite.
Well, Matthew and Seb, they're at it again here. We do have a cookie follow-up after here, though.
Yep, and the tag team, Seb, he's in some trouble. Snowball, ooh, very nicely played. Couple more punches, the cookie dead.
Oh,
Matthew, oh, the body blocks from Sacred. Nicely done.
Man, that's even going to cost Yuragi if he wants to. Just bop him again, that close range scatter blast, but has to get to the wave first, of course, for some hits.
Oh, yeah. So 2 to 3. A good amount of skirmishes and action happening. Taiga's been doing a good job of holding down this bottom lane, and with the pendants coming out, they might find another avenue for a stun. Yuragi dies top, though, so both safe laners really getting bullied a little bit as Seb made the rotation down bottom. Can they find another? BZM pulled back in. Torrent's there. He misses, though, on one of the Tidebringer hits. Still trying to play Interrupt. You have to wonder if that Tidebringer would have connected. Would they be able to find the kill? BZM, in the meantime, he's trying to find an angle with this creep. Meanwhile, Amar finds the kill on a Pandamu down bottom.
We're just watching the wild world of driving in the mid lane here, it seems.
There's a lot of early action going on across all the different lanes.
Yeah, Seb's trying to give some space to Yuragi to get 6 up here, but now Pakaz, only level 4 on this monkey, by the way, is going to show up here with his level 7 offlaner, the double jumps.
Oh my god.
It's a hop, it's a skip, and it's a dump your body in the river. He sent back the fountain.
Dude, Yuragi is really not having the game that he wanted. 0-3 right now. And as you said, level 7 had already used kisses on Snapfire at 7 minutes in.
Yeah, he still has 40 seconds on TP right now in Jug, so yeah, he's got some time. Think about what happened here. Sacred rotates to the bottom lane, has the Soul Ring, but nothing else.
This is the highest level hero in the game. Sacred ahead of both of the mid laners. And with Matthew and Toe, the boat coming out, they're going to connect, kill off Taiga afterwards. Thunder Awaken are cooking.
Yeah, doing a great job. And you know, you were talking about Alone a little bit earlier, and this is exactly what Dark Mago does. So they really need this, you know?
Yeah.
It's really important to have that teamwork.
6-5. I mean, again, it's not a huge lead as you would anticipate, but the big problem is that Yuragi, he's queuing up a Midas again. He knows what he needs to go for. Has to play catch up eventually, but it's going to be a little bit.
It's also different in some other ways too, because like I talked earlier about how Thunder Awaken as they jump onto Seb here, and of course with that break being there, shorter stuns, it's still not short enough to get the kill though. But we talked about this idea of them having weaker push on Thunder Awaken. I think that is true. Like it's harder to get the objectives this time without the Templar Assassin, particularly that Roche. But at the same time, OG doesn't have that same global presence this time either. So it's not going to be as frustrating when you're trying to get this ball rolling and get into these objectives and like trying to force fights at towers without losing objectives across the map, thanks to there not being this Nature's Prophet and Boots Travel Invoker.
Right, and in a way it might be, you know, much more of a back and forth type of fight where there isn't that big, like, you know, engagement ending one with a black hole coming out. You know, Earthshaker can sometimes fulfill that role, but it takes a long time.
We're going to smoke him out here from that Shaker, as well as BZM. BZM, we cast a couple of Pango games from 9. Pango's been struggling.
Mar kisses afterwards, break, moves in, wants to finish him, and gets it close enough. So the Cookies won't be able to finish off Amar. Panamu trying to do it himself. Sacred will get the finish, but comes at a cost. And now Alone shows up afterwards, looks for the Torrent boat. It's not going to connect onto BZM, but it does give the rum over to Sacred. Cookie afterwards tries to get away, not quite able to escape, and BZM low, not quite dead, hides off through the trees, trying to run. Good fissure from Seb. Stops the action.
Wow, if they had gotten that kill, BZM, that would have been huge. Getting 2 cores for training their 2 supports, but in the end, able to escape there. And yeah, this is just something that I feel like we've seen the hero struggle a lot on Pangolier in the games we've been casting because of this inability to buy defensive items. Right? Every single time, it's the same thing. It's the defusal into the Blink Dagger, and then until they get anything else after that, it feels like if they just get stunned once, they can get blown up so quick. And with this Snapfire having such a good game, that's a real concern for BZM here.
Fissure, not used yet, Alone, in a little bit of trouble. Doesn't have boat for a bit. Matthew turns, Seb there. Alone.
Snowball, that was
and
perfect.
Sacred moving into position. That was exactly what they needed. X marks onto Amar afterwards. Seb trying to TP out, won't be able to.
This turned from a free kill onto Matthew into some danger here. He's got roll in 1.
Ooh, chase. And that's the roll around. Can they kill off the rest of them? BZM hoping to. Amar gets the stun from the low ground afterwards. Boat should be coming back off cooldown. A good 2-person stun, but the stomp to interrupt. And they do eventually bring down Sacred.
They have an X here.
Okay, the boat finally gonna land. Tries to tumble his way out there, but now Matthew, he's caught the penitence and the punches. This should not have gone back in.
I'm actually like, why do they keep walking into me? Just keep grabbing, I keep stunning. Everyone else is sort of fighting and dying. I'm just the stalwart force here, hoping I don't run out of mana. I feel like he cast Chaos Bolt like 4 times in the past minute. He's just sitting there, throwing them out. So, I mean, he's happy to contest. Unfortunately, does have max Chaos Strike, so it wasn't that useful in a lot of that engagement, thanks to the break.
And you can see right now, the plus definitely favoring OG. And I guess that's just anticipating the late game potential they're going to have. Right now, at the very least, Thunder Awaken definitely have the stronger fighting potential, but that might not matter if they can't take those objectives later.
Well, part of it to me is the Chen as well. Like, you see this Chen, he actually just passed Yuragi. Taiga, like, probably you see do the same thing where you can just get farmed so quickly on this hero, and it's also a hero that's very difficult to punish. Like, even you see Alone is so close to him, he's like, I can't take this guy.
No.
You know, I X this guy, and suddenly these stomps are coming out. He's got this big old horde of units here. They're just marching.
And this will help at the very least, but the glyph will come out now to try and stop that pressure onto the mid tower. Yuragi's still struggling to get towards the Midas, and as you said, sort of jockeying for position right now between him and Chen in terms of who's the most farmed. Thunder, at some point, are going to need to sort of try and take some extra aggro here.
I've been watching podcasts of me, been like, what's he gonna do? Like, you know, is it worth doing? Is like Battle Fury? Is that too greedy? And then he just queued it up.
Yep.
He went and clicked it. That golden glove. We love it here. It's a Midas meta at the Arlington Major. Every game's got a Midas for us, it seems, and well, this game's gonna have 2.
Not bad.
You know, Amar, he's still got that glove. You know, the armlet's still flying out. It's not too late. You could return it.
That's true.
Could send
Go
the
get
courier back home. You know what? But no, he'll take it. Gets completion there. So big damage boost now for Amar, especially again with the max out Chaos Strike. He is ready for the big deeps.
And do they want to go on him here? With the healing ward down, gets that killed first. Matthew, just kind of a bit of a psycho. Cookie to get away. Yuragi finally has the Midas. Does not manage to dig up a creep. But will finally start building back up some of his net worth. Although the X mark is there, not opting to go for the spin away. Feeling confident.
Classic OG, 2 hero smoke here.
Seb goes on down. So Thunder find themselves another kill while down bottom. They're making this movement.
Look at them running in half HP Yuragi. Oh no!
BZM.
Dude, he gets stunned on purpose.
And Sacred, he's out of there. BZM is going to pop the ulti, try and run him down. Sacred gives off his battle cry. Tries to get the cookie out. The boat is there, going to buy a little bit of extra time, but the stun interrupted it, so boat doesn't connect onto Amar. They have Wukong's command down as well as Mortimer's kisses. They do manage to cut the tree, but he will burn down in spite of that armlet.
Oh, Torrent catches as well.
Panda moves Sacred right on top. Omni Slash not doing a ton of damage to Sacred at all. They do drop that Echo Slam down. Only the Viper and the Snapfire so far. Can they get any more afterwards? Seb down. Can they kill him? Matthew going for a couple more punches. The Boundless Strike to interrupt, but these Chen creeps are really starting to do the damage. The Stomp is out. It connects. They find that kill too. 3 dead for 2.
Wait till you see this damage from Taiga this fight. If it all shows on the fight, he did 1,487 damage just at the end too. Like he was just penitent. Oh, you got 1,884. You got better numbers than I do. He was just penitencing constantly, sending these creeps. He did the most damage on his team.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, this is the danger of this hero, and you know why you can just run him at you. I mean, still you've got that sort of tricore of built-up like beefiness coming from Thunder Awaken, but the Chen is the difference maker.
Well, I mean, because he saw the light, and it's gonna be the lightning. He's gonna go for the Maelstrom instead of that Midas, because he's got to get rid of these creeps, right? Like, and try and clear these waves. It's the middle ground item between like combat and farming, like the Battle Fury, right?
Yeah.
And obviously Mjolnir is really strong here. So this fight starts out really well because they attempt to bait it from OG. This general idea of just like, okay, we're going to like smoke a couple heroes, make it less obvious, because they were running through vision that was here from Thunder Awaken. But again, just like game 1, Sacred is getting these long bomb snap kills that are very hard to deal with. Yeah, you mentioned the cut. That was huge too, because that could have like helped extend that fight a little bit further north. And then we watch Taiga, he just throws the pendants on, the creeps run over it, and watch Panda move. He just,
he gets demolished.
Just, like, completely gone.
Seb will get found here in the woods, taking a walk, gets brought down. And this sort of duality that we've been seeing of Thunder making a lot happen in the moments where there's a little bit of chaos, and when OG come together and sort of pick that target prioritization, they're the ones that are winning the fights, it feels like.
Yeah, and Seb may be going down here, but I will say as well, his Fisher is also partially why this has been working too, so credit there. Sacred, I feel like he really needs the shard. I think he has to go shard first before the BKB, because they still need to get it on this map. I don't think they can like rest on their laurels here.
Yeah. I will also, I want to give a shout out to Alone. Like, this is a hard Kunkka game. You've got Pango who can do the roll up eventually later on as well. Oh no, am I caster cursing? Oh, what have I done? I'm sorry. Alone, I'm sorry.
Shout outs to Alone.
I didn't mean it. Woo! God dang it. Oh. All right.
Shout out to the tier 1 tower mid. Oh, look at him go. Having a great game here shooting those projectiles. Yeah. And it's a hard game for the tier 1 tower because there are enemy heroes. But you know, he's been doing great for the last 17 minutes. Oh no!
I'll accept it. Oh no. 13-13, we'll just move on.
All right, sounds good.
OG, are they gonna go for Roche now? There is a lot of heroes nearby.
They're marching.
Thunder.
I think when Chen takes the creeps, they should get instruments, and they can be a marching band.
I like this.
Yeah, this is an Arcana. I mean, we all know Chen needs an Arcana. True. Because you're all going to vote for him next year because you're getting fed up. I get it.
Ooh, pings. They know. They are aware. Do the kisses start coming out? Makaz. They drop the Wukong's command, the jump right at the start. They find Yuragi. Good chunk of damage, Seb. He has an opportunity here, a moment, but Alone already in the pit, starting to walk forward. They try and get it, and he snaps the Aegis. Well played. Seb on the outskirts, but that Wukong's command doing a good chunk. He's able to survive. Oh, he eventually gets brought down. Yuragi also gonna eat the deck. Broken.
No!
It's still huge though.
Even with the break?
No, the dodge, dude. It was still so much damage. It didn't matter that the snowball dodged so much alone, living through it. Do they have enough? BZM triple kill, trying to survive. He has so much damage mitigation. Sacred turned upon with the lift up. The Chen, Taiga, it's him and Seb, him and BZM.
Oh, he wants
a couple more punches to disarm the ultra kill. BZM gets the rampage. Somehow, some way, OG come out on top.
Oh, Taiga just in the back, helping out the whole time. Doing some math here with the items on the ground, trying to make himself only log. And he gets even more heals for the next engagement now. And Thunder Awaken would look like a good start to the fight with the surround, like the perimeter that they managed to get there, but completely taken away by BZM, as you can see.
Dude, I mean, the snowball saved, but the Echo still got in there. Didn't matter, he was broken. It just was an absolute mess of a fight.
Having a hard time getting the damage from Pakaz as well, so you can see like he's waiting on the tree to hop in here for it, and they get the Roche, they get onto alone, like the damage, it comes from OG obviously, but just BZM just get through in this one too. DD rune throughout the engagement. Not able to get that much out of there for old Thunder Awaken. And yeah, even that Thunder attempt with the Echo Slam with the snowball save from Thunder Awakens there from Matthew, but just too good. BZM just slapping the whole fight. Not able to really lock him down and just try and focus this Pango. We talk about the weaknesses of the hero being kind of frail, but if you're able to just get through there being backed up by Taiga the entire time, you can see the strength.
Well, there's still been some action going on in the real world as the Rampage came out, but yeah, I mean, you're seeing sort of the problem, right? That snowball comes out just a couple seconds too late, and the damage came out from the Echo. Seb making the plays that he needed, and with, I mean, again, not a huge lead. It still feels like it could be anybody's game, but definitely a big win from OG in terms of the momentum of the game. At the very least for Thunder, they didn't manage to get that Aegis, which would have been a huge blow.
Yeah, OG looks scary enough. If they had a revive here, it would be even more dangerous, but certainly feeling in control. I think between this this Juggernaut and the CK, just, you know, once there's a BKB on Amari, you start to wonder, like, how are they going to deal with him at all? You know, and I think that's part of the worry here is, I'm not sure what the plan is here for Thunder Awaken. We don't really have these Scythe heroes again. It's going to take so long before you can get there, like alone, or kind of difficult to work that in for Makaz to gain control because he needs a BKB just to go with his massive amount of damage from the Mjolnir. It is some tough fights.
They don't want to give him that opportunity. Still no Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker, but he's the one that's leading the charge there with BZM. They find Pakaz, but he manages to jump out after.
Yeah, and again, with Shaker with the shard too, you don't necessarily need it early.
That full stack of Ancients also. Thank you so much, Thunder, for building this up for us.
Needed a few more neutrals out here, it seems.
Wow, and look at that. Overall, 38% win rate.
Yeah, it has not looked great, but this game for sure, you're seeing the strength. Especially where the fights have taken place too, right? It's fantastic rolling Thunders from BZM this game. And even without a Blink Dagger, yeah, that's actually kind of crazy.
True. Making the moves. That's what they need. And they're going to keep dodging these fights, it feels like, on Thunder Awaken, trying to play that push out the side lanes type of draft.
Part of it to me is that the support, not even the support duo, I guess like the roaming duo of the Tusk and the Snapfire.
Oh, that's a pretty good way to do it, but he gets the spin off.
And they're still Hand of God.
Yuragi.
And they're still Earthshaker.
Yeah.
But they're not coming.
They are going to Omni. Hand of God and the turn.
Oh, he's coming.
Trying to keep him away. The double stun. Seb right on top of a load. Echo drop for the Kunkka. They've got the answers. They will find Taiga. He's trying to get some separation as Panda will get ran down.
All right, so before that happened, what I was literally about to say was that part of the problem is that Thunder Awaken, we know they need to play very quickly, and this assassination squad of Tusk and Snapfire is struggling to get kills versus this, particularly the Jug and the CK, because you have to deal with the counter initiation of the CK and the global Hand of God. And well, there you go, it plays out, right? They try and go on the Jug. He's got the defensive mechanism of the Blade Fury being there, and so easy saves after with Seb TPing him to the outpost.
And he did do, I don't know if he was within range or just a little bit off, but didn't get the ghost ship into the torrent that can allow you. Otherwise, Jug gets a chance to get the spin off. But he probably would have Hand of God it and it wouldn't have mattered anyways. Regardless, another moment where the fights have to be absolutely perfect from Thunder. And if they're not, this OG draft punishes hard.
Part of it is that they have to find some way to force the Wukongs to be valuable. And that's very difficult. They're kind of just leaving the Wukongs right now as OG.
Yeah. Yeah, they just kind of walk away.
Yeah, it's sort of the same reason why the Chen looks so strong in the early games. They don't really have any sort of like AoE punish. Like you can get hit by like a torrent, or like maybe if the snap gets a shard, we'll have a little bit of something there to set this stuff up. But overall, it's been hard for them to punish multiple units.
The homies need a Gleipnir.
Now you're talking.
That's where we need to go. But they're still keeping that lead at about the same levels. You just know that at some point, OG, if they want to, can kind of push this tempo a little bit more. It's still 2 minutes until the next Roche is going to be able to respond. And Yuragi with that Sanj and Kaya now, or Sanj and Yasha rather, unlikely to be brought down that quickly. Up top, because they find him in the trees, hiding away, drops the Wukongs even. That was never going to work.
Well, you got a long respawn anyway, right? You know?
Sure, fair enough.
Give it a shot.
And with that, nice little window again opened up. And they're just going to keep this pressure on the mid, because why not? There's no Monkey King for 50.
Well, certainly forced into some unfortunate plays here for Thunder Awaken, trying to cut these waves, trying to push globally. But overall, it's the slow pinch here from OG as they start to squeeze you back to your high ground. Helped out by the Chen, helped out by the global disengage and save that they have. It's just hard to get on the map and try and make these plays right now.
Oh, yeah.
Particularly because Sacred just got the shard right now. So I guess that's a decent opportunity. They could try like a smoke play there. But right now, it's a double smoke after a loner. Oh, he's just shopping.
Oh, he's walking back the other way.
He went down to the grocery store. He needs the bread and the milk.
It's not going to come over his direction. Echo dropped afterwards. A little bit weird with the driving off BZM. He
got one of those wonky grocery carts.
That's true.
You know, it's tough
it always
sometimes.
tilts to the right.
It's got the one wheel.
Yeah,
you know?
spinning in a circle.
And I'm sure the next Rolling Thunder will be better.
It's fine. You get one.
Yeah, I mean, BKB, of course, you can't change stun permanently through that anyway. So if there's like, if you don't have the perfect amount of stuns to get through and you have to rely on the Rolling Thunder, that's going to happen anyway. You Pango players know what we're talking about.
It's frustrating.
They're all upset about it.
The lead just keeps on growing, though. And OG will play this stranglehold map position that we've seen so many times. And 20 seconds till Roche comes back up. I'm thinking this is going to be a quick one. A quick Roche spawn.
Ooh, America's favorite game?
That's right.
Okay. All right, how quick?
I'm saying 15 seconds.
I'm going to go with 36.
Okay.
Yeah.
We both are thinking it's quick.
It's quick. Quick Roche.
Absolutely. Sacred? Oh, wait. They're just going to go high. Maybe they don't care about Roche. I've seen this story before. It's going to be a 2-minute one. Or a little wrong. OG don't feel like they need it.
No, I don't think they do either. Again, the save, the backup, it's all there.
Got the heals, got the healing ward down. Alone moves on in. Matthew is there for the bounce, but just gets ran over.
Yeah, even the blink in from BZM here to start this off. They kind of commit a little hard there, but Kaz does as well.
Okay, goes for the backlines. That stun hits nobody. It didn't hit him. And now a 3-second stun pulls him out of the direction, pulls him out of the Wukong's command. And with the Omni Slash going, Yuragi will back up a little bit. Mortimer's Kiss is not doing enough. And Thunder, they've just about used it all.
Oh, that was
the
big.
spin going back and forth. Do they have enough? Can they kill off BZM? Alone trying to do the deeps, but he gets outside of the base. And still nobody dying from OG. They're so survivable. Incredibly tanky. They will buy back on the Tusk now.
Just this Vlad, this divine favor. Divine
it's so
indeed.
insane. And they move on in. BZM, good job with the roll-up. Pandamoo can't keep after them. As the snowball save will be there, onto the creeps, head back to the base. Sacred gets the blink out. Matthew chased back. They still have a buyback on Alone, but Sam! Oh, he did it to him. Oh, baby. Oh, baby, a triple.
Who needs a blink dagger? Run up the Fissure, hit yourself with a 4-staff there. Saying a Tiger. I can make some cool plays near the fountain, too.
Oh, that hurt. Oh,
yeah.
I felt that in my side.
Especially with how close Thunder Awaken were actually in a moment there. When they came high ground and they actually land that big boundless strike, they start dropping low. The Mjolnir starting to do a little bit of work. And you saw them lining up Sacred there for the big scatter blast, but it wasn't like quite back yet to continue the chain stun onto 4. And when you miss that moment, it's like trying to push trees versus Treant, With this Chen in here, look at their HP pools. You can see them all moving upward.
God. And then the stun pulls him back into the base, though, with the X.
The mechs just back up this fight so long.
Yeah, they can't. It's too tough. And OG, They want to end this one quickly. It is a early day with only 3 series and trying to finish this off alone. Again, stunned, wanting to Tidebringer the snowball onto the illusion. So that's going to buy him some time, but only enough time for BZM to go back in, back and forth on top of him. A double for Amar, and Thunder Awaken, though it was a valiant attempt, I don't think they've got what it takes in the end to hold off this aggression. They kill themselves another. Kunkka runs on in. Pakaz wanting one. He just wants to take down Seb, this dastardly Earthshaker. As BZM runs back through onto both. Monkey King is dead, and GG is going to get called. OG, another 2-0.
Yeah, leveling up even harder in game number 2. Particularly BZM. Fantastic Pango. Best Pango I've seen in the tournament so far. Just when his team needed him most, he kind of was the big initiator because they wind up going for this Chaos Knight for Amar this time. And so you don't have this more traditional initiating hero. And so he's kind of just at the will of his allies in terms of like where they want to engage, where they want to fight. BZM just let them set up so easily. Yeah,
and I think back to that like Roche fight again too, and how just like chaotic it got. And that was the moment where it felt like it could have gone either way. And you know, he came out on top.
Did
all
he
the
like
damage.
14,000 damage himself. The rest of the team was like tiny little bars.
Right.
He's like,
I know.
way up there.
They really took care of business. A really freaking solid series. I love seeing these two teams face off against each other. I hope we get to see more of it. But for now, at least, it's OG that come out atop again. 2-0 over Thunder Awaken.
There it is.
God, he's so good at his job. That's
So
right. OG. 2-0 over that Thunder Awaken. I think that's
No,
what
it's
called.
Thunder
Predator?
Thunder Predator, yeah.
Oh, wait.
Lightning Awaken?
It is OG taking game number 2 against Thunder Awaken. Thank you, Lyrical and Trent. You guys were amazing that series. But let's break down game 2 here. It didn't feel as in control for Thunder Awaken compared to game 1. Thunder Awaken had a lot of redeeming qualities. But here in game 2, even in the early phase, it felt very much like OG had more of the tempo setting.
Absolutely. The early fights were going OG's way this time around. The lanes, again, Thunder Awaken seems to be just beasts in the lanes. I mean, they kind of draft for it a bit, but I think some of their heroes, the Monkeys, the Snapfires. But the early team fights were actually being won by OG. I think particularly we saw around that bottom tier 1 tower. And it really was just execution, as well as to me, Tiger's Chen was just a beast, healing everybody up, microing his creeps. He was doing the most damage in some of those team fights.
The penitence, man.
Dude, the Chen was just amazing this game.
Like, heroes alive.
Tiger.
Yeah. There's also some misplays, like Sacred blinking in on his snap and dying.
There was definitely some of those fights where it just, and they would like catch someone with the Kunkka X and then miss the combos, like misexecution.
Does Snap miss her Q here?
What's
what? Scatter Blast? Because I was quite upset when he didn't die. Painful.
It wasn't a total miss. It did somewhat go into Tiger, but this, Roche fight was definitely really bad for Thunder Awaken. It was sort of that turning point, I felt, to really give OG the leadership.
Yes, I think this was a really good example of how Thunder needed to clean up last game when they were ahead. OG did a really great job of controlling the map. They had a bunch of lane wards predominantly that they were utilizing. They had one kind of at the entrance, like on the top lane, they had one at the entrance of the enemy's base, so they could see him leaving the base or maybe smoking. They had one at the top, so that if a hero was up there, they kind of saw the entrance to the jungle. If heroes were trying to go to the top side of the map, they were playing bot. After that Roche, we saw them just go siege bot tier 2 tower, take the outpost, control that area properly. They had a lane ward down there too. They basically just played really hard off vision, knowing where heroes were, and then they were so hard to kill, like Jug. You saw them try to kill the Jug, he just didn't die. And then by the time that his friends have just TP to the outpost and then reinitiate, and it's like too hard for Thunder Awaken to make any sort of play.
Yeah. The match MVP here, BZM, he was on that Pango, someone I wanted to bring up and have a talk about as well. He didn't have like a crazy great game 1 when it came to lanes, but ultimately BZM here coming out on top. He did so much for the team at Gods in game 2.
He was a beast. I totally agree with this. He was a pleasure to watch. The rampage around the Roshan pit. It was Sky Blast, you know, he dodged it. It was a dodge.
It was a dodge.
He dodged.
Matrix dodged that shit, bro.
Like, he knew it was a close range, so he just had to slightly, you know. But like, I think particularly those fights around. I mean, I mentioned how Tiger's Chen impact. I think he was the other guy in those big team fights who was just causing all that chaos. Big part, like it's hard to land spells on Pango some of the time. He's got all this mobility, all this kind of disruption when it comes to a team fight, and he made it really hard for Thunder Awaken to execute any kind of game plan or team fight in the early game.
I loved his movement, just always stopping everything. He was very active.
Do you feel there was any way for Thunder Awaken to be able to get back into it? I saw them, splitting on the map a whole lot. Was there a way in which they could have taken team fights or tried to take back some of that map?
I think they need to snowball more. Once you're behind, like with cores like Monkey, like they're playing Monkey Carry, like you can't afford to fall behind and then try and catch up. It was very much a, hey, we won our lanes, then they need to win those early fights. Like that bottom, I've mentioned like 2 or 3 times, that bottom tier fight, that was a winnable fight for them. And it's those moments where you can't afford to lose a single team fight against this OG draft, or they're going to just take over the map.
Yeah, there were some times I saw them like quite split on Thunder Awaken when they just need to group as 5 and go.
Ultimately, Thunder Awaken, there were some good plays from them. There are silver linings, but ultimately they fall 2-0 to OG. It is our first series for the day done and dusted. We will be back after a break with Boom and Aster.
Boom?
Boom?
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's ancient is under attack. Radiant's ancient is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Coming up next, Team Aster versus Boom Esports.
So I got Snake King with me here to join me for a bit of a getting to know moment. I'm new in the Dota world, but we're going to find out a little bit more about you and just how you came to be, how you came to sit in the seat you're in now, and be playing Dota 2 at the high level that you are. So what I do to start off with is go really far back, right?
Okay.
Growing up in your household, your family, your childhood, what was that like? What was the snaking life before you were snaking?
Yeah, growing up, I've always played games, a lot of games.
Nice.
I started with like PlayStation back in the old days where
PlayStation 1 we're
PlayStation
talking
1
about.
was
Yeah,
the original
yeah.
OG one, PlayStation 1, and because I grew up in China didn't have any Xboxes, so I was only familiar with the PlayStation. It wasn't until America that I experienced that there were other gaming stations.
Yeah.
I'd never even seen a Nintendo 64 or an Xbox before. I started playing Dota just from Warcraft 3. I was playing the original Warcraft Reign of Chaos, and back then Dota was very different. It only had I remember the original Dota had 1 lane, and it was maybe 14 heroes or something, and then it was a 3v3 game. It was not until Dota All-Stars that the game became a 3-lane, and there's a bunch more heroes, and the game kind of is what it is today.
Yeah.
And I remember the very first Dota All-Star hero I played was Faceless Void. It had a pretty deep impressions on me because I was actually playing well for the first time, and people were impressed, and they complimented me, and I just remembered it very fondly. It was quite the pleasant experience.
The positive reinforcement, right?
Yes.
For sure.
You gotta have those positive reinforcements.
Definitely.
That's just how life is.
Dota, right, is where it kind of captured your heart, captured your real competitive side of things. So I'm going to come on to Pod and Bottom, right? The team that you start off before we go to Dignita's side of things.
Would you consider this part where you were taking it more seriously, or was there before you'd already taken the decision to go more serious into it?
It wasn't too serious at first. I remember that when we formed the team, one tournament specifically, I think it was called R2DL. We beat the IG, which was like one of like the China's strongest team, and we ended up winning that tournament, and it gave us like a huge confident boost. And in that tournament, we also beat Navi with Dendi, who was like, it was after TI won, who had won TI, so it was like a very coveted thing to beat Navi back in the days. And that was like the moment I was like, we're actually good. We can go far. And like that's kind of when I took things a lot more seriously. Winning a really big championship is like, especially on LAN, is kind of what I'm looking for, and I just want to make it happen.
We're talking about a decade plus, right? Your first international was in 2013?
Yes, that was correct. I was still in high school. I was a senior, I remember. It was like kind of the first time I really had a huge crowd watching. I was just really nervous.
Of course.
And like being nervous is not good. I definitely was not the most emotionally stable, and I vented a lot of frustrations. My attitude wasn't the best. And these things are something I look back and I'm like, yeah, I haven't worked on and improved a lot, and something I'm still working on. Because there's like ever grinding, you know? You can never achieve perfection, but you can strive for it.
Did it feel like something that was natural to go join Navi in that sense?
Navi is a very coveted organization, and I was very happy to be a part of it. But it ended up being short term because we bombed out at TI, and then the team kind of crumbled afterwards.
You're studying in college is obviously very hard. What were you studying in college?
Computer science.
Ever a thought in your mind about, oh, maybe I need to not play anymore? Maybe I need to slow things down? It just kept happening.
It just kept happening. It was just like, I would just play for fun. And then it was not until I graduated when I went for, I think it was Team Freedom at the time.
Yeah.
When I went to try to play for the TI qualifiers, that's when I declined 3 job offers at a time after graduation.
Wow.
To try to play competitive for 1 year and see where to go. And we failed at Team Freedom, but the thing is, luckily, I was invited to join VGJ Storm, an organization. They paid me a salary and everything at the time, and it just kept me going. We qualified to the 8th International as VGJ Storm representing America, and that was the best result I've had, top 8, you know? And it was, I still remember, like, we lost to Team Secret 2-0. Very crushing defeat and experience because it's the first time I've had such a good team that we were able to go far, and I felt like we could have went even further if maybe a few things went our way, if I had played better. And you can't help but to have these thoughts, you know?
Of course, right? You do your own internal review of it, right?
I played for another year, and then I went to the 9th International as team forward. We ended up crushing our opponent in the finals 3-1. It was actually J-Storm. They rebranded, my old organization.
Nice bit of revenge.
Yeah. I get to go to the TI once again, which is like every Dota player's dream is to just go to TI and play. And hopefully you do well. But I didn't get complacent. I really wanted to win. And that year, we ended up also not doing too well. We got 9th to 12th. We lost to Infamous, the current Beast Coast. And they were a very good team. Like, this was when everyone had underestimated South America. They kind of proved the world, like, you know, South America is not to be, you know, laughed at. And they can put up a fight.
What do you make of where NA Dota is at right now?
I think NA Dota is currently in a really bad state. I think it just stems from the low player base. In Europe, there's like 10 times more games happening and 10 times the player base. And that just means there are gonna be way more good players in Europe, and then good players will foster great players. NA as a region as a whole right now just lack players. When I was finally given the opportunity after the pandemic to play for Tundra, I kind of, initially, it was another rocky start, but
Were you
this
surprised
team,
at this offer?
Yes.
Were you like, it was like out of nowhere for you?
Oh, the Tundra offer,
Yeah.
yeah, it was It was very random. I think it was 33 initially at the time. He told me that the Viver had left the team for whatever reason, and he offered me a slot. And I joined Tundra. Things just got better. We were able to improve, and we ended up winning some tournaments afterwards as well. So I was very happy with that.
Okay, so we got to this point now where it's Tundra, right? And now you're trying to make your mark. Will you say that this is your best team you've been on?
I think definitely. But even with that said, there's still a lot to improve because there's always this. There's always something you can do better, whether it's communication, whether it's gameplay, whether it's your attitude. There's a lot of things to make a team do well in a Dota setting, and a lot of it is outside of the game. Like there's like a lot of psychologies involved and a lot of like other things at work, maybe even dieting. I think a lot of these things are underrated. If you eat like crap, you're gonna play like crap.
But how long do you think you'll be playing Dota now going forward?
You just keep going and then see when it finally ends, see where this will take me. And I'm just letting Dota take the wheel right now.
I love it. Well, thank you very much for your time, man. It's an absolute pleasure getting to know you a bit more. Hope you had some fun on that one, and yeah, good luck throughout the rest of the tournament. Let's see if those goals come true.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. I'll see you guys next time.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Howdy everybody, it's another Arlington major day. We got some great, I can't do it, but
you gotta go way hard.
Today.
Howdy y'all! Welcome to Arlington!
I watched that Slack tutorial again last night and I tried, I still can't, but we have Aster versus
there's a tutorial?
Boom. There is, it's really good actually, it's hilarious, but you know, hi, I am Sajidine. We have Aster versus Boom. It's gonna be great, and I do have joining me today our absolute resident expert on Boom.
That's me. That's me.
That is she.
That's me. I watch their replays to fall asleep at night, just over and over again in my head. Jetboy Ember.
That good? I mean, okay.
That good.
That good.
That good.
Great. And then obviously, to balance things out, we need to have some big brains to talk about the Chinese Dota scene right here, and that is Lizard over on the other end.
Very respectable. What a guy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Well, okay, as we get ready to dive right in, because it's going to be going fast, getting ready for the draft here. I mean, I guess I'll start things off with Japoy, Yopaj, Lizard. What's the deal?
What's the deal?
Why would you ask him? This is so
I know, I did. I
That's
intro
so
you.
messed up.
Right? He's just another player, right? What is he for you, Sheepstick?
Uh-oh.
My idol, Japoy, Yo Paj, the Ember Spirit connoisseur. I mean, this guy, oh my god. We're looking at Aster, so I really think we should talk about them. But
I will talk about them when
Boom's on?
When Boom's
Okay,
on.
I'll tell you. I love Boom. I really love Boom. I think they play a playstyle that is a bit older. Right now, we're seeing a lot of like 3 carries type lineups, whereas Boom have always really excelled in the old style of like sacrificial off lane, going in with a stun. Oh shit, Boom's on the screen. Go, go!
Yeah, step aside when we're about to talk about Aster. Because Aster, they're the masters of pretty much everything right now. Aster, master, a lot of memes coming from the Chinese region, memes involving them never being able to compete internationally, but owning everyone at the regionals, something that made them a little bit infamous in the Chinese DPC. They're coming in strong. This major, they're actually proving everyone wrong. And
Yeah.
so far, they're on a really good run.
I mean, good run. They've pretty much locked themselves in for their group. They are guaranteed to be playing in the upper bracket. So as far as this match is concerned, it's just a bit of a... I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say
practice.
I'm sure it's fun. I'm sure it's flex, but I mean, for Boom, it's an absolutely important match for them. Every win still counts, and I don't think Aster is going to make it easy for them just because they've already qualified for the next playoffs.
I really want to dig into Boom and talking more about them, but like Baboka Earthspirit is on my screen right now. How hype is that? He's played it one other time this tournament already. He doesn't get better than this when you see that hero on the screen.
So you want to jump straight into the draft?
I mean,
tell me about the Earth Spirit Baboka.
The Earthspirit Baboka? It's Baboka's Earthspirit, the spirit of Earth Baboka. It's, I mean, the guy's a beast on the hero. He'll hit the rolls. He'll make the plays. I think I might have watched the last game he played, and he was setting up just everything. I think he had like a 90% roll hit rate or something. This dude was just everywhere on the map. Like, I feel very confident in like Aster's ability to set up any move when they have it, and I think it's so good against Jog. It might have been his Earthspirit or someone else's, but the silence, you get the early point and you're able to kill Jog very easily. You can like, even in laning, like you want to force him out the safe lane, and you can do that with like a carry rotation or a mid rotation plus the early silence point on Earthspirit. Roll in, he's dead.
At the same time, Jug hasn't been picked for nothing, right? For no reason. He's been picked because there's magic immunity built in, which is eventually good versus the Earth Spirit, and you have a way of dealing with the eggs. So the moment I see Earth Spirit and Phoenix on one team, I know that I'll have to buy BKBs on every single core as soon as possible, right?
Yeah.
Or I'll need heroes that have built-in BKBs, which is where Jug comes into play, right? What about the Wyvern? We have an ice bird on the other, a fiery burb on the other. Which one do we
Fire
prefer?
and Ice.
I like Phoenix a lot. I think Wyvern was picked a lot throughout the Tour 3. Just as, not like a high priority 5 support, but she was often just picked because naturally she's been good against this zoo meta everyone's been doing and dealing with all the physical damage there. Phoenix actually started getting picked up a little bit towards the tail end into like Riyadh Masters. Aster is one of the Chinese teams that was playing it. It's looking like a nice hero. I think I've enjoyed it personally as a response to a hero like Razor, because you can help deal with the static link early on, but 5 pick, did they have first pick? Oh no, they picked in response to Wyvern. I do like that too.
Yeah,
there's just a lot of magic damage.
Boom had first pick for this one, but yeah, I mean, obviously the heal is still like it's just such a popular. You gotta have heals right now with how everybody wants to fight fast, fight hard, and I mean, not surprising. So another not surprising move here on the side of Boom though is banning out that Pudge.
It's something that Aster really loves to play, but they're just so versatile. Like when you look at this team, I feel that all the Chinese teams have the biggest variety of bans used against them. Like every team has their own idea what to ban. Like versus Aster, it's most of the time some Razor in the first stage, and then afterwards you just have to ban out what's good against you, because these guys will play anything.
Yeah.
Like, when you just think about the offlane on Aster, right? Like, he's been voted the MVP of the whole Chinese region, and for a reason. Like whatever he plays, he performs on. Do you want 33 kind of micro heroes, your beasts, your visages? He can do it. Do you want your Legion commanders and Centaurs? He can do it. I don't think he can play Meepo as well as Sheepstick, but...
What can you do? Or Lizard.
Right.
Yeah, but-
That's my senpai right there.
But I love this. I love this chemistry, by the way.
So another thing that,
You're my idol, Lizard.
that's standing out to me here, and this is like for the side that Aster has banned, is they've banned out a Mirana.
Okay,
Because
I got lots to say.
I absolutely, I know that. I'm setting you up for this because Mirana is not a hero you'd never like normally see just get banned out, picked even, but boom.
Tell us, Sheep.
Okay, so very quickly, just to go back to you, very quickly. LGD actually said that in their game plan against Aster, they targeted XXS. So what you say is all super legit. Like, that guy is a beast. Anyway, boom. These guys have a very... when you look at the top of their peak performance, they have a smaller hero pool. You see Yopaj's Ember Spirit, gone. You see the Tim's Mirana, gone. He played it for the first time in this tournament yesterday. It was the hero's first pickup. He performs very well because FBZ tends to enjoy these stunning offlaners, so they synergize quite well in lane together. The Pango also gone. That's another one that FBZ is fantastic at. Yopaj started playing with it around Tour 3 at the beginning, but it usually didn't go very well. I don't... to flame a little, I don't think he's that good at the Pango, and I usually heavily prefer it on FBZ. He is so familiar with Pango, his ability to push the hero to the limit is like insane. So all these bans are very tailored to like Boom's best. And they will give FBZ his Mars in response. That's whew.
Mars and Snapfire as well. And I think
Yeah.
this is the problem that you have with banning out the Mirana. Yeah, definitely it's Boom's one of their go-to heroes, right? At the same time, Mirana is really good versus Phoenix. That's it's a little bit of both, right?
True, yeah.
So you're banning out that, but you're still leaving some hero that might even be better and synergizes very well with the Mars, and that's the Snapfire. Now you have a ton of magic damage, a ton of teamfight potential coming from Boom. A little bit telegraphed, right? The moment you see the Snapfire missing has that 6, you can expect the rotation to come with the arena, but it still works.
Yeah.
It's simple and it works. Why not go for it? Meanwhile, the Death Prophet on Aster, like, their teamfight is just as strong. I'm going to enjoy these. And the Void, okay, like this is going to be...
This is very big.
Yeah.
Love those two together.
So Boom, their way of playing, like their playstyle, is not this greedier Mars that goes like an armlet. The way you saw Collapse playing it, like TI for example, he buys a blink. Like the whole game plan of Boom is they bring their supports mid as much as possible for runes to secure them for Yopaj, and then FBZ will farm up a blink dagger and then just connect with Yopaj, and then they will just make plays and run at you. So you can see if there's a lot of playmakers on the team, sometimes they'll also like split their heroes across the map. You might see the Mars Snapfire running at someone top. You might see Yopaj plus the support running at someone bot. They are very good at making plays. This is what this team does. If you shut that down, they crumble a little bit.
And you can shut it down by constantly being able to fight with your heroes, right? Like your Void with the Chrono, or the Death Prophet with her ulti, or the Phoenix and Earth Spirit. Like, there's just so many combos that work for them and that can net them either objectives or kills. The only problem is the downtime. Like, what happens once they use these spells? If you think about it, Boom probably is a little bit faster, a little bit more mobile when it comes to their spells and their usages right early on. Both of these teams, do we expect this to be XXS Death Prophet?
I hope so. I really love the offlane DPs. They seem so like strong just in terms of like their trading's really good. You bring like your mid hero to her lane and then take the tower. Obviously a mid DP can make the same rotation, but it's easier when she's just there and you have like maybe a better mid that can TP react, because Boom are gonna try and look for dives and kills. So when you have like Puck, or I know Puck's banned, but like a hero like Puck that can TP in and like have that mobility, it's nice. Or like the Void Spirit, something with catch. I really like that for mid.
I mean, as far as like mobility is, I mean, we're kind of seeing that already on the side of Aster with the Phoenix, the Earth Spirit, even Faceless Void, right, being able to jump in.
Yeah.
Not so much on the side of Boom as far as that initiation factor is concerned. Is that something that they'd want to kind of keep in mind? I mean, we're noticing a lot
That's something that I completely agree with you, and I feel the same way. Meanwhile, Aster isn't like they aren't thinking the same way we are. They obviously banned the Beastmaster just now.
Something to be wary of, I guess.
They're
Oh, of course, it could be a mid. It could be a mid Snapfire. Maybe they
Mid-snap?
move around. I don't know what they want to do.
That's something that Aster is very well aware of.
Yeah.
They're expecting either the Wyvern or the Snap, maybe even the Mars to be mid. I'm not sure, but they're expecting one of these three guys. They just banned out 2 offlaners.
Yeah, I totally blanked on the fact. I don't know why. It's like my favorite thing through Tour 3, but Yopaj has an absolutely beastly Snapfire mid. It goes like the booster trap. I mean, they might just pick his hero here, but oh, a Coddle.
Wow.
Is that mid? Is that Scam?
It could be Scam. I really
that's
love it
more.
when Scam plays. I mean, they have a Wyvern too, though. What's happening?
It's all mind games right now.
Yeah, I love when Scam plays Coddle and he will run to mid and like play with Yopaj like a lot, like hardcore.
They did that a lot when Yopaj was playing these Embers and Storms.
Yeah.
Like you come in, you just give him mana. You just feed that boy mana, like baby his milk.
Baby his milk. I love that.
Constantly destroying, yeah.
It's. I'm just I'm only confused because I haven't seen Yopaj playing, like Wyvern and Coddle and Mars.
I usually, whenever I see Yopaj, I imagine Windranger, Ember, Storm, you know, these kind of heroes.
His Invoker too was like back in Singapore Major. That was a big one.
Yeah, this is a different approach now, but it can work. From Aster, I would like to see DP on offlane now and any sort of a playmaker mid. It is a bit difficult because you have to imagine you're playing into a Coddle. You don't want to be suffering those blasts to the face. But they just go with
There's the range.
Yeah, they just go with the catch. It's good. Like you have Snapfire, you have Coddle, you have Winter Wyvern. Those 3 heroes are very susceptible to these backline jumpers, and Void Spirit makes a lot of sense.
You have that paired with an Earth Spirit on Baboka, no less.
Well, look at
and
that
this
win
is pretty terrifying.
Well, what's that?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean,
that's awful.
Don't let those numbers fool you, I suppose.
It's fine. It's
right.
fine.
It's no big deal. It's no big deal. I mean,
So is Yopaj Coddle?
Are we feeling comfortable then with the lineup that Aster has here? I feel like that's where I'm putting my money in.
I like both drafts. I think that Aster with the Void Spirit kind of alleviated their problem they had with long cooldowns. Now they can play all the time as well. They have this playmaker. But I don't mind Boom's draft too.
Yeah.
I still think that even though Void Spirit is 35%, Shaker was 0% before PSG.LGD.
Right.
So.
True, yeah.
Well, with that, it's literally anybody's game for game number 1 here with a Boom versus Aster to bring you all of the fun. You all get the pleasure to listen to Sunsfan and Jenkins.
Yeah, sorry about that, everybody. Sunsfan here with Jenkins, Stream A. Seems we've been demoted from Stream B, unfortunately.
How that happens. I think it was Lyrical forgetting the team that he had just
Lyrical was fired after that just terrible screw-up at the end of game number 2. But we have an interesting matchup here, Boom versus Aster. Aster, obviously, they've secured themselves upper bracket already.
Yeah.
But there's still a lot to play for because the position does matter within the top 4. Boom, they're right on the cusp. They're tied with a bunch of teams, including EG, at 6 and 6. So, I mean, these are probably a little bit more important for Boom, but it's not like Aster's going to take it easy.
Yeah, I mean, Boom's score looks a little like middle of the pack, but they've won to like almost everybody. So
they always tell me to put this behind. It just doesn't. It just doesn't happen. Go ahead, Jenkins. Sorry about that.
Right, Boom has 1-1. Boom has 1-1 almost everybody. Can you hear that in my voice that you're slapping?
Not really, actually.
Because I feel like
I do it a little harder.
For me, it's reverberating, but maybe that's just my internal kind of voice. Going on there. Who are we casting again?
Boom versus Aster.
That's right. Boom versus Aster. Lots of big team fighting on both sides this time, which is what I'm excited about. Can't wait to see the Phoenix Void combo again. That was an old classic a few metas ago.
Sorry, which classic?
The Phoenix Void.
Oh, okay.
The Egg Chrono. The double bubble, if you will.
That is a double bubble. The old EG strat, if you want to call it that. Of course, it was more black hole chrono, I guess, than anything. But yeah, do you like any particular lineup? Do they speak to you in any capacity, Mr. Jenkins?
I think Booms definitely speaks to me. It's a pretty nice Jug game, and early phase Jug. It's a hero that's been moving up in the pick order.
Yep.
It's looked very good with this, what looked to be strange at the start of the tournament, Midas build, also sometimes
skipping the crit and going for only 1 point in crit, going for stats, playing off of just being tanky
30 seconds
and
to go.
the Ag Shard and magic damage coming from the Blade Fury. Yeah, I think it's other than of course the Faceless Void, which is fantastic against Jug, which was a late pick. It's a really solid Jug game. Killed the Phoenix Egg, lots of really good team fight between Mars, Wyvern, and Snapfire. But Aster, I mean, they also have extremely solid team fight. I think if the game goes very late, Aster is definitely pleased.
Yeah, I mean, Faceless Void. Do you get any more of a hard carry than that?
The battle begins.
Maybe a Terrorblade? I don't know, actually. Faceless Void,
know.
the Chrono is, it's almost like that black hole, except it's on a carry,
Yeah,
right?
you just kind of pause time and you can kill. You pick one guy and you kill them, and you can.
By then you have a refresher probably and all that good stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't. It feels like with Faceless Void late game, it's really about, like, for Boom, there are other heroes in disabling the Void so that he can't get the Chrono off. And then Juggernaut maybe doesn't look so rough into the Faceless Void. But, like, 1-to-1, yeah, Void is going to beat almost any carry because you just pause them and then kill them in the pause, essentially.
As we can see, XXS. One of the worst names to pronounce, actually, I have to say. Very difficult in team fights. He's going to take a full Blade Fury here from Jackie, along with the Arctic Burn coming out from Skem. But not enough to find themselves a kill. I mean, in this lane, do you expect Jackie to get relatively free farm? I would assume Boboka at some point will have to leave to attempt to gank mid, which we'll talk about in just a minute. Is this a good Jug lane?
It's all right. I mean, you can maybe man up and kill a Death Prophet. XXS started with the Salve, knowing that this like spin combo was going to happen eventually. But DB is a really fast hero, 325 base move speed. Once she gets boots, plus maybe a Windlace, it is hard to connect a Jug spin onto her. It's kind of like a skill lane. I think in a totally passive lane, XXS will outperform.
Blade Fury again. Bunch of regen already been used from XXS. But again, will survive as the regen's starting to get low now. Only one tango on him and one gifted via Boboka. Jackie off to, I mean, in terms of CS, not the greatest start, but they are doing a lot of damage to this Aster lineup in the bot lane.
Yeah, he's sacking CS to get some harass, which I think is what you need to do against Death Prophet, for sure.
And mid lane is something we haven't really talked about, but Yopaj versus Ori. Coddle versus the Void Spirit. Void Spirit not really that popular anymore. He's kind of dropped off. But how does this lane work for him? Because I feel like Coddle just won't really take... He's just going to push out the lanes like he usually does. It would require a gank from likely Boboka to try to take him out. But he's still so far back in the lane. It's just a difficult hero to gank.
Yeah, I mean, the saving grace is that when Void does hit level 6, it's one of the few heroes that can jump a Coddle that's good. I mean, like a hero like Storm could do it, but Storm is just not super popular in this patch. Void is a little bit more so. So with the rotation, they can definitely kill the Coddle, but up until that point, I feel like Coddle should outfarm almost anything mid. So it just depends on the rotations and how far ahead Coddle can get by the point Void Spirit gets level 6.
Right. And for the laning stage, Monet, 16-3 for the CS. You can see versus the Jug on the other side of the map, 10-2. So a little bit better here from Aster as XXS. Just turning it around a bit with his Spirit Siphon. So he's been living on pretty low HP this entire laning stage, it feels. And I'm sure he's had to spend plenty on regeneration.
Yeah, he went for a Bracer on Death Prophet, which is not super common. A lot of the time you'll see double null, but in this lane, it does kind of feel like there is a certain threshold where Jug Spin's going to do a certain amount of damage, and like in the Wyvern Slow as well, where if you just have enough HP, you're not going to die to the spin, and then you can slowly regen up when the spin is on cooldown. So I like the idea of going some stat items for XXS.
And Skem getting chased off by Boboka right now. And I actually do miss Earth Spirit quite a bit. We don't get to see him all too often. We're seeing repeated high fives between them. A lot of respect between these teams, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm just making that up, but it's probably true.
It's a handshake if you're repeatedly high-fiving.
That's not really true.
Yeah, well,
repeated high five. I mean, if you hold the high five, then that's just caressing the hand. A handshake is its own thing.
Which would be the utmost respect.
Yes, remember, we're on Stream A, so maybe not best to go off on these tangents again.
That's right.
Okay?
We'll get back to the game.
We've been downgraded to Stream A, unfortunately. Stream B was a real safe haven for us D-gens out there. As you can see, Siamese Cat on the Phoenix. Pretty much out of mana right now, but Monet looks like he's going to do... He's going to get off a time dilation, but Siamese, he's going to end up dodging that rebuke from FBZ. But still, Monet very happy with his CS right now. And the question is, will they be able to force him out of lane? Because this is one thing about Void. Depending on what lane you're going against, you kind of... He's not the greatest laner. I mean, he's gotten better with time dilation and whatnot, but sometimes you just have to force him into the jungle. And the question is, do they have that capabilities on the side of Boom?
I think Mars is pretty good at forcing a Void out of lane. Ooh, that's a nice... Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Death Prophet versus Jug is you're just such a fast hero, and you've got this incredible attack range. It's actually really easy to kill the healing ward. As long as you don't feed on Death Prophet in that lane, it's a pretty free one. Which is exactly why Boom was trying to be so aggressive on him early, is they realized that they wanted to, like, punish him while he's still slow, without those boots.
And Yopaj doing extremely well, as we've seen so many times from the Coddle. Yep. Looks like they're going to get the first blood, does Ori, so the first rotation coming from him is successful, taking out Tim's on that Snapfire. I mean, that's the one thing. Yopaj, I would assume, yeah, going for a really quick boots of travel, so I feel like this is a bit cookie cutter. I mean, we did see literally one branch, I should say, into boots of travel the other day.
I started with brown boots, too, on Zai.
Yeah.
Off lane, of course, so I think you have... It makes more sense on off lane because you're getting less farm. So
it makes more sense on
I think so, yeah. Like, absolutely rushing it. Because mid, you can go for these like small stat items, still get enough CS because you're getting the easy camp as well. And a full lane of XP, which means you have higher levels in the Coddle Blast. Like, you're going to obviously farm faster as a mid lane Coddle. So you can go for some of these smaller items because you want the boots of travel as early as possible because it means that he could respond to that rotation top if he had the boots of travel. But he doesn't have the timing yet.
I mean, it was relatively close. It was like 300 off at the time, but it's now being delivered to him, so we'll see how much, how active he's going to want to be here. But obviously, Ori off to a pretty damn good start. Top net worth thanks to that first blood. And looks like he's working on a Spirit Vessel next for Yopaj, and Ori in the meantime. All right, we're going to see the Yules. Obviously, we haven't gotten to cast a lot of SEA or China. It's been mostly NAEU, but Yules has kind of fallen off in favor for Void Spirits in this last DPC season, it feels like, from the games that we've watched.
It has. It's been like mostly Ethereal Blade and just trying to burst people. But I do feel like Yules gives you a better ability to jump heroes. And in this game, for Boom, there's Snapfire, Wyvern, and Coddle that are all heroes that you really want to jump in the back lines of fights. So it does feel like Yules is the right move. We will see if he actually completes it. There's been a lot of players queuing something up and then, you know, entirely changing it because the game just, it looks better to get another item, but I do think Yules makes sense. The more jump, the better.
Great setup for his own Remnant. And in terms of dispels, not that many, I guess, but it is a good save for himself as well. I mean, just getting that extra second or two of invulnerability, usually enough time to get something else off cooldown like his ult or the Dissimulate itself. He's going to be taking out this wave now and see if he tries to rotate a bit. Because other than that first blood, we haven't really seen a whole lot of fighting, really. Like some harassment in the bot lane, but they kind of gave up on the Blade Fury attempt on the DP since she was surviving repeatedly.
Yeah, once she's got that move speed, there's just very little way to do that. Oh, miss.
Scab. Yeah, he's going to get caught out. That looks to be an easy one for Aster again, so up 2-0. And I think Yopaj was waiting for, we keep saying he's waiting for something, but I think the urn, getting those early charges is going to be pretty important. I think that's being delivered now. So we'll see if that is the time in which he wants to. I mean, he could just be fine farming as well, because he does farm so much faster than anybody.
I think it's more so he's waiting for FBC to get level 6.
Okay.
Because I think without the arena, rotating top is a bit scuffed. He's so close to, he's trying to get this one creep.
Yep. He's not going to find it quite yet.
There, they got it.
And there we go. So they tried to set up a little gank there with that cookie, but not really materializing.
Yeah, they wanted to do the thing where you get you're level 5, and then you get level 6 like off the creep as the initiation is happening.
Right.
It's a really good way to catch people off guard, but unfortunately it didn't work out there.
So Yopaj back into the mid lane again. So again, back to the farm between the position ones. In terms of net worth, 3,800. Oh, bottom lane. Ori and company, you can see the first exorcism of the game will result on a big kill onto Jackie. FBZ waiting in the trees with his arena. The question is, does Aster want to continue on here? Baboka runs right into FBZ. There's the arena, but it is just for the support Earth Spirit. But either way, first kill for Boom on the board. Obviously not a great trade in the end for that Juggernaut, who is kind of middle of the pack on farm right now, about 500 net worth behind the Faceless Void.
Middle tower is under attack.
I think ideally, if you're making that trade there, if your Mars is coming bot, like all three cores technically were on the bot lane, you would ideally get the kill on XXS or Ori. It's just Ori's a lot harder of a kill. But yeah, unfortunately, great positioning from Baboka. Very fortunate for Aster, and just good play all around.
Yeah, how do they kill the Void?
Top lane.
Ori, meaning. That's top lane, yep. Looks like Snapfire's going to take a tumble here. Just outnumbered. Yopaj does come, though. Gets off the Solar Bind, and he's going to bring Baboka back into his arms. But Baboka, oh, he's going to dodge the Illuminate just barely, and the Urn Charge is not going to be enough to drop him, so not able to get any sort of a trade there. But, I mean, looking at the lineup of Boom, how do they kill Ori? Feels like a very difficult game or very difficult kill for the most part throughout the entirety of the game. I mean, Curse is the big one, I guess, but they don't have that much lockdown, really.
They need to connect a Spear on him, like Spear into Arena, which obviously is a lot easier with the Blink Dagger, which FPC is not really close to. They can set that up with a nice cookie, but I think they have to get kind of lucky for that. The Curse is probably the most guaranteed thing, is cursing into Arena and then Spear.
Yeah.
Honestly, I kind of feel like up until the point that FBZ has his Blink, they're probably just going to ignore Monet's existence. That's just the state of the game. It's not, you know, it's not that big of a deal to do that. It's not like a Void flash farms that fast anyway. I think they're more than happy waiting for the Blink Dagger. Also, maybe an Orchid on Caudle at some point. He's very farmed, almost as the Vessel. We'll see what his next item choice is.
Yep, getting that Orchid with, I mean, the Yules from Ori is going to dispel that, so that's already a counter. But Monet, obviously the BKB at some point will be wanted. We'll see how greedy he wants to be. Starting out with the Maelstrom for Monet, about 600 away from that as FBZ is smoked, and they're looking for a kill. And it looks like Siamese Cat is who they might have to settle for, and they'll find it. Nice little fried chicken for Boom.
They had to kill him. He was just holding the top lane. With Phoenix, it's so easy to just sit there and fire spirits out the wave. If he's sitting in trees, it feels impossible to take the tower. Even with a bunch of heroes, it's not easy to sit there and tank the tower. So yeah, you got to commit stuff for the Phoenix. But Aster, they want to get a trade for this.
Yep, Monet leading the charge with this smoke. They're going to run into Skem, doing a nice job of breaking said smoke. See if he ends up being the sacrifice. Aether Remnant will cancel the TP, so that'll be an easy one for Aster, but Boom, obviously...
neutral creep got him.
Oh, okay.
All right, Tomato.
That's really unfortunate.
Yeah.
Tomato. I mean, that is he's pretty ripped, so it makes sense that he'd be able to do that.
That's right.
Or the Pine Cones, maybe not so much.
No, they're quite pathetic.
So yeah, that's pretty much best case scenario for Boom. They put... I mean, we haven't seen a Chronosphere yet, and that was going to be the first one, but basically tanking the gank by the neutrals.
Yeah.
Siamese Cat is going to dive to the other side. Yopaj is so fast with these boots of travel. Illuminate's going to connect. Tim's with the Scatter Blast, but the egg comes out, and that's going to force Boom to kind of sidestep Baboka there. And they're actually going to find the kill thanks to Tim's and that little Shredder. He's going to get the Scatter Blast onto XXS, who's continuing on here, but it looks like this might have to be the sacrifice. Even a Magnetize is expended from Aster. It ends up being a 1-for-1 for the supports apiece.
Pretty low commitment from Boom, though. That's 3 Aster heroes down bot, and they also commit egg for that, which means they're not going to have it for the next fight. To be fair, it really depends on if Monet wants to get involved, whether or not the egg is going to be useful in these fights, because he can chrono the egg, and if you're not chronoing the egg, we saw what happened with the little Shredder against the egg. It's a pretty good counter.
Yeah. Yopaj TPing out. Exorcism is actually going to be popped here, even though there's not going to be a defense mounted from Boom. So Tier 1 should go the way of Aster. Monet. So he has Maelstrom. He got a casual Gloves of Haste, which would assume is going to be a Midas. He's been seeing so often. But he actually has Shard queued up. We'll see if he ends up going for that in the end.
Queued up the BKB too.
So is it just the casual Gloves. I mean, this could be a bait, right? You see him going for Midas. Maybe they get a little bit more aggressive.
Maybe.
But he can now initiate with the shard.
Maybe if he goes
next level plays.
If he goes for Midas, then Jackie Boy goes for Midas as well.
Right.
And you bait out this timing where Jug is weak because he's got a Midas, he's building his items,
Right.
and Void is strong.
That is actually, if that's actually happening, I mean, he's obviously probably just bought it and just changed his mind. But that could be a next level play, I agree.
I don't think it's that far-fetched. Because when I hear carry players talking about this Midas, like nothing has changed about Midas, right? It's the same item it's been for a long time. It is actually a timing thing that they're looking for. And so, and I think a lot of carries are getting Midases in response to other carries getting Midas as a solution because they don't really know how to keep up with the farm or how to punish it yet. So...
I mean, the only problem is he's been in the jungle this whole time with the gloves of haste.
This is right. He also just blocked the
shown
ancient
it.
camp as he was trying to go
Very unfortunate. I mean, his shard is coming, so this indicates they might want to fight. Obviously giving that extra range and the reverse time walk, which we actually saw work very effectively yesterday. FBZ looking for the initiation, but Siamese Cat is too fast.
He's got those cat-like reflexes.
Yep, that's right. In the body of a
He's
Phoenix.
still farming, bro.
He might have to egg here. Never mind, that little shredder does almost nothing, but the rebuke does.
Oh, and a free mango. He got a free mango too from the shovel.
Did he shovel that? Oh
he
man.
He shoveled that up and didn't pick it up.
I think the shovel might have gotten him killed.
It may have. You can see the animation.
Well, that's a huge net worth swing with that 100 gold mango going to the side of Boom Esports.
That's right. That's right. That's a big one.
All right. Well, Monet still in the jungle. Hasn't really shown himself. But you can see Jackie not really being baited right now, so has the Maelstrom himself and going for a Manta style next. So that'll obviously take off the silence from DP. Potentially, if there's an Ags on the Void Spirit in the future, the silence from that as well. So it feels pretty needed to dispel this game, even though we were talking about this yesterday, how Manta just feels kind of meh in general.
I think another reason Manta is good this game is because if you're showing on creep waves against a Faceless Void, you risk just getting chronoed, right? He's gonna jump out chrono you, kill you, and it doesn't matter if you spin TP. So the Mantas give him a way to shove out creep waves without actually showing on the creep waves.
FBZ with the arena onto huge mud golems, delicious creeps for him. Ori trying to turn this around. He's doing a lot of damage with the health, but there you can see that is the ult from Winter's Curse. It's not going to be enough, though, as FBZ still dies surprisingly. He was kind of just stuck on the stairway. The Exorcism just finished him off despite the stun being pretty effective.
Yeah, a bit of a missed arena, actually. It was pretty high impact there.
Oh, Ori wants to go real deep. You can see he's extremely low on HP now. Has to dissimulate away. Mortimer's kisses are coming. Yes, the Astral Step to
nice
safety.
prediction.
One more kiss is there. Beautifully done from Timms. Takes out the mid laner for Aster. And now Scam kind of stuck here with the Magnetize. He's going to get cookied, but I believe he is going to drop nonetheless. So a 1-for-1, but definitely in favor of Boom as the TP out is successful here.
That was good stuff. Baboka, I can't believe the Earth Spirit ult was still going at the end of that. It's like he chained that for so many remnants. How many remnants does he have left? 3. Yeah, he that was a lot of
but prediction from the kisses were kind of insane, because that is like such a delay. Like typically you'd be one step behind a Void Spirit.
Yeah, it's like the moment that the Void Spirit landed with his Astral Step, there was already a kiss coming at him. And then the next one also predicting the way that he would go after his Void Step.
Right.
Yeah, that was cool.
I believe we have yet to see the Chronosphere from Monet, but still top net worth. So, I mean, if you're 18 minutes and your Faceless Void is top net worth, you're pretty damn happy with the state of things, I feel like.
I think it's pretty scary for him to show up to fights without a BKB as well. Like, he can get clipped by a Winter's Curse or Cookie. Maybe if Snapfire gets the Ag Shard. Like, there are a lot of stray stuns that can catch him. There's nothing that's, like, guaranteed lockdown, but if he's in the fight, he could get caught, and there's nothing that he's going to be able to do to survive. Because Boom does have a lot of damage right now.
Oh, the instant Yules. Very good reaction from XXS. He gets the silence off as well. And this Mars is just dead before any spells can be expended. My goodness. Obviously had that queued up, but geez, that is some high reaction time right there. Monet, Timms, looks like he's going to get initiated on. And a curse comes out from Scam on the high ground. Will this be enough as Boboka just beating the crap out of by his teammate, but he'll be able to roll away, and Scam will die anyway. So 2-0 for Aster. And Ori with that double damage, pretty fearsome right now.
That was a nice curse. I think, like, look at Wyvern's level. It's level 8 Wyvern. Tim's is level 11 because he essentially got the solo kill on Ori with the Kiss prediction.
Oh, Yopach would be a pretty damn big kill. Monet potentially looking for his first chrono of the game, but Boboka perhaps a little bit too far in. He's going to get Blade Fury down. Kiss is kind of wasted, but Aster's going to retreat.
Yeah, they were not really on the same page there. You could see that Monet wanted to jump out, but Boboka was like, "Yo, this is the mid caudal. Like, let's get this guy." And so, yeah, little bit off the same page. Maybe if they do commit, like, Monet obviously is valuing his life very highly right now because he's super close to his BKB.
Yeah, for sure. FBZ looking for Siamese Captain. A beautiful egg just in time. It's just going to get taken out by the little shredder again. The hard counter is there. And look at this damage being applied to Ori. Has to dissimulate, but can't get to the low ground. Attempted TP. Unfortunate for him as a double kill from FBZ comes through, and likely the tier 1 tower will be next.
And Jackie shows up. Mid tower, low HP. They did fort it. This is a mid tower. You lose your mid laner. This is the consequence of that.
Yeah, Monet now has enough essentially for his BKB. That's going to line with the Manta on Jug. So shouldn't get caught out as much to these silences if he holds on to it. Is this a game where he needs to also go BKB at some point for Jackie? Always kind of feels on Jug.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Like I
guess with the shard build now, it's like leaves that open a little bit, right?
You're magic immune for such like a high duration of the game, and you're Omni slashing for 3.5 seconds. You're magic immune for 6 seconds. That's almost 10 seconds with an 18-second cooldown on Blade Fury. So yeah, I don't think it's necessary. You just play in and out of fights more against a lot of magical damage. Monet, though, he does have his BKB completed, and I think that's very important. This is why he's been so afraid to show up to these fights.
Yep.
Despite having this Phoenix egg plus the Chronosphere combo, they've not pulled it off once because he just doesn't feel comfortable doing it. Now he does.
Yep, the casual I was gonna say Hannah Midas. The casual glove still in Monet's inventory. It just reminds me of Arteezy with Wraith King starting that trend for quite a while. A couple years ago, as we have a smoke, it's gonna be broken. Tim's up. Monet has to completely backtrack here, not able to get off the timely Chronosphere. So both smokes kind of thwarted. As back to farming they go.
This appears to be the start of the part of the game where both teams ignore the entire bottom lane, because of course that is not where Roshan is.
Yep, Roshan is on top.
This is a change in how Dota has been played for the last, probably been about, I don't know, 6 months to a year of people doing this, at least from what I've noticed. Like all teams doing this, most Div 1 teams, where the game is kind of split around the middle lane rather than around the river. And before, we would see a lot of, like, this Radiant Tier 2 bot would die as Roche is being traded for the other side, but it just doesn't work like that anymore. Like, nobody's willing to give up Roche, particularly because the Ag Shard on the second Roche is so valuable, and then the Refresher on the third Roche is insane as well. And people are also just better at using Aegis, too. Like, Aegis has always been OP, it's just people kind of sucked at using it.
Yeah, it feels like it's kind of been figured out where the playstyle is very cookie cutter, I want to say.
It's cookie cutter.
Like, once you get the Aegis, like, okay, let's group up a bit, get these outer towers, wait for the second Roche, and the second Roche is when you go high ground. As Jackie looking for Ori, obviously with a lot of mobility, attempting to TP out, and is fine.
This bot lane feels like the wilderness, man. Like, you only go down there temporarily.
Scam, this is a slow-ass death, as the Sunray will be the thing that actually kills him. Very sad existence for Wyvern. He does. I'm not sure if he wants to use it here, but see if Aster takes advantage to try to go for Roche. Obviously, Exo is their biggest asset here.
Yeah, they've got Exo, so...
And they're going to expend it. So 15 seconds on the Wyvern, who is probably the biggest thing to fear. Although there's the arena, there is the kisses, so obviously Boom have a lot to work with. And you can see they're TPing in the mid lane to try to contest this, but Roche is getting quite low. FBZ Looking for a potential opening. He's going to break the smoke from Ori. He's going to get initiated on just to create some space so that this Roche can be taken. And it's being a little bit slow here. The arena comes out, but Monet he snatches the Aegis, actually. So I think the Kisses actually netted the kill for Boom. But the Aegis, obviously the most important thing. Monet, the BKB, he's going to get speared right after, back into the pit because he can't actually be clipped into that cliff. It's a very special mountain for Roshan.
For some reason, yeah. Dude, XXS, again, he had the instant Yule Scepter onto FBZ, so he couldn't get the initiation. FBZ, he needs the pre-BKB. Like, XXS is just too on point with his Yule's counter initiations. That might have gone a totally different way if FBZ actually gets a spear off and then the Kisses connect on the Faceless Void or something. Like, maybe he actually steals the Aegis, you know? But, yeah, XX is very good pick up on the Yules.
At this stage of the game, how big of a deal is it that Boom got the kill on Roche? Which I believe was the Kisses.
I think technically, I'm pretty sure that Tims would get full XP for that as he is feeding it away.
Tims is dead.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, but the chase is on. It looks like Boom's going to back up a bit here as the high ground ward is there for Aster. So Boom kind of working in the dark here. But yeah, how big of a deal is the Roche kill itself? I don't even know who's in experience range at that point. Might have been just the Mars, if anything.
Yeah, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that big of a deal, to be honest. I really feel like the Aegis is the biggest part about Roche that's important. You see often, like, the net worth barely changes after Roshan is taken, but then the net worth in the time of the Aegis, you constrict the map, and then that's where you get a bunch of gold lead. So I don't think it's that impactful. It's like, obviously, you're more than happy to, oh, a bunch of gold. Hell yeah, that's great. But it's nowhere near on the same level as the Aegis.
Depending on how the Aegis is used.
Yeah, I mean, if you use it very stupidly, then yes, sure.
I mean, we've seen it. It's been more rare these days.
Teams are pretty good at using the Aegis, I would say.
That sounds like a big curse to me.
Yeah, that does.
But it is Monet, so I think he'll be pretty good with it, as we're going to see the initiation here and the pick off onto Baboka. But Monet wants to fight. No. He's going to reverse time walk back. Still 2.5 minutes on the Aegis, as the mid tower is actually denied by Jackie, who is, he's actually getting pretty close to the Scotty. So his farm is actually top net worth overall. As I say that, it is Monet now on top, but basically on par with the Faceless Void.
And Jug, by the way, yeah, he did on Jackie go for the 5-all stats Talon.
Yeah, we're going to see the arena and the spear. That is a dead Phoenix. No egg in sight. Just stun lock from the start. But Monet, are we going to see the first chrono of the game? Don't even need to use it to get Jackie. He's just dead. And Monet continue the right clicks. Going for the Mars now, as the BKB is expended. Still holding on to that Chronosphere. Doesn't feel like he needs it. His FBZ, his Blink's just going to continually get canceled. And the Yules is there as well. Finally, the BKB for FBZ, but will this be enough to keep him alive? It's not looking like that's the case. So 3 dead for Boom, and all Aster lose was their Phoenix. And he is just holding on to this chrono. I thought for sure that was going to be a 2-man chrono there.
Have we seen one?
I don't think so.
I don't think we've seen a chrono yet. Yeah, I mean, you could see how long FBZ was holding his BKB in that fight, because, like, he knew, what's the point of BKBing? I'm gonna immediately get chronoed if I BKB. But then he just doesn't end up using it at all.
Well, he did use it at the end.
No, I mean, Monet didn't use the chrono.
Oh, yeah.
It's like FBZ eventually was like, oh, I guess if you're not gonna chrono me, I can use this.
Yeah, but he was already at like 20% HP, so it felt pretty difficult for him.
Yeah.
And maybe a little miscommunication there on the cookie direction, but
look, he's just not. He's
just getting kited horribly.
He doesn't want to BKB because he's like, why would I waste a charge of this if he's gonna chrono me?
Yeah.
And then he doesn't. He just slowly walks at him, hitting him. Yeah. Jackie dying in that fight obviously was the big problem for Boom. I don't exactly know how you alleviate that, because I feel like he kind of just got right-clicked.
Yeah, pretty much.
It was just a very slow and pathetic death for him.
He did not get off Omni Slash. I'm trying to remember how the initiation actually started.
I think he just died in Blade Fury. He gets caught by like the Void Remnant at the end of it.
Oh, yeah.
Great timing, I suppose, from Ori. Hard to pull off, but he could have just gotten chronoed anyway. It is a hard Jug game going late. It's on his team to disable this Void.
Baboka on the high ground, breaking the smoke. And, we're going to see the first chrono of the game. It's going to be on the Coddle, as well as the Mars, in fact, as the Sunray actually going in addition to the egg, thanks to that shard, as the Wyvern dies and the Snapfire's low, but the double buyback comes in. FBZ gets the arena off. That is a potential big... Oh, the Omni Slash is reflected with the Lotus Orb, though, and Monet is staying alive somehow. Unbelievable. That actually saved his life. And the rest of Aster actually staying alive as a result of this. So 60 seconds of no Mars. 2 have died for Boom, who bought back, and all they get is an Earth Spirit.
That was
the Omni Slash actually kept him alive.
Yes, that was a super value Lotus Orb. Just at the right time that Jackie Boys gets himself omnied, because that was a double Mars Spear. That was 2 heroes that were about to die. 2 very important heroes. Yeah, he's got the shard. Also, the smoke break from Baboka. I mean, I love that you can do this on Earth Spirit. This is so good. He tried, by the way, to do the spear into shield crash combo, where he would stay on the high ground. But
I want to see if he could have gotten this kill with just right-clicking instead of Omni Slashing.
Oh, no, that was not a double spear.
Yes.
No,
he's dead.
He's dead for sure. He's dead for sure.
Man, that is insane. But some retribution here, potentially. Ori takes a tumble. That's a nice pick-off for Boom, but you see Monet looking to potentially fight. XXS has to pop his Exo, as well as the BKB, so mitigating all this magic damage from the Snapfire. Yopaj and company trying to pursue, but they just don't have the speed, apparently. Baboka and company just resetting completely. And the Exo obviously feels a bit of a waste here from Aster, but either way, could have been a lot worse.
Boom's still looking, man. They've got their initiator smoked up here.
Yeah, FBZ leading the way with that blink. See if they can find anybody onto the high ground. Monet would be a juicy one, but the BKB is forced, and away he goes. Still a valuable charge.
He thinks he's stunned.
That's true.
He really thinks that he just got
Does that ever go away?
I don't know. I don't know if it does.
Oh, man, I would pay money for this attack animation. I'm not going to lie. That is great. You can't even tell what he's doing. That's actually an advantage to him. This XXS. All right, after all that, he shows up bot lane and now getting ganked. With the Spirit Vessel applied, Yule is buying some time for Jackie to potentially get the kill, but he blinks out, and he's away. Wow. Unreal.
Okay.
XXS, what a play.
Yeah, that was nice. Times it around the Illuminate, too. That was very close. I didn't even realize he had the blink.
Can we take a look at Faceless Void
again? Let's go back to Faceless Void.
See if So I'm pretty confident if he dies, then it resets.
So he wants to. Okay, good.
So
that he's
we're not supposed to play favorites, but I kind of don't want him to die.
No. I think he wants to die. He looks like it.
Yes, that is a face of somebody who does not want to live any longer. That's
this
great.
is going to be very distracting. I wish we were on the B stream.
Yeah, the B stream would be perfect for this kind of bug in the game. Make sure to send your messages to Jeff Hill at valvesoftware.com.
That's right. That's right.
Very high priority bug.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Roche number 2 is up. As you can see, the creep wave along with a couple illusion just knocking on the door here. But Aster, I don't know. Have they not scouted this yet? Honestly, could have sneaked it, but we have the vision and they don't. So looking for a pick-off to potentially open up that second Roche for themselves.
They're heading straight back.
He's moonwalking.
I realize what happened.
Actually looks more like a zombie as FBZ. He's going to break the smoke and blink out to safety, but you can see the Astral Step is there. He's going to catch Ori, though, and that is just a death for him. Monet looking for the potential Chronosphere, but his buddy's already dead. So Aster definitely losing this fight, and I think they're just going to have to back now.
Yeah, that was just Yopaj with the massive cast range on his Scythe of Vice. This thing has been incredibly valued so far.
Time is money.
And for the Ethereal Blade next as well.
Yeah, man, Roche is being pinged out, and Aster know that it's up. And we'll see if Boom can take advantage of this little opening. Jackie, he gets silenced, but there is the Manta into the Blade Fury. Sunray already expended as well. Watermir's Kisses is coming. FBZ kind of stuck on the cliff right now. Gets off the Rebuke, and they'll be able to take out Baboka pretty easily. And that's 2 dead for Aster. Yeah, Cookie off of the cliff now, so no Arteezy impression for FBZ. As he actually gets the BKB force, so nice play there from Monet. And it doesn't look like the spear will connect. So is this enough for them to go for Roche? Because they're still egg. They know that Exo's down, but obviously the chrono. We've been talking about that all game.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. Like, as long as Monet is close. Oh, now definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a big moment.
Double damage on the zombie mode Faceless Void. See if they can take advantage themselves. They're going to spot Skem on the high ground. Arctic Burn is going to bring it back down, but this looks like a very easy one for him. So no Winter's Curse. 70 seconds, no Wyvern at all. So this could be the opening for Aster instead.
I do feel like Boom, they still want to fight this. I don't know if you want to give this Roche away.
Yeah. They take out the first illusion. Roche is already at half HP though. And Boom looking for the opening. FBZ has the arena at his ready, but the BKBs should be off cooldown for Aster. And there we go, FBZ. He's going to get the spear off, though. Is this enough to take out the Faceless Void? It is. The Sunray's not enough to keep him alive, but the Sunray's doing a shit ton of damage in the pit, though. And Ori gets into the pit. He gets stunned, though. He's going to end up taking the Roche and the Aegis and the Shard. So despite losing the Faceless Void, Aster will get the Aegis and a double spear into the arena. Holy Jesus. They find one and the Aegis. Ori, can he get out of this? He's going to get hexed immediately again from Yopaj. Beautifully done from Boom. Obviously not the best case scenario considering the Roche went to Aster, but they clean up pretty nicely after the fact.
I can understand all of the tipping from Boom to FBZ. He is completely carrying this game. The Roche pit, that's not even an easy area to hit a spear around. You have to hit to the tree that's outside of the Roche pit, which I think he did. I think that connected with the little tree, technically, or some little area, but that's a hard angle to hit. And then the second double spear as well. Not only does he start the fight and help with stealing the Roche, he also connects and makes it a three-man kill instead of just one.
Yeah, so while we've been watching this, Baboka does die, and the top Rax is being pressured by Boom, and I think this is going to be a freebie for them. Obviously without Monet for 22 seconds, and most important thing, of course, is I believe the animation will be fixed, but we'll have to take a look.
Yeah, so we'll make sure to
That's very important to check once he's up. So Boom get a full set of racks in the top lane to get the tier 2 tower. Aegis obviously gone. Who did get the shard, though? See, Death Prophet has one. I don't know if he had it before.
Or I think
Phoenix already had it.
I think Ori walked in and took it.
Yeah.
I don't know if he actually consumed it, though.
He might have. So it's either the Death Prophet or
Death Prophet had a shard. Void had a shard.
Okay, so then it was Ori then.
I think it was him.
Okay, so it'll give the extra ring.
Oh, no, he dropped it. He dropped it in a base.
Oh, it's still in base.
Baboka's going to take it. Yeah, because he already had the shard. He's been using the big dissimulates.
All right, so you're going to get the Stone Remnants providing ground vision, so that gives you Roche advantage.
Unfortunately, it is glitched right now. It does not give you the +4 bonus charges. When it first got added, you would immediately get 4 more Remnants, but Baboka actually has to wait for those Remnants to come off cooldown now.
I see. Well, Monet's animations are fixed as Baboka. He's going to get instantly hexed. Arena, not really going to catch anybody else, but it does segregate Baboka from the rest of the pack. Sunray not doing a whole lot here as Monet still looking for this Chronosphere. Might have to use it just on Jackie Boy. He's going to attempt it as Tim's on the outskirts. Now Monet pops the BKB, just doesn't have enough damage to finish off Jackie Boy, feels like. Manta style, and there is the reflected Omni Slash again.
Oh, he can blink
Jackie Boy does blink out, gets off the Blade Fury as well. Looks like he's going to be okay. Attempting the TP out, though, in the midst of things. He's doing so much damage in the meantime. Looks like he does get out just barely. And Monet not able to catch another TPing member of Boom Esports.
He reflected his own Omni Slash so that he could blink afterwards. That was insane. I've never seen a Lotus Orb, an enemy Lotus Orb, used like that. That was next level. God. Dota's such a wild game, bro.
I mean, we've seen both sides of the Lotus Orb, I guess. This game, right?
Yeah. The instant sheep. Yeah.
Actually a pretty good arena, though, just blocking everybody off as Ori ends up dying in live here. 80 seconds of no Void Spirit. Feels like he's gotten caught out a few times. Pretty uncharacteristic for Aster.
He suicide for the DD. I don't think he wants Jack Boys to have a double damage.
Well, is it worth his life?
Is it worth his life? I would say probably not.
Yep, Jackie now level 25. Monet still working on his 25. He'll get it here. As we see the Dota plus win probability skyrocketing in favor of Boom. They have that top racks already, and it's a 5v4 for the next 50 seconds minimum. XSS, he's going to get instantly sheep, but the spear back into the fray. Looks like he's going to be fine. And this tier 3 tower is not. It is definitely dead. Probably denied though. And boom, they don't know about this buyback. I'm pretty sure. It's the Basher actually already there for Jackie Boy. They're gonna take out Boboka, so 5v3 advantage. Boom, a nice attempt for FBZ, not able to connect on the spear though. Gets off the arena. Monet just bashing him inside his own arena, along with the Sunray coming through, but the Cold Embrace keeping him alive a little bit. It's not gonna be enough though. So finally a kill goes the way of Aster as Jackie just focusing on the objectives. Fortifications popped. Now Jackie feared thanks to the shard on XXS.
I think Boom has to get out.
Yeah, with the Void Spear coming back up, I don't think they can finish this melee racks.
No.
So Aster, a successful defense, and I mean, the crazy thing, look at the net worth. It's so even
it's
right
close.
now.
It's very close. Yeah, I mean, Gem helps that. FPC jumping in, he did lose the Gem, so not sure what the cooldown is on that for them. Both teams probably need one at this point. That's just the prisoner dilemma of Dota. One team picks up a gem, you kind of need one as well. So they'll probably buy another one, which is going to be even more net worth.
So pretty nice pickup from Jackie with the Witchbane, by the way. So just another Dispel. You have all these silences. Like obviously you have the Manta, but you can only use it once in a fight. And with a double silence just from Void Spirit alone, pretty nice to be able to dispel yourself at any point.
Yeah, true.
What is the cooldown on that? It's 20 seconds, so I guess still once per fight.
It's pretty bad. Yeah,
it's not as good as I thought, but still.
It's good. I mean, he was using it for the Phoenix Spirits. Oh no, did they just get those? I think they just got these items. But you can use it for the Phoenix Spirits while sieging. That'll help out because those are a pain. Like he was mantaing for the Spirits as well and spinning. So it's a solid item. I mean, it does good damage as well. It's like an item that's will apply damage. Actually, it's bonus damage. So I don't think it works during your spin, because I think bonus damage is applied on your attack, which is reduced to 0 when you're spinning, unfortunately. But outside of that, it's good, and it's attack speed, obviously.
All right, so back to the waiting game for Roche number 3.
Yeah, here we go. This will be the Refresher Orb.
Or Ags.
Probably the Refresher Orb.
Probably. We've talked about this. Even though they say it's a 50-50, it's definitely more 70-30 Refresher Shard.
It's a 70-30. It's a 70-30.
Maybe we can look into the game files later and
yeah, we'll go ahead and check those out.
Maybe we can email IceFrog and just double check on that one.
Yeah, I think he'd really appreciate that email, actually.
Or Gaben himself. He does reply to everything at least.
He does, yeah.
Sheepstick XXS has enough gold, but obviously wants to save a bit for buyback. There's only 3 members of the entire game currently have buyback. Looks like this might be a smoke here from Boom. And Sheepstick online. So no buyback anymore for XXS. But the Sheepstick, pretty damn valuable. He is showing himself here. And Aster are ready for this smoke.
Oh, this Arcane Rune. You know both teams want this.
Yeah, Jackie's going to take it. Not too shabby on him as well.
No.
Can use 2 Blade Furies in a fight.
I kind of doubt that Aster is going to want to fight while he has this. They'll probably wait it out. I mean, it's a 12-second cooldown, 6-second magic immunity on Blade Fury. I don't think you want to play into that. That's he's just using it for fun at this point.
Yeah, they're just overtaking Aster's triangle now.
Oh, this is cool. They're just running towards the bot lane, sending illusions because there's this double catapult wave with like a billion range creeps. So this forces Aster back into their base, which gives Boom access to Roche.
Yeah, but one Astral Step will do massive damage to these illusions. But that's damage you can't come back from on that tier 3 tower bot.
And look at Boom now. They've moved into position, and now they're taking away the wards that Aster were camping. I mean, that's really huge, actually, from them. They've secured themselves this high ground position. Wants it back, but this is tough, man.
This is a big fight because Roche is coming up in 40 seconds as Monet and company looking to try to aggress. The arena comes out, catches Monet. The egg does come out, though, with the Sunray, but Monet looks to be potentially dead. He is 100 seconds of no Faceless Void. Another Omni Slash onto a Lotus Orb. Very attracted to that, apparently. And he gets sheeped, actually, so Jackie's going to be the trade. He does have buyback if he wants to expend it, though. He will. Tim's of the BKB inside the arena. Not able to finish off Ori, though. Not able to get the timing correctly as it assimilates to safety. Looks like he's going to be fine.
Both carries by that.
XXS getting extremely low. Looks like he's going to finally drop. So no DP. And yeah, Monet apparently found his buyback during that time. Must have been really close on the gold. And Boboka looks to be TPing away, but This is now a 5 versus 4, and Roche just
there
spawns. That's a refresher, as we said, 70-30.
70-30, of course. FBZ is going to get another refresher orb. That'll be fun for him. Actually, pretty good on Jackie Boys, I feel like, as well. Although I don't know if he has the slots for it. Well, what would you drop? He obviously needs the Aegis, considering he just bought back.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, they're pinging that Faceless Void is missing. They want him to be the focus target. I liked it in that fight, Boom. They could have turned and focused the egg, but they realized that the higher value kill would be Monet. And that even though the egg was going off, they still had the damage. They calculated they had the damage to finish off Monet. And yeah, the egg pops, but without a carry Faceless Void, who gives a shit? The egg doesn't matter. Your carry's dead.
Yep. So refresher shard on FBZ. Double arena, quad spear, I guess you could call it, kind of.
Maybe. All right. Well, actually, he's got 6 spears. He's got a refresher of his own.
Oh, yeah, that is true. Yep. Is Jackie now focusing on the barracks? Monet trying to bait things out, but the focus looks to be on Boboka. He's taking a massive amount of damage inside the arena, in between. In fact, that looks like it really hurts. And down goes Boboka. Monet. Nice BKB to dodge the spear from FBZ, but Jackie again just focusing on the barracks. Egg comes out, but there, Tim's jumping in. Can he do enough damage to take it out? One more hit. That is a dead Phoenix. Buys back into the game. Another arena. Monet is caught. This is going to be a dieback on the Faceless Void. Double kill for Tims, and Aster look like they're going to drop game number 1, and Boom doing a great job overall, but Ori, he's not done with it yet. Takes out Skem. Gem on the deck, but the buyback's coming out from the Winter Wyvern. Spear barely not connecting on the wall there as Ori looks to be limping away, but Jackie trying to focus on the DP. Scatterblast going to stun XXS, but FBZ looks like they're going to get Boboka on the back line, trying to roll out, but the last bits of damage won't be enough.
He evaded
Illuminate comes out as well, but Skem looks like he's trying to finish him off himself, but XXS, this is going to be a dieback for him. 4 dead for Aster. GG's come out, and Boom. Man, what an entertaining game. Game number 1 goes to Boom.
Yeah, that's a good one. Lots of
good one.
Lots of cool fights. Good fight. I'm always happy to see that, but I also feel like strategically, Boom was just making the better calls that game. Like the fight where they chose to kill the Void instead of killing the egg. Whoever made that call, shout outs to them. That was a game winner. Also the call to go with the Catapult's bot and push that in and then take the high ground, that won the game. That got them that kill on Monet that made him have to buy back. It's just insane from them. Top tier gameplay.
Yeah, very entertaining game as well, but Aster, they end up losing it, so Boom, very important win for them, which I'm sure the old ball and chain and panel can discuss right now.
Thank you so much, Jenkins, and to my ex-husband, Swans fan. Well, we had a very fantastic performance here from Boom. Manages to take the team fight heavy lineup that Aster had and just do the same thing. The strength of the Mars with the Snapfire. My goodness.
I have never been so upset in my entire life watching a game. It feels like Boom learned how to play Dota gradually over the game. Instead of coming out strong, they came out horrifically weak. I think Yopaj was getting out-farmed by a Faceless Void on Coddle. That should never happen. There was lots of misspells, some misspear. This fight here on the screen, I think FBZ tried to do you spear and use your rebuke, and it's meant to like stop the momentum of the spear, but he just speared Phoenix away. There was the save on the Faceless. I was crying, bro. I swear to God, I was crying.
This right there, the best play of the game.
It made Aster lower their guard. They're like, these guys are clowns. And then, I don't know, they flipped a switch. Suddenly they were hitting all the spears. They were taking the best fights. There was that amazing Lotus Omni Slash to get Blink out to safety. Like, oh my God, they just started popping off.
It's also some of the item progression obviously helped out for Boom. I thought that this game was heavily in Aster's favor early on. Like they had a super fat Faceless Void.
Yeah.
They had early load source that helped them just like that. I feel that Jackie, he should have just forgotten about the Omni Slash. Maybe it would have worked better. he would get easier kills really. But load source on one side and a refresher on the other. That refresher really came in clutch on FBC. The moment you get that, you get to pop the double BKB, the double arena as well. It kind of changes the dynamic of the fight. I expected Wyvern perhaps to be doing a little bit more against the Chronospheres early on, which wasn't really the case. Scam would get caught, but overall it worked out in the end.
Yeah.
Like Sheep said, I couldn't have worded it better. They progressively became better in the game. They just learned.
Yeah, I mean that was the notes that I had here. It's like, oh, they're so disjointed right now. But like the Roche, I think, was pretty pivotal as well. For when Aster tried to do the second Roche, that almost felt where things really just completely fell apart for them. Even with the buyback on the Mars, boom, they just managed to take it. And we're seeing on the screen, Yo Paj, MVP. Look at that,
my boy.
One small item after another, right, on the Kotl. You get those travels, then you get the urn. I love how even the Windlace, this hero for me has, I love Kotl.
Yeah.
Been playing in mid forever, like even before, I'm a hipster Kotl, you know. And I just love the fact that they buy the Windlace.
Yeah. Is there such a thing as like we have MVP of the match, item of the match perhaps? Because I know you've been talking about like how impactful these items have been to really balance things out as far as perhaps if a matchup might be stronger on one side.
What do you think, Sheep? Maybe a Lotus Sword for this game?
For memes, the Lotus. For actual answer, the Refresher. Like FBZ, like I said, when he plays this Mars, his whole focus is lockdown. It's not carrying, it's not doing damage. He just wants to stun you for as long as possible. And he does that with the Refresher. Like that fight near Roche when they catch Monet without him getting his BKB off. Really, really good. They, yeah, like I also really loved when they were getting the Roche originally. Remember that spear back into the tree, and like Jug blinks to the outside of the pit and spins to get that down. It was so nice, so nicely executed there. Spellcasting got way better as time went on.
Well, there you have it. So let's see if Boom can keep up that momentum, shake off their early game issues perhaps, and take this series 2-0, but we will find out after this break.
What did I say? Yeehaw!
All right, I've got FBZ with me from Boom, and we are going to spend $15 on creating the ultimate Dota team in his eyes. This is quite a challenge, so I'm going to give you the pad here, right? You can look at what you're going to choose with. Who do you think you're going to go with first? You know, you got your carry in there, you've got $15 total. Do you spend a lot on that? Do you spend a little?
For carry, I will definitely choose Ame. Yeah,
okay.
I'll go with Ame.
So you're spending the big bucks on the carry. You got $10 left. Who's going in mid?
I'll choose $3. Yeah.
$3. Okay, so we're up at $8 spent so far. Why BZM?
BZM, maybe because he's like space-making mid laner, and it fits well with Ame, which is like who always carry the game in the late game. Yeah.
I like this. It's very smart thinking already. Okay, who's going in your off lane?
I'll get KP. Yeah.
Saving some money.
And I mean, I respect him also a lot. Yeah, he's one of the best offlaner in Southeast Asia. Yeah.
So at the moment, you have spent $10 total. You now have $5 to choose your supports. You're gonna have to go a little bit cheaper here, potentially. How are you gonna do it? Where are we going with a soft support?
Tough choice.
Now it's hard.
So I only have $5 left.
$5, yep.
So I think the best choice is I get crit and solo for hard supports. So,
okay,
yeah.
Why did you go to spend $4 on crit and then just limit yourself with $1 for solo?
I mean, if I get Sep, it's too expensive, $5, and I don't have money. Yeah. And the rest is it's okay. Maybe phosphor is more important. Yeah.
Okay. I like your thinking. So, in terms of you who's put this team in a world ranking, the next TI, where would this team finish?
Top 3 if they have synergy. Yeah.
Okay. I like it. Top 3. Let's see if they get it done. That's our first $15 team. I think you did a good job of that, man. I like it.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Splendid.
We just saw Boom work really hard here, taking down Aster in game number 1 in this best of 2 series. Now, Boom, it's absolutely important for them to win their matches if they want to stay in contention for the upper bracket for their group here. Now, we saw how amazing Boom performed. They had their Wyvern, they had their Snap, they had their Mars, which they do very well with. Aster, they tried to ban out some of the comfort picks from Boom. They would they have enough bans to try and address some of these issues that perhaps maybe they weren't too familiar with or seeing during their region matches?
It kind of depends. Like, they banned the Viper, right? Which obviously is a big problem. I think it was the most banned, one of the most banned heroes in Europe, at least. I know different regions, but still, that's the ones that I remember. I've seen Fnatic in the past when they played against Boom. I think they opened with like a Pango plus Mars ban because they just recognized that if they shove FBZ to something he's less familiar with, he can underperform. Like, I think if they ever first faced him, Razor, that usually went a bit rocky. He's just not as good as other offlaners like Amar at playing the carry, the big ol' I'm gonna kill you instead of I'm gonna stun you.
Yeah, I feel like if I can fanboy over Boom a little bit like Sheep did before.
Not allowed, just kidding.
I think they have enough in their arsenal. It's not only like a couple of top tier heroes, but there are layers there. There's S tier, there's some A double plus tier or what just underneath it. They also can play a lot of different strategies. That's something that I really like about Boom because of their captain, because of Scam.
Yeah.
This guy has been leading teams in SCA for a really long time. He had his stint abroad and he went back and he makes... I don't know how Boom did it, but they pretty much gathered, in my opinion, the best talent of the region.
Yeah.
In one squad.
They got Mushi as a coach. That's massive.
Speaking of Mushi as a coach, as we look at this opening from Boom, just talking about those two heroes that are addressing their team. I mean, there's a bit of history there. As far, maybe I'm aging myself here because Aster's coach is Lanham, and that is Dota history with Mushi, Lanham, DK back in the day. Oh. Okay, that's my little fangirl moment for me right here. So to me, yeah, as far as like both teams are concerned and who they're involved in and what help they're getting, I think you couldn't ask for like anything better. But yeah, I mean, Snapfire, Mars, opening for Boom.
All the boomers right now in the
chat. All the boomers, let's go. Yeah, join.
Lana Bush, yeah, finally some names we recognize.
Thank you. Yeah, don't worry, I got you guys. I got you covered. But I mean, Aster kind of like doing the same thing. Earth Spirit and the Wyvern once again. I mean, okay, Wyvern, sure, flip-flopping sides doesn't matter, but she has been so... like, I wouldn't say contested, but just so high value so far this event.
We kind of went with the fluff a little bit too much as we have a lot in the opening, but Boom, they're not messing around. They knew they're not gonna get this combo in second stage.
They do this. They get the confidence. They take it up.
And why wouldn't they? Because that Mars, it looked like nothing really can stop him unless his Juggernaut Omnislash is someone that's slow to sword.
Yeah, I mean the picks did change too. Like they have the second pick. Right, so last time they just had that jug at the end of first phase that was really nice and like countered what Aster had. Now we're just gonna be running with this. I love it. Honestly, I love it. I just think they should always try and take this when they can. It's what they've looked best at. We've talked to Boom when we were covering them, and Yopaj said that, yeah, we were experimenting with some new stuff, and it just wasn't going very well for us. So we've gone back to our old ways. So like, honestly, just stick to it.
The only problem that I can see with that is one thing that you can take out of the Chinese region is that they adapt extremely quickly. So you'll see teams play 3 best of 3s back to back and just constantly flip-flopping between who's the winner, right? Because they all have skills that are very, very closely knit. Like the skill levels are very close between every and single each team. But they adapt to strategies because of that.
Yeah, and speaking of comfort picks for the side of Boom, right? Yeah, like they let it through this time around because we saw Mirana banned early out last game. Now she's available, she's locked in, and has it just been Boom doing the picks and the first ban was last game? Like, is that the stat here?
I mean, they're just getting their comfort is great. This Scam is a wonderful 5 for the team. Like, this patch especially, he's been playing like he'll take you know, heroes if the draft idea changes. He'll take the new heroes. Like he was playing very nicely with Clock this season. He's just reliable. He'll just take any hero and usually does like pretty damn well.
That's a bristle into a Mars as well. You already have the spear to turn him around, which is pretty neat. You have someone that can build a vessel on the like the Mirana can, but it's still a bristle. It's still pretty broken right now. It's still pretty strong, and I didn't mention the puck. Like, they have no catch from Boom Esports. At the moment, for this is a free puck game, and we've seen so many first phase pucks.
Oh my god, they got Ember Spirit for Yopaj as well, guys. I'm being real with you. I think this one's over for Aster.
Is it done, sheep?
It is. Oh,
That's it?
Jesus Christ.
All
Okay.
Okay,
First of all,
I'm going.
you can leave. You can leave. Every single player on Boom, bar Scam, who's kind of, he'll just play whatever, they have their best heroes,
Yeah,
I would
this
say.
is-
The literal best hero. You don't get better draft than this for Boom. This is criminal. And not only is he playing like his super comfort Ember, but it's versus Puck. Puck has 1 armor.
Yep.
You just max your slide him in lane. It's a hard
Just
struggle for
bad
him.
mostly, right?
Yeah, it's
Do you think that it might be a problem with against Puck and Earth Spirit? There's silences, there's ways of breaking the coil,
Yeah.
ways of ganking him early.
There is. I think the nice thing though is Boom also have extremely mobile supports. Yeah.
I knew exactly where you're going.
Thank you. Yeah, you're gonna see Mirana like maybe they'll go like chains into an arrow. Maybe they'll just bring both supports for runes because it is an Ember versus Puck matchup. You'll see Baboka there too. Bristle probably can just be left alone. It's just gonna be very much on the support movements who does better, I think.
So we have on both sides a lot of mobility on the supports. We can gank mid very easily. We can make that lane much easier for either of the 2 mid laners,
Yeah.
Paj or Ori. Yeah. And in the end, what are we expecting for Boom? Some carry, right, versus the Bristleback.
Yeah, they like to, I mean, Jackie usually just kind of sits and farms for a while everyone else like goes crazy on the map. And oh, I do love this, by the way. The Coddle felt very passive. The Ember, usually you'll see Yopaj just diving towers and going insane. So this should be a more like action-packed killing game.
I was doing the SCA like last year's seasons, right? You were doing the SCA this season.
Yeah.
Has anything changed when it comes to Medusa? Is it still like top tier pick? Every team gets it if it's a good Medusa game.
Yes. So Jackie, in season 1 of C, he was on Motivate Trust, and every single game in first phase they picked him
Just
Medusa.
Medusa.
Every single game that they
Okay,
could
so
get
nothing
it.
has changed. Jackie is the same. He changed his nickname from Jackie to Jackie Boys, but
Yeah.
same thing. Okay.
Yeah, so that was him. In Tour 3, they were giving him like Lifestealer all the time and stuff instead. But it was like Wraith King and Medusa were like his jam. So I don't think they should play it, but they can.
I mean, it's all about the comfort picks right now on the side of Boom so far compared to what the standard strong meta lineup that Aster seems to be rocking.
Yeah.
But it's going to come down to like with the Boom last pick. I mean, I know you said that Medusa might not necessarily be as viable, but there's still like other options still in the pool. Like something like a CK is something that he's played before.
There are some crazy ideas like PA with the break, with the shard as well.
I can tell you what I don't want. I don't know if you've heard the legend of Jackie's Ursa.
Oh my god.
But oh my god,
Regale.
I think Ursa is a really nice option against these big tanky heroes. You want to claw through it, right? Unless you do your Roshan. They would lack tower damage if they picked that, actually. But Jackie has like a 0% win rate on Ursa this event, and he struggled in the DPC with it quite a bit too. But they keep picking it for him, so they believe in it.
We have fanboyed over Boom quite a bit. I have to say that Aster's draft looks like one of the most complete drafts that I've seen.
Yeah.
In every aspect, from taking objectives, taking decent fights, having that heal that's necessary. Sustain is there. I feel like sustain is extremely important in the current meta, and you have 2 heroes that are extremely tanky on your core positions, plus a Winter Wyvern to back that up.
2 very mobile heroes as well.
This Ember needs to have a lot in order to be able to chew through those.
I think you are right. I forgot I was not meant to be biased when I'm working.
Oh, that's for caster.
Right.
Panel with
I can do. Oh, okay, cool. In terms of like heroes, yeah, I still feel like they haven't addressed the Bristle in terms of damage. So
they don't have a lot of catch still. It's just the Ember.
And they have catch. They're gonna put like the arena down, and everyone's gonna be in it. Like you have Ember and Snapfire that are gonna help you do AOE damage inside that, but in terms of actually just like cutting through the Bristle before he kills you all, this could be an answer.
That could be.
Right? It could be. With the shard as well versus all these tanky boys, and Jackie on his Bloodseeker, it could work.
Yeah. When I saw Arteezy play the Bloodseeker, he was able to get involved with his team as well at like 8 to 9 minutes to 11. I think if Jackie's able to do that as well, when you're playing with Yopaj, you get FBZ's Blink. That's their timing. That's when they'll run at Aster. But
So it's I said this earlier. I'll ask again now. What do we favor here? The comfort picks or the strong meta picks right now on the side of Aster?
I stole the show last time. Sheep.
I mean, I'll never bet against Yopaj Ember. It's just not a thing. Like FBZ's mod, like I can't say no to this. But I do agree with you. I think Aster has an incredibly strong lineup. They get to the Bristleback Ags timing, and that's like nightmare mode. They need to like find ways to play with that.
All right, well, there you hear it. We'll find out soon enough with our casters up above. It's Sunsfan and Jenkins.
Thank you very much. Game number 2, Jenkins, Sunsfan here. Boom, they won game 1.
That's right, they did.
It was a
About
very
15
good
minutes
game.
ago, yeah.
It was actually, it's been more than 15 minutes.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. Time flies when we're hanging out together, of course. But I agree with the panel. Aster's lineup, like if you could pick maybe the Earth Spirit, obviously it's Boboka is special.
Of course.
Outside of that, all the other 4 heroes have been picked or like
Very
contested every single game, it feels like.
Yeah, that's true. I do think Boom though, their draft, it's not. I mean, it's still good against the Aster draft. Like they have Mars, which you can make Bristleback face towards you. That's honestly a pretty hard counter. They also have Bloodseeker, which a lot of people have been picking against the Bristleback because of that pure percentage-based damage, and Bloodseeker against Death Prophet. That is not a fun hero to play against if you're Death Prophet. You play off of running people down quickly, haste and move speed. You rupture Death Prophet. She feels bad. She dies. She feeds. It's a good lineup for Boom, I think.
And Lizard brought it up, but the shard on Bloodseeker, obviously the pure damage coming through with Blood Rage, obviously pretty damn good against the fatty McGee that is Bristleback.
Yes, it is.
No offense to Bristleback lovers out there, of course, but I'm sure you're disgusting yourselves. Let's be real. So game number 2, in terms of the stakes, Aster comes in before this series at 9-3, so now they're 9-4, but still secured the upper bracket, while Boom kind of towards the middle, but they were still technically tied for upper bracket
high
at
middle.
6-6.
They're high middle.
High middle.
Now they're pushing themselves into the top tier territory.
If they 2-0 Aster, first of all, that's impressive in and of itself. But this might be enough for them to get the top 4
I think
secure.
so. I think so.
I don't think it's like a mathematical thing, but there's a good chance.
I think you're right. I think you're right about that.
Thank you.
They're definitely, at least with how the series has gone so far, I think they're pretty happy with themselves going into the playoffs. Boom is looking very strong, and obviously so is Aster. They've finally, after so many events of people asking for this, especially the Chinese fans, Aster is coming onto land and destroying people.
That's right.
Which has been the Aster curse for a long time.
Well, China has been destroying people.
China has been destroying
the
people.
Other
That's
group,
right.
There's another
That's right.
team called PSG.LGD, and they seem to be almost unbeatable. The only team to beat them is Sonics, who have barely won any games to begin with, so I'm not sure how that happened.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know.
Yes, the old Quincy Crew blues on land, sadly. Not sure what happened in that second game of their series earlier today, but they really needed that game 2 against Fnatic. But they were down 5K when we started casting this. So
that is right. You never know.
It's not looking good.
You never know with this game. Feels like a lot of teams are very close these days.
Yeah.
At least in terms of individual skill. Like everybody's very high skill. It's just a matter of strategically. Are you and mentally? I think the mental issue,
makes the biggest difference.
It makes
these
the
days.
biggest difference. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, in this game, if you compare it to a game like basketball, everybody's LeBron James pretty much. Except they don't have, like, they have the body of LeBron James. Like, they have the mechanical skill.
Yeah, which is a tier 1 body.
They don't have, that's a tier 1 body. They don't have a brain, though, like him, because he is a genius as well. As you can see, Siamese Cat just barely living throughout this. But FBZ, that's a lot of stacks of Quill Spray. One more will do it, but the Spear keeps Monet at bay. And now he's just going to continue farming. Now, in terms of the build from this position 1 Bristleback, I expect nothing different than we've seen. We talked about like the Soul Ring Vanguard into Ags. Sometimes you go for Hood in between, depending on how the game state is. Do you see any please tell me we're going to see switch ups.
I don't see why. You know,
yeah.
Why fix what's not broken? It's working.
I wonder what the win rate is of Bristle at this tournament, because the games that we've cast at least has been kind of bad actually, right?
You think so?
Yeah, they've. You're gonna say the opposite.
I was gonna say the opposite.
I feel like a lot of the games we've casted, Bristle hasn't done a whole lot. A lot of liquid games.
We're also not remembering who we casted like 15 minutes after. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
But just to remind you, this is Aster versus Boom.
Okay.
Right now.
We are in the game.
Yep. This is the A stream, of course.
So
sorry about that.
Yeah. Sorry. They did pick the Bristle into Mars. So even though that is a counter to the hero, they're still comfortable enough that I think a lot of teams, especially a lot of carry players, have the opinion that Bristle is just OP. Like, there's no beating this hero's Aghanim Scepter timing. How many times have we seen him one-shot or two-shot a support? It's like every fight, once he has the Ags, because he's constantly at max, whatever his ultimate is called.
For which hero?
Warpath.
Warpath.
Yeah, Warpath.
Yeah, that's a good skill.
It's a nasty one.
So what makes Mars a good counter against Bristle is the spear just allows you to reposition to hit him from the front.
The spear literally turns Bristle to face wherever you speared from. So it's like almost disables the passive for the duration of the spear.
Yeah, pretty strong. So does that mean that they're not going to need a break? Or do you think a Silver Edge is going to be picked up by Jackie at some point?
I think it's always worth doubling down on countering the Bristle just because he's that strong of a hero, but not early. You don't need to rush a Silver Edge. Maybe it's like a 6th item or something like that.
6th item.
5th or 6th, yeah, something like that.
As we see Yopaj in the middle against Ori again. Puck versus Ember. I'm not even going to ask you how this matchup goes because we've seen it about 1,000 times. So we'll just move on to another lane.
Can't go to another lane. Go look at FBZ got his Mars again. I am a little shocked by that.
Yeah, he played so well last game.
After his performance last game.
I mean, I feel like, especially being around a lot of these teams in the past, when you have a performance like that, the other side, a lot of times they feel like, hey, that's because we were out of position. Like, yes, he played well, but we can actually play around that next time. We just won't make the mistakes that we made. Like, these are like micro mistakes a lot of the time.
Yeah, which I think is true, but it's also an argument of like he's always in position to punish those micro mistakes. So if you feel like you can't adjust to fix those micro mistakes, which is very difficult between game 1 and game 2, then you just ban it. But yeah, like you said, this just shows the confidence that Aster has that they can fix it. Because boy, did he destroy them last game with it.
Yeah. I mean, Boom were down for a good chunk of that game, and it felt like the arena, it was just like a guaranteed catch on somebody.
Yeah.
It was super well played from FBZ, and I mean, there is the other aspect where it is a comfort pick as well, right? So maybe trying to take that away from them, but I mean, a lot of these Chinese teams have been dominating. They've been letting, like, if you look at PSG.LGD, that's the perfect example. They've been letting a lot of things go, and they've been picking really out-of-meta heroes that other teams can't pull off. Like the Earthshaker, for example, has just looked... I mean, teams have won with it, I guess, but it hasn't looked good as Earthshaker.
Yeah.
But it has in the hands of LGD.
I hate to always, I mean, it always feels like cliche to compare a Chinese team to Wings, but they really do feel like Wings 2.0, which I do believe makes sense.
Has been killed.
You're talking about PSG.LGD?
Yeah.
Faith Beyond, yeah.
Yeah. They're pretty insane. But of course, Aster, they've always dominated within the region. And I'm happy to see any curse be broken. You know what I mean? It means that they've overcome. Which is always great to see.
Well, they are secured upper bracket, but that's all that's secured so far.
We'll see, I guess. Yeah,
I mean, that's the thing about these lands. Once you get to the playoffs,
different ball game.
The teams are playing against everybody at the start. Then they kind of focus down a little bit when the group stage starts, and then when it gets to playoffs, you know ahead of time who you're playing. It's one team. It's not like 2 teams in one day. It's a lot more
gladiator
focus.
Right. It's a duel.
Gladiator.
It's like gladiator. Yeah, it's like a duel.
Is under attack.
Okay.
Between 2 entities. It's really like a Texas showdown.
Oh.
Except those usually happen in bars.
Yep, Tim's looks like he's going to drop, but Yopaj comes in to try to get a collateral here. But the first blood is going to go the way of Aster. Of course, it is a trade for the supports. But the gold, Aster will be quite happy with that. Yopaj stealing a rune here.
Who got the regen? That was Ori. So.
Yeah, that is a good one to get,
that's
no
a good
doubt.
one on Puck.
And Ori sitting on 44-3 versus Yopaj's 41-3, dodging that very nicely. So pretty dead even mid lane, especially considering that the ganks that came, both of them got essentially the same amount of XP, I believe.
Yeah.
FBZ already level 6. This feels pretty damn fast. I feel like he's been left here solo for quite a while.
Yeah.
Same with Monet. He's not that far behind.
I think this is typically what happens with Bristle lanes now, is that everybody knows Bristle's going to be left alone, and so they just leave some offlaner that's fairly safe alone versus the Bristle. And with Mirana, you can do this because she can arrow jungle creep. She's got level 2 in arrow. Wyvern's been stacking. So it's just kind of like the top lane has become 2 lanes.
Yeah. Now Monet, he's pinned to a tree. Arrow set up as well. He does have this. Okay. That's a lot of damage coming out, but Ori comes in with a nice coil, and Monet is going to stay alive as a result. You can see the early Fairy Fire already popped by Yopaj. Nope. They actually do find the Bristle with that last sleight of fist, and he had a remnant on out of there as well. So Aster looked like it was going to be a good turnaround, but boom, get what they came for.
Okay, FBZ's a beast, man. We'll watch
this. Gonna get
this.
Waning Rift. Orb to follow. Spear out. Yopaj. Arrows coming as well.
I think he's dead.
Ori is super dead here, but the last kick from Baboka takes out FPX, who was going on a killing spree there. And you can see XXS apparently goes down in the bot lane as well to Jackie.
Dude, FBZ in that fight was like standing in the wall while coiled, and it was blocking projectiles. I didn't even know you could do that. Like, I know you could stand behind it, but he was, like, inside of it, and it was blocking projectiles just barely.
Yeah, Tim's super dead.
Yeah, he has no leaps left. That level 1 leap, pretty weak. But FBZ, yeah, that was like, look how he stands on the wall here. I'm pretty sure I saw it blocking the projectiles from Ori, and it would have been just enough to probably finish him off. Look.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, it's blocking. And then he walks in when Ori orbs over to the other side. Like, that is just such a nice use of the arena. And then he survives to hit the spear, which follows up to the arrow, and Ori goes down. Like, that's just such nice Mars play. The amount of stuff you can do with this hero, like, it's such a deep hero with all the mechanics that it has.
No doubt. Scatter Blast in the bot lane. XXS has the Exorcism. Ori gets off the Waning Rift onto 2 with the coil to follow, but is there going to be follow-up on top of that? XXS getting right in the thick of things to try to take out Skim. That seems to be their main focus right now. He does drop. As you can see, Baboka will drop to the Sleight of Fist in the river. But Jackie's more than fine. Gets off the Rupture. Blood Ride's going to be dodged by XXS. But Tim's has the setup if he wants it. And don't think he's going to go anywhere. That's this Rupture. So double kill for Yopaj. Nice rotation from him.
Like that Tim's just holding the arrow. Just because he knows that XXS is standing there waiting to dodge it. Hit the arrows. I think he can probably just TP out. So he just holds it. Level 3 arrow too, by the way. He's playing entirely to stun.
Okay.
And it's also like a farming build because 17-second cooldown.
I mean, he has a spear setup. He has the Searing Chains, which is old school for the mid lane.
Bloodseeker Rupture, kind of.
Yeah, kind of. Cookie, kind of.
Yeah.
So makes a lot of sense to max that. FBZ and Yopaj. Yeah, Monet feels it coming though. So away Yopaj goes. Getting off the Searing Chains here. As Baboka looking to contest this rune that will not spawn here. It will be that bot lane. As Tim's gets the regen. Baboka and Ori getting pretty low here. But the nice silence onto Yopaj. Searing Chains on the high ground. FBZ gets the spear, but
nice
just
try.
off. So Siamese Cat will survive.
It's weird hitting these skill shots on flying units because it looks like you would catch them, but they're just, you know, in the air. Z-axis in Dota is very strange.
It's because of the camera angle.
That's right.
Monet, he's going to get 3-shot if he's not careful. FBZ with the defensive spear. So based on how the laning stage has gone, would you say it's gone better for Boom than you were expecting?
I think their lanes are pretty good. Like Bloodseeker's just such a strong laner. If you have some harass lanes, which they do, Mars and Ember. But Aster also, they've got Bristle. Like, this hero's always gonna at least 50-50 a lane. Puck is always gonna 50-50 too. You just shove the creep wave out. Yeah, I think about even is kind of expected.
Yeah, Monet. So he's got the usual Tread, Soul Ring, Vanguard, and Ags will be next. And The question is, will they be able to align that with any other items on Aster that have like this big power spike potential? Normally it would be like a BKB, but you're talking about a Puck and Death Prophet.
Yeah, in XSS,
Death Prophet will eventually get one, I assume.
He's going for the Yules first this game, which is what I saw a lot of Death Prophets doing once the BKB was nerfed. But then people started going back to it. Back to the BKB first. So XXS opting to go for the new meta build, I suppose. I think it's, if you're playing against Bloodseeker, like, BKB doesn't really do anything, but Yules does. You need total immunity versus that Rupture.
Yeah, they're scouted out, the Moonlight Shadow, but now out of range of the sentries, so looks like Boom are fine to walk away. Halfway to his blank for FBZ, essentially. Has some pressure this mid lane now. Oh, the coil from Ori. They're still on the high ground here. Arena is popped. Mortimer's Kisses is there as well. The Cold Embrace actually sets it up better than anything. And Baboka super dead. Tries to get the roll off, but the burn damage is too much. Searing Chains onto 2, but the Exorcism already being activated means that Boom are going to try to get out. Scam attempting to TP, but the right click's too much from Monet. A 1-for-1 for the supports.
FBC just walking directly towards the enemy base, knowing they're not going to chase him. He TPs out. Nothing really comes from that, other than, I guess, trading of cooldowns. The supports dying doesn't matter that much. Probably Exo's a bigger cooldown than Arena, just because it literally has a longer cooldown. And, but the Arena also, I do think the Arena sets up for, like, the Snapfire Kisses and the Arrow, so.
Yeah, for sure.
It means that this is going to be, for the next, like, 60 seconds, just chilling.
Yep, and Jackie's going to be happy with the chillin' because he has his Maelstrom now, so the farm is going to start growing exponentially for him as Aster smoke up. And Yopaj
just getting there.
Arrow with the Searing Chain set up. Bloodright not going to hit Monet's. TP comes in a little bit too late. Baboka's going to get the stun off onto Tim's to start. And this looks to be an easy cleanup, so it's a 1-for-1, but you can see Yopaj actually trying to keep Ori busy. Has his Remnant out, and it's going to be fine.
FBC's getting some good damage on the mid lane.
Yeah, it feels like they've been preoccupied a lot in these like little tiny engagements that have been mostly supports dying. FBZ TPing out. All right.
Okay, he's fine. Baboka does have level 4 and Rolling Boulder, so that was a necessary Searing Chains. Otherwise, FBZ dies. He trusted his teammate.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Yopaj has basically a recipe away from BKB at this point. As the Orb of Corrosion, and now the double damage, so see if they want to fight with that.
Yeah, I feel like that's a pretty big rune on Ember at this point. Yeah, unless you're killing him, I don't know if Aster wants to take a fight while he has this.
That's the combo right there, but Searing, okay. The Cold Embrace, Mortimer Kisses, but the Force Staff, okay. Or actually, that was the kick from Baboka.
Yeah.
XXS will survive, and I believe that's because of Baboka. It might be a sacrifice for himself. Not quite enough damage. So Aster get away cleanly, but the silence into the coil for Yopaj. Do they have vision? Not quite yet. There we go. And he's going to get silenced and brought down. So absolutely punishment coming from Aster here.
That's some nice team play from Aster. They had each other's backs in a lot of different little mechanical plays there. That was cool. That was really cool. Baboka even rolling back in to provide the vision so that they can catch Yopaj through the Mirana ult after they saved him. Yeah, that was cool.
And Monet.
He's very close.
Yep. 1,300 from Ags, and these stacked creeps will help him get closer to that dream.
Oh yeah, kill that Ice Shaman first. That pathetic, disgusting creature.
Yeah, but does such pathetic damage. The damage over time.
Doesn't even give a lot of gold either for killing it. It's just...
How much would change if these
Look at that.
creeps just activated their abilities no matter what? Spear. Nice pick off here on the Baboka for Boom. Jackie trying to secure this tier 1 tower, but Monet is a pretty juicy body in the way of it. You can see this. Siege is doing a lot of work as well, but Monet with the deny.
What tier of body is Bristle? I feel like he's pretty low tier because his
passive does
because his passive is so OP. If he had high tier stat gains,
it's not like a tier 5 though. It's
no, it's
tier
not
4.
a tier 5. It's probably tier 4.
Coil top lane with the Waning Rift for the silence. Ori looking to get the solo kill on the Tims, but the wand keeps him alive a little bit longer, and the Crypt Swarm secures it for XXS. Monet just runs right by FBZ. That's interesting. Gets off the arena, but the spear will not hit. So FBZ have to walk away in shame this time after such a brilliant performance in that game 1.
Okay.
Siamese Cat, he has his curse available. Will have to cold embrace himself, but that sets up again the Mortimer's Kisses, and FBZ gets his revenge with the spear. But the silence, Cookie, onto Yopaj. Lets him buy a little bit of space here. Gets off the Searing Chains on Monet, but you can see the Rupture on XXS, but he's going to pop that Yules to avoid a little bit of damage. Gets speared to the trees anyway, as Yopaj trying to finish him off, but he doesn't have enough damage at this point. And FBZ looks to be the one that's falling instead, getting extremely low. But there will be the trade for that Death Prophet at the very least, so 1 for 1. As Bloodright comes in, it's going to hit 2 heroes. Double kill for Jackie. And now the chase, yeah, not sure if you want to go for Monet, despite being low. Close to that tier 1 tower for that extra armor buff as well. Moonlight Shadow, I think Boom wants to continue here.
Jackie's TPing out. He's really close to his BKB. I think Boom is just poking. They're just trying to be annoying.
Yep. Ori, he's going to get Searing Chains, but he's going to use that coil. Actually dodges the arrow there. That might end things, but Monet comes to the high ground. Scam. Yep, the curse sets it up, so they cancel the TP, but in the end, it's just a support. But Monet does have his Aghanim Scepter online and already 1,000 into his BKB, so that's a scary bristleback. But BKB for Jackie Boy yet to be delivered, so big power spike for him.
And I assume Jackie Boy will be getting the Shard soon, Shard next probably. I think. I feel like until Monet has a Basher, I feel like Bloodseeker wins the trade. He drops the recipe because his courier's unfortunately dead. He's going to have one of his supports bringing it out for him.
They have a very even game again.
Yeah, every trade is like a support for support in the equivalent position, or offlaner for offlaner. Like,
yep, pretty much.
Nothing going either way.
And Yopaj, I mean, they're aligning a couple BKBs at roughly the same time, so Boom. Have a bit of a power spike in them if they want to try to take advantage.
And Tims is very close to Vessel, which against Death Prophet, who heals, Bristle, who's a big boy, Wyvern, who heals. This is a pretty important item.
Yeah.
Wraith Pact for who? Skem. He's going to go Wraith Pact on Snapfire.
Okay.
That is one way to make your Bloodseeker win the trade against enemy Bristleback, is just offset it by 35% damage.
That's right. I mean, how often do we see people go kill the Wraith Pact in the middle of a fight? Is it, like, how big of a priority would it be for Monet?
It's 30% damage, by the way, but it happens.
It's a certain amount of hits, right? It's not HP?
They've reduced the hits by 1, and then it's a lot bigger now. And the gold that you get from it is instead of 25 or whatever it was, it's 100, so it is actually worth hitting. I think these days, like, Puck and Death Prophet are going to hit it. Wyvern can also hit it from far. So it's like one of those things you use, enemy team like goes on it, and then you AoE stun them while they're going on it. Like Enigma Black Hole, we see that built on Enigma a lot, or like Snapfire Cookie. Or you use it when it's like a 1v1 trade with the carry. Like if Bristle has to turn and attack a Wraith Pact 3 times, that's like 1,200 damage that he's doing to a Wraith Pact in those 3 hits.
Right.
That could have
Big
been on
waste.
somebody else. It's a big waste. Well, maybe not a waste, but it's like you'd obviously rather just not have to play into the Wraith Pact in the first place.
And like you said, Spirit Vessel just a few hundred gold away for Tims. And I mean, that is one way to deal with the Bristle without having any kind of a break. You talked about the Shard onto Bloodseeker, but it looks like he's actually prioritizing the Scotty, so that's another way to reduce the healing coming out onto Bristle. Are you surprised that he's not focusing on the 1,400 gold Shard instead? A big juicy item in Scotty.
It means it's safer. It makes him tankier. He's not gonna die to some like Winter's Curse. He can actually get his BKB off. it also means that he thinks that they have enough damage currently, which with Mortimer's Kisses, yeah, sure. It's been doing a lot of damage.
Yep, they do see Siamese Cap, but the Searing Chains onto the Mud Golems instead. Wyvern looks to be A-okay. Now Monet has his BKB, so have yet to see a fight since these BKBs have really come online for each team. So both of them seem to be kind of happy with the state of the game, just progressing for their next items.
This does feel like Dota on the last couple of patches. It's like
BKB waiting.
Yeah, you wait for BKB, they get one BKB, you're like, okay, we got to get our next BKB. Then somebody else is close, and they're like, wait, I almost have my BKB.
Yeah.
And then you just wait till 3 cores on both sides have BKB.
Yeah, FBZ has been, he kind of dropped off in his farm, but do they have enough for Baboka? TP's coming in, the arrows there, as well as the Starstorm, but they don't have enough damage, I feel like, so they're gonna have to back now. At the very least, they forced out some TPs. Jackie Boy, he's here as well. Tim's gonna be able to leap to the low ground. Yopaj in the area, gets off the Searing Chains. I really don't know if they want to fight. I think this is just like posturing at the moment.
Yeah, like FBC's the only core that doesn't have a BKB that wants one, so he's being very safe.
Now we have a smoke from Aster, so they want to fight. But it was under the guise of a ward here from Boom, so they definitely have an idea that this is happening.
Now Boom's just going to stand on a high ground. Arrow into Roche, just in case that was a potential play that was happening for Aster. You know that once Bristle gets Ags, it's like Roche dies in 3 seconds once you get those stacks on him, so you always have to be around there. And once again, we're at the point of the game where the bot lane just becomes the wilderness. It's the place nobody really wants to go. Heroes just go down there to casually shove it out, and he's got a Remnant elsewhere, and everybody's going to go play around top. Like, bot lane is just to kind of take a vacation to, but then everybody's going to head back up top.
And Monet doing the same. Back into...
Push the lane out.
That's the nice thing of having the Remnants, though. You can do this with very little fear of actually dying. But Ori catching out Tim's. That's going to be a freebie for Team Aster. So 30 seconds to no Mirana, but not really enough for Aster to really try to go for a Roche play. And I think that Boom is waiting for this BKB for FBZ, because ever so close. Always a recipe away, it feels like.
That's right.
All right, we got the double ultimate orb, so Scotty pretty damn close for Jackie as well. Only 800 from finishing it. Another smoke comes out. Yopaj gets stunned. Silence to follow, but the BKB is there. And Arena coming out from FBZ, so it looks like they want to potentially fight for the Cold Embrace. Again, setting up the enemy, Mortimer's Kisses. So down goes Baboka. Rupture was used. Monet trying to walk it off. It is a bristleback, so he should be fine. Although Boom, continue to pursue. Nice waning rift, going to stop the potential initiation coming in from Yopaj. So again, man, the teams are so even.
Yeah,
it feels like
they're just not giving away any big kills. Both teams are doing a really good job getting out when a fight is clearly not going their way. And both teams are also close to key items that they want, so they're not willing to full commit to a fight. I definitely get it for Boom. It feels like for Bristleback, he exists in this type of archetype where if you just don't die to this Ags timing, you win the game.
Yep, so another support pickoff here for Aster. I mean, at what point is it enough to go for Roche? Is a Snapfire enough?
No, because he has buyback. It's just support kills on both sides. I don't think that's enough, and they don't think it's enough either. They're still posturing around mid.
Yep, the arrow's set up into the Cold Embrace, though. So he's going to be perfectly fine as the coil snaps, and that is a bigger kill than we've seen in the last 10 minutes, it feels like, onto FBZ, who he's yet to get that BKB for himself. Yopaj trying to take out Baboka, uses a couple remnants and will be successful, but that's a position 3 for a support.
That's exactly why FBZ has been playing so scared, and he's been, obviously in both games, a big part of the initiation for Boom.
Yep, and this is going to be a potential Roche for Aster. Obviously no Mars for 20 seconds. Arrow connects. Cold Embrace into a Blood Right. They have a lot of answers for this Cold Embrace, it feels like. One of these stationary targets. Still, half HP. Yopaj scouting it out with the Sleight of Fist. Mars up in 8 seconds. Arrow hits on Roche this time. That's going to help out Aster a little bit. And Ori looking to try to take this. None. Looks like they get the Aegis. Aster with the Roche as well. Might cost Ori his life, though, on this puck. Gets off the phase shift. BKB already activated there. None trying to get this Bloodseeker, and the Crypt Swarm is enough, so Jackie Boy completely punished here. Now trying to turn around to Yopaj. Nice layering of the silences on him because the BKB's already been expended, and that's 3 deaths for Boom. And they give up the Roche. Aegis still intact.
Ori on the flip side of that fight was
okay. It snaps. Waning Rift.
No detection.
Moonlight Shadow just ends.
Baboka,
TPing
he's got
out,
some.
and the roll misses, so Tim's is okay.
Ori was distracting all of Boom except for Jackie Boys in that fight. He was very close to dying multiple times, using his phase shift to dodge Sleight of Fist that would have killed him, to dodge an arrow that would have killed him. Also, there was some kiting happening from Siamese Cat, also helping him out in doing said wasting of time for his team. And in that time, Boom loses Jackie Boys.
FBZ desperate to get this this BKB.
Yeah, you can understand why, because we saw how much Aster focused him in that previous engagement near the tier 2, and then that leads into the Roche because FBZ is so important for the team fights. So you can see why Boom has been playing so scared, because their worst fear actually happened in the game.
So what do you think? I mean, is this a strategy from, like a mindset from Aster coming into this after FBZ had such a good game on Mars? We'd question whether they should leave it open to him, but they've kind of shut him down. Like, this is a really late BKB that he finally finishes. I mean, last game he had Shard at this point. He was on his way to Refresher already.
I think you're right. I think they've realized that if he's... I mean, at this point, it's definitely obvious. If he's not setting up the fights for his team, it doesn't feel like anybody can with this draft. But he does now have the BKB, but instead of playing with the 1K gold lead, he's playing with a 7K deficit.
Yeah. Yeah, Monet, full stacks on the Warpath right now, level 21. The Abyssal Blade, Exorcism by XXS. Can Boom even defend? They have all 5 members, but that last fight was pretty lopsided in favor of Aster. Focusing on the melee racks now. FBZ gets off the spear. It connects onto the Death Prophet. Immediate Abyssal Blade, though, as FBZ gets off a little bit of a late Mars Arena. Nice Yules dodging a ton of damage onto XXS, who now pops the BKB. Jackie forced away in retreat, and the melee racks is already down in favor of Aster. And they can just walk away relatively safely, and they lose literally nothing other than some cooldowns. There's a nice curse as well in the midst of things, kind of just stopping the initiation attempt from Boom.
Just pausing the fight for XXS to survive, which, by the way, I really like his build. Yule's BKB Heaven's Halberd, it's so difficult to kill him. The status resistance, making it so the Mars Spear is lasting like 1.8 seconds or something like that. It's barely any duration, and while he's stunned, he has this HP and evasion to work with, and he can Yules himself for even more immunity while he's healing up. XXS feels very difficult to kill in this game.
And so does that Monet Bristleback.
Yeah.
He has died once, but 6-1 and 3, and his net worth is not even in the same stratosphere as anybody on Boom. 4K alone between the 1 and 2.
Yeah. He would be living on Venus there.
Venus?
Everybody else on Earth.
Okay.
Are you thinking Pluto?
That's not a planet, unfortunately.
Oh, God, don't start this again.
Planet X, I think is the one.
Yeah, that's right. That's the 9th planet.
That's right. And Monet, only a minute left on the Aegis, so don't believe they're going to push their luck.
Holy shit. Look at that win probability. Okay.
94%.
That's quite a lot. Baboka, he's looking. He's got a roll up.
Oh, no. Good attempt from Baboka. And I believe he has his BKB on the way, so even he has a juicy amount of farm.
Yeah, there it is.
So 9K lead for Aster, but from the side of Boom, I mean, it's too late to have all your hopes on FBZ get off these beautiful initiations because he just doesn't have the farm, as we've already talked about. So what is their plan B exactly?
Plan B. Well, not this.
Yeah, we got the Yules set up. Immediate Abyssal Blade, but the BKB timely from FBZ. He misses the spear, though. Now has to run away in shame. But there, the Rupture onto Monet kind of keeps him in place, so FBZ is fine as a result. Now there's no Rupture to work with, and doesn't have that second charge yet because he's only level 21 at the moment.
Yeah, that is a full retreat from Boom. Aster thought maybe they would stay on the high ground, but nope, they're right back into their base.
Yep, Monet, even without the Aegis, feeling pretty invincible at the moment. The Exorcism from XXS is actually not that far away from his AC as well, as they take the tier 3 tower. But will they go for more? Doing a little bit of damage to this melee Rax, but you can see the backdoor protection kicking in temporarily. And now that the Exo's getting a bit low, nice dodge to both the arrow and the blood, right?
Okay. he's stunned to the back line.
Yeah, he's fine though. Searing Chains.
That was almost something.
And they're going to smoke up. This would be a really important fight if they're able to be successful in taking it. Knowing that the Exo's down, obviously still have to worry about every other spell though. Curse still available.
Yeah,
Coil as well.
They're trying to find Siamese Cat on this Winter Wyvern. I don't feel like Death Prophet or Bristle or any of these heroes will die if you don't catch the Wyvern first. He's also got a Glimmer. They're going for the full wraparound play.
Yeah, Boom knows where they are though. They've already highlighted in the mini-map. And if Boom loses this fight, it might just be game 2 for Aster. Yopaj showing himself. There's the Searing Chains, but the BKB... Oh, the arrow actually goes through him because of the BKB and hits the Death Prophet instead, but she's going to be perfectly fine. The Yule setup, trying to go for the Abyssal Blade, but Yopaj able to maneuver his way out of there. And how the hell did Skem get over here? So that's going to be a cleanup for Aster.
There's some Benny Hill chases going on in this game, that's for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
So just the support goes down for Boom. Aster honestly just positioned incredibly well there to break that smoke. They had heroes on every high ground that were okay with being the one to get gone on. They covered every possible entrance that Boom could have taken. Baboko was the unfortunate candidate that broke the smoke, has the pop as BKB, but they do end up getting a kill for it.
And now the AC online, so the push is going to be even faster from the side of Aster. That's why their name is Aster. I just realized
that's why they named themselves that?
Yeah, they're just faster than all the other Chinese teams, I guess.
Yeah. Usually just within China.
Yeah.
But now they're fast.
It's interesting how that works, right? Like you can dominate so much within your own region, then when we go to international play, you kind of
right. They get better at international play when they're stuck within their region for an entire year.
Yeah.
Because that's how, that's very strange.
It is odd.
They've broken the curse by not breaking it.
Whatever the hell that means.
I don't know.
And now Monet working on a Satanic. Not sure if we're going to get to that point. Moonlight Shadow, Boom, trying to set something up. Monet would be obviously an enormous kill for them. Arrow connects as well, but there's the curse to try to counteract as much as possible. But you can see Monet getting extremely low. Pops the BKB finally. Has the Abyssal Blade going to use onto Yopaj. Monet kind of stuck in these trees right now as he's continuing to get chased, and he will be brought down along with the Wyvern.
Oh,
There's the
spear.
arena with the FBZ spear on top. XXS and Baboka kind of stuck on top of each other. So several kills in the favor of Boom as XXS attempting to TP out. He will be fine. And they did lose Jackie in that engagement. I didn't see that one.
Yeah, Ori just kind of beat him in a 1v1. They were beating the crap out of each other. He tried to spider legs over a cliff, but Ori made the prediction and caught him.
So still, I mean, overall, a good fight for Boom, for sure. Set up by the Moonlight Shadow and the nice positioning overall here.
And, well, yeah, you see the counter here. The fact that he's facing towards them. So Snapfire's doing the side damage, which is only 20% reduction. Now he turns his back, and all of a sudden he's impossible to kill. Eventually does go down. Yeah, that's a huge kill. The double spears have been so nice from FPZ. The double spears are a lot easier to hit when you don't have to be the person to initiate the fights.
Yeah, for sure.
Which he's been doing both. He's been initiating and hitting the double spears after the fight starts.
Oh, Tim's is going to lose his life in the meantime. I believe Coil was expended for that. And Roche is now up. Pretty good timing if they can scout it out.
Just a support dead,
True.
though. Jackie will be alive.
They do scout it out now, but of course they take it so fast that even just a 5v4 might provide them enough confidence to go for it anyway.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Boom would already have to be set up. I mean, Monet's not quite there yet, so it's giving Boom a
Are
little
we
bit of
going to see
time.
Hairball? Let's get some Hairball
what
action.
else is there? I think that's probably
well, XXS's
He's
shard
got his.
already. Yeah, that's probably the best one on their team.
It'll be Hairball.
Love me some Hairball action.
There we go. That's
Very
good.
nice.
Oh yeah, belch that up, you disgusting pig.
It's very nice.
Good.
So that'll help him get his stacks up. I mean, it's funny that they've been dominating so much in this game, and it feels like he's kind of been stuck on his levels a bit. I feel like he should be level 25 at this point. Skem. We found out here by Baboka. There's the Hairball! Oh man, that's a lot to chew on. Tell you what.
That's one way.
I don't know how that compares to a hairball from like a cat. I mean, this is a pig. I don't know how that works exactly. How does a pig get a hair?
Kind of doesn't make any sense. I mean, quills.
Yeah.
How does he swallow that?
He has some hair, for sure. It's just like a guttural thing. Might just maybe they just couldn't use the word vomit, so it's really just hairball.
Yeah. Vomit is banned. It's a banned word.
I guess so. Fortification pop. They don't have their Snapfire, but the buyback is available at the moment. Monet just going to sit in the blood right. And with that Exo, they're going to secure their second set of racks, and now trying to maneuver a bit, but FBZ with the spear and the Rupture Yules, but XXS gets off his BKB. He's kind of stuck here now as Monet and the rest of his team kind of stuck inside this arena. XXS getting saved at the last moment by the Wyvern, but there is enough magic damage to tear him a new one. So the Snapfire BKB, or the buyback I should say, definitely paying off. Here's FBZ. See if Boom can try to pursue any further, because Aster obviously not wanting to fight in 3v5. But at the end of the day, they still got that second set of racks, and there's still plenty of time in the Aegis, so not the worst case scenario for Aster overall. And they're actually positioning themselves to maybe try and fight, which is a bit surprising.
Yeah, I am... Okay, yeah, they're not going to go for it. I was going to say that's a bit risky. I don't feel like they need to risk the game like this.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, it feels like Boom has been playing really well for the last like 10 to 15 minutes, but it's like a little too much, a little too late, where these beautiful spears are resulting in really crucial kills, but Aster is so far ahead because of their good early game that they just get a set of racks while they're getting these kills. So it's like, if this same thing happens again, it's just going to be megas. And it doesn't matter who's dead on the Aster side. They'll probably have buybacks, the Goldie that they have. So it's like the next fight, even though Boom has been playing it pretty well in these team fights, they're going to have to do something miraculous in order to have a chance to come back.
Well, FBZ's not that far from Refresher, so that's going to be the double BKB, double Mars Arena.
I hope he buys out. I hope he just goes for it, because I think they need to.
Yeah, I would agree. So, yep, just 50 gold away. Taking that farm away from Bloodseeker. All right, and this should be a bit of a surprise factor as well.
Get him smoked up. See if he can get those backliners.
Dire's bottom tower.
Scam with the yeah, the amulet there.
Yeah, that's a classic.
Does he have Shard on the Snapfire?
No.
No, not yet.
He's not really getting close enough with this build.
That's true. All right, we got the Exorcism trying to go for the Mega Creep. BKB forced already from Yopaj. Aster extremely happy with that. But we have the FBZ initiation. First arena is down, but the Abyssal Blade keeping him in place. But XXS on the other side of it, he looks to be basically dead. But another arena comes through, and now the right click's coming from Jackie Boy. He's going to be able to get the one kill, make it two, but that's just the Aegis. Buyback onto the Wyvern. Blood right to follow. So obviously the double arena already coming through. The bash actually hits, and it's going to be enough damage to take out Monet. 5k lead now only for Aster, basically cut in half, despite having the 2 racks advantage. So nice holds from Boom.
Yeah, I mean, amazingly executed team fight. Yopaj went in and jumped the back lines, while the Spear Arena, even though it didn't connect on the Barrack, which I think was what FBZ was hoping for, still, it was enough to win the fight, to just separate it like that so Yopaj could go and jump the backliners.
Oh my. Okay,
Ooh.
we have a Refresher on Jack.
4 ruptures, although he's really out of position.
Oh my god, if they find this, there's no way he has buyback right. He has to pop the Refresher just to get off his BKB. Rupture to follow Baboka. and the bash is there, so Baboka dies, does have buyback, obviously. The fact that he had to pop Refresher just to get the BKB off obviously doesn't feel that good.
Killing Baboka does feel good,
Yeah,
though.
that's a feels good moment for
Yeah,
sure.
oh, Yopachi's got Siamese Cat.
Yeah, we got the Searing Chains to come. Curse, but the arrow is not enough. It doesn't connect, but the spear does from FBZ. Always in the right place, the right time. 70 seconds of no Wyvern.
The game is going to be...
Are Boom doing this?
It's going to be back to even after this tower. In fact, I think they're going to have a gold lead. Like, once they farm some creeps.
Yep.
Aster's stuck in their base.
No Wyvern, and they know this is a dieback because he bought back semi-recently. So 60 seconds, no Wyvern. No reason not to go for some juicy buildings here. Fortification is popped. And Boom, playing the disciplined way. I would assume they stay on the high ground here and maybe try to catch somebody from Aster. But yeah, they gotta worry about these creeps in the bot lane.
You know, Boom, after the last few fights, I think they're feeling pretty good about themselves in terms of even if it's a 5-on-5 engagement. Like, Bloodseeker with 4 Rupture charges in the late game. This is no joke, man. Like, this is he went for the percentage damage talent. Yeah, of course he did. So it's like, it's a ton of percentage pure damage, and he's got 4 charges of it.
Oh, Moonlight Shadow setup. XXS. He's Lotus, so they have an idea this could be happening. FBZ. Now that he's got these items online, yeah, they have the vision too.
I think he kind of wants to wait for the refresher. It's so close. He's got 18 seconds on the cooldown. Like, you know he wants to hit that double arena spear.
Yeah, that arrow comes in, and still no idea that... Oh, they actually see the smoke as well. A lot of information from Boom. See if they can take advantage.
FBZ.
Aster going to the high ground. FBZ could get up a monstrous arena, but the first Rupture comes out onto XXS, but he's going to Rupture himself, does Jackie, because of the Lotus. Yopaj trying to focus on the Wyvern, but the curse is only applied to him. FBZ is caught out, though. That's a huge kill. Like you said, does have buyback as Ori's Eon Disc procs. Coil only on the Mirana right now, so just focusing down the support.
Dude, Yopaj is in the base. Storm. He's killing the supports in the base.
Yopaj is cleaning everybody up, apparently. 2 for 1, though. And the buybacks will not be coming from Boom.
And he's sextuply remnanting out, and he's fine. He's fine.
Man, that was a really weird fight. Very segregated. Obviously, Boom wanting to focus down the Wyvern makes a lot of sense. They had to force the... I mean, it was a curse on a single target, not what you usually want.
No, Yopaj has been... He's been such a pain in the ass for Siamese Cat this game, and I think it's what he needs to do. We saw the early game what happened when Wyvern was being left to his own devices. Getting off these cold embraces on a hero like Bristle, on a hero like Death Prophet. There's no way they're going to kill any of these frontliners unless Wyvern is dead. So the team fighting from Boom has been amazingly played. They also save FBC buyback for that last fight. I could see him being very tempted to buy back there because that looked like a game-ending fight.
Yeah, the fact that Jackie ruptured himself obviously
doesn't help.
It hurt him quite a bit in this fight.
And look at Yopaj. Like, Wyvern is so far off the screen now. Baboka has to go back to help him on the top right because Yopaj is just in the base, killing him anyway. Used about 12 remnants to get out.
All right, and I think, oh, it's actually a semi-late spawn on Roche, so 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And that is going to be the old refresher shard, unless we got the 30% Ags game coming to us.
If there's game 3, then we'd have the Ags.
Yeah, that's true.
This
based on the odds there.
Death Prophet refresher, not bad. Puck refresher, also not bad.
Aster scans this out, but Yopaj gets an arcane
juicy rune.
That is... I think he'd rather have this than any other rune at the moment.
I think you're right.
Double damage doesn't do as much.
Refresher Cayenne
Oh, but Tim's getting caught out. And this proc. Here comes FBZ with the first arena. You see Yopaj coming in with all those remnants. Not a whole lot of damage done, but you can see XXS stuck inside the arena getting focused. As Siamese Cat not able to get there in time, and finally gets the curse off. His buyback's gone, but Baboka trying to roll out of the arena. Not going to happen. Monet extremely low and completely surrounded. Jackie Boy with the double kill. 2 buybacks from Aster, and Monet could follow suit if he wants, as FBC limping away. Ori comes in with the overwhelming blink, trying to finish off the Mirana, but he's actually ticking down. He does to the Witchblade. Oh dear, that is a sad death for Tims, but still, buybacks are retained here for Boom, but Aster not so much.
It really feels like this game is Ori versus the world, because these other cores are just getting ruptured, and they're getting speared and dealt with. XXS doesn't get to play Dota. He had to buy back in that fight. He didn't get anything from the buyback.
What do you think of this, though? Still a 70% win probability for Aster.
Oh, that's a load of shit. No way.
I agree.
No way.
That seems
this Bloodseeker,
a bit off.
Dude, he's doing so much damage. There's no way. And it scales. This is percentage pure damage. There's absolutely no way. Is it calculating based on Roshan spawning and knows it's going to be an Ags? It's like, oh, Ags is really good.
We'll find out.
What is it? What is it? Oh, it's the Ags!
All right.
All right.
But they don't have Monet available as, oh, they're actually going to find the Snapfire. One more roll will do it. In fact, Ori, that's a gem drop into the deck, but immediate pickup on the crate. That is super fast pickup. Baboka able to TP out. And Yopaj, I mean, 3 dead right now as Mirana finally revives. Waning Rift, Yopaj has to get his BKB. That hurts a lot going forward because this Rosh is going to be very important for the game state. Might have to get a buyback on the Snapfire, but the rest of Boom are up.
I know this is like a very minimal thing, but Baboka just bought Tranquil Boots super late into the game just so that he could get back to the fight quicker with that extra move speed.
Very nice.
It's so small, but it's cool because he has no buyback, right? So he's just trying to look for items that he can buy.
Do you agree with Boom giving this up? They're not even going to try.
It's a hard decision to make. It's a really tough decision to make. I think both decisions...
It's got to be a puck Ags, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, it's
so Waning Rift will push back, reveal Invis, and
it's a big radius on that.
Pretty damn good.
It's very good against Mirana ulti. I think that's a big reason that he wants this here. It can also deward these high grounds.
Yep, and he's obviously been 25 for a while, so the BKB piercing coil as well.
Yeah, he got Waning Rift cooldown talent too, so it's a 4.25 second duration with a 5.3 second cooldown. That's insane. That's almost permanent silence.
All right, Gaben knew that the Ags was there.
Actually, I think it is permanent silence because he's got the Timeless Relics. So he's got 20% debuff reduction. It's very, very close to permanent. It's like 5-second silence.
And even Monet setting up for the future. Has a Satanic, will be consuming his Ags once he has enough for the overwhelming blink. Or I guess once he just has a regular blink. So we're getting to the ultra late game, 48. I hope we get the 60.
I know. Don't say it, bro. You're going to jinx it. You can't jinx it like that.
I've only had a couple of these in my career, and they're real memorable.
They're good. They're juicers. Good. Yeah, they're nice ones.
They're real Gaben milkers.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, I got that Gaben's nectar tonight. That's
very...
Come on. Come on, Gaben. Give us a 60-minute game, please.
Well, I think if this Aegis does not turn into Mega... I mean, even the Mega Creeps, they can defend. But we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see. I mean, I wonder if Aster, if you ask them right now, what do you think their gold lead is? What they would say? Because 5K at 50 minutes is not it's pretty negligible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they know they have a gold lead right now, but if you ask them for the last 10 to 20 minutes, they'd say, "Oh, we're behind."
Yeah.
Even though they weren't, it was kind of back and forth. Or close.
I mean, it does feel like they're behind, but they do have Aegis now.
Yeah, they do. They've got 2 lives, but this this 4 ruptures. This shit's a problem, bro. I don't know how you deal with this. You need Lincoln spheres, like Lotus orbs. Puck now has an Eon disc. I mean, it's not like Ori was really the one that's getting jumped. It's the problem is XXS and Monet are the ones getting jumped, and Monet has nothing to deal with the rupture, and not a single thing. No status resistance, nothing.
Well, Aster with the smoke, and these racks are exposed. Monet just going to walk in the old-fashioned way, considering how beefy he is with the Satanic, so extra Dispel. Obviously, the lifesteal will come with it. I mean, being able to dispel things like Searing Chains, if he really wants. He's going to get arrows. He's going to get ruptured as well. Cold Embrace, though, healing back up to full. But the spear back from FBZ, and you can see...
Yopaj on the back lines.
Yes, this right clicks are doing a lot of damage to Monet. He pops the Satanic, but I don't think he can withstand the right clicks from Jackie Boy. BKB pop from his. The quill sprays are starting to be too much. Wyvern is taken out by Yopaj on the backside. Very big kill, but the buyback comes through. And Monet still ruptured.
He's still ruptured.
And he is extremely low, but they're not going to be able to find the catch here. He has the cheese as well.
Cheese.
He's just going to pass it off.
Oh, the bottom barracks went down to just a bunch of ranged creeps and a couple of catapults.
Was it just a range racks, though?
It was just a range racks, yeah. But still, I mean, obviously Aster wants to siege top. If bot was still alive, it means there's no megas.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
When you get the range racks, why does it not upgrade to catapults?
That's a great question.
It's real. I always found that really weird.
You can ask Gaben when he emails you, because you said Gaben's milkers on a live major broadcast.
Yeah, sorry about that, Gaben. I appreciate you, of course.
Hit up that reply button when he fires you.
I mean, it's been like that since Dota 1. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, I think range barracks could use a buff. But it's so funny that in this game, the fights keep going the exact same way for Boom, and it just keeps working for them.
Yeah.
Yopaj just keeps jumping the Wyvern on the back lines. He had to buy back last fight. There's a lot of couriers going down. This is about animal slaughtering action going on.
All right. All right, I mean, this Aegis, it looks like it's just going to go out. So, Aegis advantage no more. He might hold the heart. He might hold the cheese, but then again, the bristleback Mr. Monet has 6k gold. So,
yeah.
The Blink Dagger, I mean, it's important if you get initiation, but he's getting Rupture. You're not going to be able to use that too much if you're going to take 4 Ruptures.
I'm trying to think of an item that he can get. Like, Lotus seems kind of scuffed. I feel like he's just going to get ruptured through the Lotus, and it's worth it. Or he'll get disabled before he gets it off. Lincoln's, there's too many Lincoln's breaks. Sanj and Yasha, there's 4 ruptures, so it's not like the status resist is really going to help you that much. I think that's why he's going for this overwhelming blink, because it at least lets you like choose. Okay, now I'm in the fight. Like rupture me, sure. I'm killing your supports anyway. Like I just want to stand here.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
It's just a different way to play the fight.
And Jackie, I mean, his courier going down, he was trying to maneuver it in a way that, because they haven't been able to get out of their base, he really needs to get to the secret shop to finish Abyssal.
Yes, he does. I think he has enough gold for buyback and the Abyssal. Yeah, he does. So he wants that. To be honest, I thought he had the Abyssal already, considering the bashes that
he's attacking quite fast.
He's attacking very quickly. Oh, man, Boom.
Smoke up from Boom with the Moonlight Shadow again. Cover.
But
this is a repeat. They did this.
There is a ward here, though, and, they see it. They see it. So, okay, yeah, they're going to deward it.
But they were smoked as well, so they didn't really have to do that.
Oh, that was a nice arrow.
Maboka going in with the BKB coil onto 3 heroes. Monet gets the Abyssal Blade onto Jackie. Can he withstand this damage? Trying to get out with the BKB, but another bash onto FBZ inside his double arena. Jackie trying with all his might to get out, but the fear coming out from XXS is too much. 98 seconds, no Jackie, but he can buy back if they really want to try to fight this. FBZ able to just TP out easily. Actually procs the Eon Disc as well from Ori. Now the chase onto Yopaj, the silence is there. Stun to follow. Monet doing so much damage with the bash. 100 seconds, no Ember, but 3 buybacks still available from Boom. So trying to bait this out is Aster. And we're going to see the fortification and the first buyback to come. I mean, these buildings are going to go down extremely fast. There's a Snapfire and the Bloodseeker that do not want to give up Mega Creeps. And Aster going to respect it. Man, this game is insane.
This is a good one. We might actually get 60 minutes.
Please, Gavin.
I think Boom is slightly comfortable holding Megas, too. Obviously, they buy back. They don't want to play against Megas. The reason they bought back is because they hadn't used Refresher on Bloodseeker. They hadn't used Refresher on their Ember Spirit. So they do have rounds of spells to use.
Yeah.
But that last fight, that's the one fight where Yopaj was not able to find Siamese Cat, because he was just standing on the high ground. He was constantly Arctic burning over. He's got the Force Staff, and he just juked this time.
Oh, the Ember Courier.
It's a Yule.
Yule, wow.
Oh, he was going for the Wind Waker, it looks like.
Okay. That's one way to get out of the coil.
Yeah.
So, you know, a next level play would be to start stacking these Ancients. Because right now, I think Aster has the advantage. Obviously, it's 16k, but that at this stage of the game, I don't think it's that important.
You just pop the 60-minute items, get it 5
You get them immediately. I mean, you have all the map controls, so if you can just starve them out, get the next Roche, Boom, can't leave their base.
And you know what? The next
all the neutral items.
You know what the next level play for Boom is? Have one of their heroes smoke out, or just walk out through a lane, like Ember can do it, and go into enemy jungle so you can take jungle camps there.
Yeah.
Like somebody needs to get out in preparation for the 60-minute items.
The problem is 3 buybacks expended. So if you get caught out, that could be game.
It's not one of the buyback heroes. Let's see, FBZ, he's got buyback, but not enough gold for it. He is trying to get out, though. He's the only one not staying in the base. He's trying to farm his buyback.
18K lead for Aster, but we don't know how much that really matters, as they're going to have a hard time going high ground. But the big thing is, of course, the 3 buybacks from Boom are down. And Aster has almost all of theirs. 4 out of the 5 heroes.
Juicy Arcaner in top, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Another courier, they're on top of it.
They're really protecting the secret shops. It's you have to. I mean, at this point in the game, you know what Boom is trying to do. FBZ really desperately trying to farm his buyback, because I think at this point in Dota, it's a lot easier to win a fight when it's 6v5. And like having a guy go in, and probably FBZ is the guy that's most likely to die anyway because he's the initiator. So
well, Jackie's getting pretty pretty fat here. I think it's time to get that Aghanim set.
I
want to see that blood mist action.
It might
there.
actually make him a worse hero. I think it might make him a worse hero. It just kills you. Thank God it's not pure damage anymore to yourself.
Yeah, that's true. So the BKB does help.
Yeah.
Wait, is it magic damage that goes through?
I'm pretty sure it pierces.
So if it came, let's just say in a scenario where they had 4 Ags on their teams and they got Roche that had Ags, he would actually attack the Aghanim Scepter.
I think he A-clicks the Ags.
Yeah, I agree actually, because the net worth coming from it only hurts you at that point.
It does. It does. It's a real piece of shit. It really is.
I want to see it one day.
Just want to, yeah.
I mean, like the Radiance Eternal Shroud type build makes sense with it, but in theory, haven't seen it work in practice.
You like
though.
Double the damage.
Next Roche, 10 seconds away, and I think with that, and only 2 minutes from 60-minute items, and the fact that they're constricting this map so much, I think they still wait for the neutrals, if I'm being honest. But we'll see. We'll see.
I think there's a bit of huffing of copium going on.
That's right.
Or maybe
Next
this is
Roche,
hopium, because it's
Aghanim's
future.
Refresher Shard, Cheese, and Aegis. Who doesn't have an Ags at this point?
Wyvern,
Death
no
Prophet
Ags.
is meh. Earth Spirits is pretty damn good.
Earth Spirits.
That's really good.
I think at this point that is a big one.
Yeah, he doesn't
you
have Aether Lens though, but
you can save from the Rupture. Yeah, they're gonna give it to him.
That's pretty nice. All right, they're gonna smoke up, so maybe my copium was copium in fact.
Yeah, we'll see. And Siamese Cat taking the cheese. I actually think that's good on him because he's getting constantly focused by Yopaj, and it's not like he's getting bursted. It's just that he's slowly going down in the backlines to Yopaj. So
and Monet also consumed his Ags. All right, just a minute 20 seconds away here, Aster. Come on now.
Come on.
You could just get a severe advantage as a result of that.
Or
maybe they go for Megas and then disengage. We'll see.
That was
He
nice.
actually pops a smoke there. That's
that was a
really
nice smoke break. Yeah, that was really nice.
Double cheese for Aster, so they've held on to their food.
Wind Waker on Yopaj.
Yeah.
So he can now finally get out of the coil without just insta-dying.
That certainly helps.
Top barracks are under attack.
And Aster playing very cautious. All right, I mean, you're 50 seconds away there.
Come on.
Just
It's no
50
big
seconds.
deal. It's no big.
Oh,
there's
we
the
got
coil.
a coil to start. FBZ.
It didn't hit anyone.
It didn't. Just FBZ.
He knocked him out of the coil and then coiled him.
All right. So now
wait,
with that
yeah,
on
come on.
cooldown, they get the range racks. I mean, at this stage, Boom might just have to give up the Megas, as this is going to get 3-shot, it feels like. Yopaj jumps in with the BKB, looking for the Wyvern. Can he find him? Gets off the Searing Chains. More Refresher Orb action. There's the Wind Waker, creating a lot of space. Pops the
He's
BKB
still going
and
for
the
Siamese
Refresher
Cat.
again. And Siamese Cat is doing perfectly fine. He's going to cold embrace himself, and you can see the rest of Aster just protecting him. There's FBZ, but
he's
the
flying.
he spears him out of the arena because he was in Arctic Burn mode. That is unfortunate. Yopaj stunned. He's out of the Refresher Orb now, but the Wind Waker onto the low ground. He's going to get stunned right off the bat, though. This is really bad for Boom. 125 seconds of no Ember, and even Jackie taken out right inside his base. So this is going to be mega creeps, if not the game for Aster. Maybe they'll still go for those neutral items. I doubt it. The GGs aren't going.
That's it.
God damn it,
That's
Jensen.
it.
Why?
We got the 60-minute game. No neutral items.
Damn it.
Oh, boy. What can you do? What can you do?
Gaben, why have you forsaken
You know what?
us?
All right, let me sit here and try to justify this for a sec. This bullshit. Here's okay. Dude, I'm telling you, once 60-minute items come out, it's so like random who wins the game that if you're Aster, you're just like, no way in hell we're gonna let these guys get 60-minute items. Like legit to them, there was a clock on there. They're like, okay, because if one team gets like a mirror shield, imagine mirror shield against Bloodseeker or something like that. But then again, that'd be arguing for Aster. But you get my point. You get one of these items, you get like a Deso, you're just one-shotting somebody.
It could tilt it in your favor if they get the items.
Hugely though.
Yeah.
It makes it random because those items have so much value, but they don't actually add to the net worth in any way.
All right. Well, unfortunately, that game ended a few seconds too soon.
Just a little.
But Aster ended up tying the series 1-1. Let's see what the panel has to say about this great game.
So much back and forth in that match, but only one team could claim the victory. And this time around, it was Aster. Like the caster said, 1-1 on each side, but my goodness. That felt a little longer than what it should have.
I'm mad.
I'm
mad.
She's mad. She's done.
My team lost. I don't want.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it's the
Hats
items
on the
as
floor.
well.
Oh, sorry. No.
Sweaters on the floor.
I'm not mad about the items.
So what's happening here? Shannon is mad because of the items. She's
Right.
mad because of her
Everyone-
team losing.
yeah.
Like,
Are you mad?
Are you mad, Nikki?
Oh,
Or you're fine.
I'm chilling.
Any molders?
I'm good over here. Like you know,
Okay.
like, I had food. It was sausages. I'm chilling.
Yeah.
It's easy to please me apparently.
And you enjoyed the game quite a bit.
I did.
60
It was-
minutes of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt really good. Like, it's one of those matches that you really enjoy watching. In the end, it felt like just the two mid laners duking it out. You have Ori on one side, Yopaj on the other, just playmaking out of their mind. Puck putting his whole team on his back, carrying them hard. I saw it. This is Sheepo's note. It's written there, right?
Don't look at my notes.
Puck carrying hard.
No, I didn't write that. It's true, but I didn't write it. I was mostly like, I was kind of struggling with Boom's like mid game. Because at the beginning, obviously, like Yopaj was making a lot of plays on the side lanes, outplaying. Puck would do his best to rotate and try and counter gank, but yeah, like Yopaj was outplaying them, getting away with murder. The only problem was, in the game 1, at 23 minutes, when the first Roche happened, Boom was quite wealthy and able to contest with like a Mars Mars BKB. But in this game, it was 27 minutes for first Roche, and Mars didn't have a BKB yet. Like, this lack of BKBs made it much harder for them to fight into Aster's heroes.
Yeah, he got his items much slower. The beginning of the game was definitely harder for them, but they did find that way of clawing back into it. One of the ways that helped them, one of the items that helped them claw back in was the shard of the Bloodseeker. Like, Bloodseeker suddenly started hitting real hard. Like, the shard on him, plus the Mjolnir allowed them to kill off Bristleback a couple of times. Even with the Aegis, they would kill him twice in fights. So it helped out, but it didn't help them do anything else on the map. It always felt like it is the Aster that are setting the fights where they want them set, right?
Yeah.
That's a problem when you're playing versus some long cooldown such as Death Prophet's ulti. You want to force that on their side because regardless of what happens, you won't suffer any objective casualties, which they suffered. They lost sides quite early in the game.
Yeah, Bristle was quite big. It felt like Boom didn't have anything to deal with him for at least 30 minutes. A lot of their fights was just using slights, chains onto Bristle, or arrowing him, just trying to keep him in place while they tried to fight the rest of the team. And yeah, like you said, it wasn't until that shard that they started to kill him, and when FBZ was able to get those good spears. I was just concerned for the longest time. It was a lot of high ground defense that made this game look semi-winnable for Boom for a tiny bit.
Yeah, I wanted to touch up on that high ground contention that Aster was attempting to do, as far as not necessarily like a hesitation, but there is a little bit of it, especially when you talk about the item timings finally coming into the side of Boom here. And you know, like, you could see that Aster does still want that victory as far as like what they need to do. Yeah. But I guess I'm just curious, like, what was it that they were really worried about there? I mean, was it just the Bloodseeker?
It wasn't just the Bloodseeker. It's very difficult to breach high ground. You're playing into a Mars that can always spear you back, which did happen a couple of times into the tier 3s, tier 4s even. But the problem isn't just the Mars that's spearing you back. It's also an Ember that's cutting into your backlines. Bloodseeker zooming around as well, hitting whoever he wants to. So any team with any 5 heroes will make it difficult for you to push high ground. And when you have heroes that excel at that, it doesn't matter what your lead is. They lost their lead even just trying to bang that wall, just trying to go headlessly in.
Yeah.
You just have to wait for that Aegis or very big lead.
He did steal that from my notes. That's literally word for word what I wrote down. I'm pissed.
So when I was, I should have said it.
We share one brain.
It is the one brain cell situation.
Like I really wanted to highlight. I think one of the most notable defenses they did of their high ground was like Mars was waiting in the trees for such a long time. FBZ was waiting, and I was like, just spear him back. But like they actually did such a coordinated assault. Basically, like Mars speared Bristle back into the base at the exact same moment that Yopaj went forward with Remnant. So like they were, they went super like very nice gameplay spellcasting. I mean, this team's so good at spellcasting.
And just one thing, I felt that Boom's D ward on the left cliff was so bad.
Oh yeah, tell him.
That was like one of those things you want to do it, but at the same time you don't truly want to give out that you're out of your base, smoked up in Mirana's ulti. That literally made Aster's life so much easier. They knew exactly where everyone is on Boom, and it gave them that high ground advantage plus the initiating advantage to go on them, which pretty much sealed the deal.
Well, sealed the deal indeed, because Boom and Aster, they tie that series up. I mean, both teams locking it in for the upper bracket, it's looking like. But we're not done for the day. We got one more series coming at you. It is going to be RNG versus PSG.LGD after this break.
Coming up next, Royal Never Give Up versus PSG.LGD.
I've got the coach Zombie here with me now. And I guess the first thing, right, when we're looking at this Fnatic, you have to come into an event with 3 standings. I wanted to see, as you as the coach, like, did you change your expectations for what you wanted to achieve here?
No, I think we're all playing to win. Luckily, we're able to have the 2 guys that lane together, and a lot of us wrote us off. But the TSM guys got second place last major. They're good players, and they're playing solo mid and dual safe lane. So everything's. I felt like it was going to be great, and it's working out well. So I'm happy.
It definitely is working out well, and like you said, you expect it to work out well, right? Because of what you just mentioned there, the lanes, how these players are working. But are you kind of impressed more than what you thought in how it's gone so far?
I think naturally, seeing the results, I am impressed. I'm also impressed with their work ethic, how well they work together, and how we've been all working well together with each other. It's been really great.
And how much would you say, from what you look at as traditional Fnatic play, has changed by adding these guys in? Are you able to adjust things a bit more? Is it staying kind of the same and you're trying to get them to fit into that? What's the difference now?
There is a difference, and we talk about these differences, and we try to find the balance. We want to allow each other to play their best, and naturally, I think we're adjusting more to them, and they are to us because there's more of them. But we're very honest with each other. I think we're learning a lot from each other, and it's just really a very unique experience. It's been quite healthy, and I think we're enjoying ourselves immensely.
That's what it's all about, man. Enjoying yourself and getting the wins in there as well. But I also want to ask, how stressful has it been for you as the coach, right? Is this like an extra bit of more work than usual you would have to do?
I would say kind of not. I mean, no, it's been very enjoyable. Everybody's like so enjoyable to be around. And talking Dota at a high level is a very fun thing. And everybody brings so much to the table that just talking about it and just talking about Dota is just a very fun experience, and especially from a different team. So comparing is like, wow, this is how you view things, and this is how they view things, and it's been really fun, just really fun.
I love that. This is a really positive conversation. The results are looking positive as well. You just got the win now. Are you feeling confident to go all the way of this? Do you think like your expectations, like you said, are still we can win this? Do you have more faith in that kind of mindset for it?
I don't think any of us are playing to lose, or any of us are playing to a certain place. I think we want to go as far as we can, and I think we're learning a lot. We see what other teams are doing. We're trying to adapt. We know that there's a lot of things that we could improve on, and should we fix those and should we improve throughout the tournament, because it's what tournament's about. You got to improve during the tournament. I think we can take this tournament as well.
Now, one last question. What's the biggest thing you're looking at where say, okay, we need to improve this? What's the one thing that you've really noticed?
I think because we talk about so many things and there's so many adjustments to make, I think we try to make adjustments like all at once, or like we're kind of over adjusting perhaps. Okay. I think we just need to find some sort of a stability in what we're doing and just play solid, and I think we should be good.
We should be good. I like it. Sunby, a pleasure talking to you, man, and good luck throughout the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Splendid.
Hello everybody, it is the Dota 2 Arlington Major. It's group stages. We got some exciting matchup here. It's the final series of the day on the A stream. It's going to be PSG.LGD versus RNG. Joining me on the panel is the super awesome gods, and Lizard is still here.
Still here. Can't kick me out.
So are you half a brain cell right now that Cheapo is gone, or are you?
No, she took the one we had.
She took the one. Oh no.
The one shared brain cell.
The one shared brain cell.
I don't know how I'm talking right now. It's the lingering effect, How you been, gods?
I'm good.
Yeah.
That was a fun series to watch.
Yeah.
Wow.
Those are definitely some of the more exciting games we've had so far.
Absolutely. I mean, we can pull up like the current results of the stream so far as we take a peek here. As you said, OG starting the day off 2-0 to Thunder Awaken. I mean, it looks like they really found their groove today, right? I mean, last couple of days at least.
Yeah, they're looking like the second best team in their group, at least with how they've been playing the last couple of days. They had a slow start, as was the case in the last major. They kind of had a slow start there. Even when they got to the playoffs, they lost their first series in the upper bracket and had to make a lower bracket run, so OG's back.
Yeah, I mean, pointing out though on stream B, that's an 0-2 for Na'Vi against Spirit, and I believe unfortunately that puts them on the bottom. Sad face.
F in the chat.
F's in the chat for Na'Vi here.
I expected her to say on the airplane back home or something.
Oh no.
Took the less brutal approach.
There you go. Wow.
But Spirit saved North America. By beating Na'Vi, they kept EG alive.
Thank you. Exactly. There we go. I mean, EG, probably sending them a gift basket right now. Let's go. And then we'll take a look at the results so far on stream C. It is, Liquid still having that, slight ticks in their life there.
That Liquid Thunder series is super important for both teams. Both teams really need a win, not a draw. So a draw is actually probably bad for both because both teams are like in that danger zone at the bottom. So really important Dota being played here.
I trust you all with the math. Everybody was doing the math in the group. And I'm like, I can't. Just show me a picture and tell me what it means.
As we're in NA, Nikki, what's that second series on Stream D? What's the score?
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
That Entity versus...
You could have pointed at either series and said that. You know?
I'm just saying, I don't know what's going on there,
the first
okay?
one as well.
I don't know what's going on there.
Look, with that 0-2, EG secured themselves a playoff spot. So,
there you go.
Didn't matter.
It didn't
They're
matter.
in the playoffs.
I mean, look at the standings right here for Group B because that is done, right? Yeah, lower bracket, it's fine. It's doable. Not a big deal, but you look at the nice four sitting, over on the upper bracket side, Aster and B-Spirit, boom, we just watched.
Yeah, how's your region doing, Lizard? Down there at the bottom. You're from Europe, right?
What's my region?
Eastern Europe, Western Europe?
Eastern Europe, Western Europe.
Yeah, that's your region, right?
Yeah,
where are those teams at the bottom from?
I can get a little bit of both, and both of them are at the bottom, But I do also have Entity, I do also have Spirit to claim.
Okay.
And they're on top.
Fair.
And can I just say that I just love that Entity is second. Man, what a story coming in with
all the teams with stand-ins are owning.
Exactly.
Stand-ins are the way, apparently. I saw so many people like rating teams that are like, oh, LG is the best, and there's the teams with no stands, and then there's the teams with stand-ins. And Fnatic, they're doing well. RNG, they're doing well.
The Group A standing, I mean, this one is going to be the team or the group to watch right now, right? Every match, every series, it's so pivotal. And I mean, even RNG for this match right here, they're still trying to maybe. Is there a chance for them?
Yeah,
to
so
still
Group
drop,
B,
right?
Group B is done. There's no more games in Group B. There's no tiebreakers. Those standings for finals. Group A, the only thing guaranteed is LGD. They're in the upper bracket. I don't know if they're guaranteed first. I probably are 11-1.
Yeah.
But Group A, anything can happen. RNG need a win to guarantee upper bracket. Fnatic, who are second, but not guaranteed upper bracket. And luck can change.
And RNG can definitely do it. These boys that we're seeing on the screen right now have won against PSG.LGD before in the region. PSG.LGD that honestly didn't look as strong as it looks right now. Perhaps a tiny little bit demotivated in the regionals, as they had their pretty much TI secured ages ago. So perhaps they went a little bit easier on their compatriots, but RNG are no joke. Ever since Kaka joined the team, he was waiting on the sidelines looking for what team to join. There were a couple of interviews. He semi-retired, like so many. I can't remember who said it, but Dota players do need to rethink what retiring.
Oh yeah, I was saying that.
Right?
That
you? Yeah.
Maybe they need to change that phrase.
Yes, there are other words you can use. I don't think they know what the word retire
I'm on a
actually
break.
means. They need to open up the dictionary, do some non-Dota studying.
Out of the office.
Yeah,
I don't know,
you take
break,
professional
vacation,
breaks.
Yeah.
And off, a year off.
Put your winnings in some pension fund, live off the dividends.
Yeah.
Right, there you go. Or I'm going to explore my other options right now, which, I mean, it literally could just mean you sitting at home streaming. But, I mean, another person that I want to touch up on is always a fun favorite for me to bring up on the side of RNG. We talked about the stand-ins. They do have Ana. Now, Ana, for the most part, for a while, has been well beloved. But right now, it's kind of shifting into a more polarizing personality as far as how he's been performing. It has not been as stable as I think people had expected him coming back.
Yeah, he's not the old Ana who's just dominating and looking super consistent, owning every game.
Winning games on his own.
Like when OG were winning TI, some people had him as the MVP of at least the first TI8 run. For many people, he was the MVP. Like some of those games, those comebacks, the PL, the Spectre. He's not the same Ana yet, but it's like he's kind of been, I feel like, slowly trying to make his comeback over the last few months. He's been grinding out those pub games. You have to catch up. You can't. 2 months is not enough to get back into top tier form.
And look at this matchup. Oh, I just love seeing this once again on the screen. Ana and Ame, player-to-player comparison.
Yeah.
This is there's
old rivals.
Fair to say there's a little bit of rivalry and history.
Yeah,
just a tiny little bit.
That's the thing. If you wonder, LGD guaranteed upper bracket, are they going to take it lightly? who knows with the draft and the play, but if anyone wants to take it seriously, Army wants, he wants to beat Ana. This guy's got a bit of a bone to pick there.
That's true. I mean, if it's ever been a question as far as like, oh, well, LGD, they're already locked in for upper bracket. This match might not mean so much to them. I mean, this is a bit of a pride match then, right?
Yep.
You see this as we look at, the roster of PSG.LGD here. I mean, absolutely dominating performance so far here.
A roster that, as we said, in the regions has not performed nearly as well as they're performing right here. They have their full power unleashed. Zinq, everyone robbed the Pelly. Luck as well, but this team, they create their own luck.
It's scary watching them. Like they'll be losing games, and then you lose one fight, and suddenly game's over. You just lost.
And it doesn't even feel like they're stressed. It's not like they're losing and they're making mistakes or something. They're calculating. Their losses are always calculated in different team fights in the early stages of the game because they understand what they're fighting for, what they're waiting for. Once they hit their timing, that's it. Yeah. Like you aren't winning a single fight versus them.
Yeah, some of the most impressive with like against the Liquid against the Matu Lone Druid game. That game, they felt
exactly
really far.
What I thought of.
They were just falling further and further behind the early game, but it never felt like like you say, it felt very calculated. Like it's okay, our time will come. We've got this late game tie TA. Well, we're chilling.
Yep.
They're just so impressive the way they're winning, and the way it seems to be that they're even like slightly experimenting a bit. Like they did an offlane Coddle, they had mid Wyvern, something that Nothing to Say had played once his entire professional Dota career. So it seems like they're not even just like they're trying new strats that they can maybe then carry over to the playoffs,
or some new strats that they can scare their enemies with, right? Yeah. Suddenly you have to be thinking about some offlane Coddle to ban.
Yeah.
It's not enough that Fate Beyond is owning you every game with some Nature's Prophet just TPing across the map, destroying you. It's not enough that you have to think about all the Zinq's heroes that he plays. Now you have some Coddle on the offlane. Like, it makes it way more difficult for everyone else to draft against them.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about adaptability as far as like with the regional meta. Like these two teams, they're familiar with their own meta over in the Chinese region, and now they're coming into the DPC or into the major, understanding like, oh, okay, here's some like new things that we can inject into our pool, and both rosters are pretty diverse as far as the capabilities of what they can play. Now, as far as like the head-to-head though, up until the end of their DPC season, it has seemed that LGD had RNG's number, but now I'm a little curious with that Ana factor. Is that going to be a bit of a change that they're going to have to work around, both mental and just draft and game prowess, right?
Probably changes to me. The drafts RNG, like you do have to draft a bit around maybe Ana and his hero pool. Yep. Like we've seen some kind of shifts and changes there, but I think.
Sorry, maybe some flashbacks on the other side.
Yeah.
PTSD.
Yeah, if there's one game where LGD are going to be a little bit rattled, is it this one?
That guy.
Yeah. We know what that guy can do. But it does still feel like, having the I'm sure RNG wish they had the full roster still.
Yeah, for sure. Like, we talk about all the teams that are working with their stand-ins and how well it is going for them. Maybe it would have went even better without them.
Yeah,
with the full roster.
And for a lot of these teams, like the end goal for everybody is always TI. Right. Everyone wants to win TI, and playing here with stand-ins means it's one event that you don't get to play with your full roster and get good practice leading up to TI. So it's tough for any team, even if they're getting the good results here. They always stand their full rosters.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, as we have the draft underway here, it is going to be first pick coming into the side of LGD. I mean, we're seeing some of the common bans already coming out. Wyvern out, Tiny out. It is. Tiny, I know LGD just absolutely love, so not surprising there. For first pick, though, what opener are we expecting from LGD if they're looking at this RNG Ana?
Are we looking at some Chens and Kunkas or just your standard RCs? Yeah, that was pretty much the question.
They've been doing a bit of the Chen Shakers, and
right?
That's been some of their new flavors.
It's been so popular as of late. There's still Puck left in the pool, but teams are deciding to let Puck go through, even picked in second stage, even untouched, which is confusing. Like from one day to another, how things are changing.
Yeah, one day we're sitting up here like, gotta keep ban Puck. This year is just winning games. And there's some teams like against EG where it still happens, but a lot of games where it also does not happen.
Yeah.
But when you look across the board and all the different teams drafting, like these two teams know each other inside and out, and we're gonna get the Death Prophet and Shaker. This Death Prophet is instantly enabled on the offlane as well. With the Shaker, suddenly you have that one hero that can support you.
Yeah.
It can be mid still, right, for RNG, but...
You're considering they picked the Shaker with it. And Shaker seems to shine when you've got heroes that benefit from the fissure block in that offlane.
It was always like that.
Yeah, yeah, we've seen it with Razor, so you can statically fissure block them off, you get all the damage build up, Death Prophet with the Spirit Siphon, and then Viper's the other one where you just, poison attack and...
Back in the day, it was something like a Bat and a Pug now, and those were popular on the offlane. It's always the same style of heroes that are good with the Shaker on the offlane.
Yep.
And speaking of Shaker, like, we've seen the rise of this hero
Ever since Parker said that it's
right,
trash.
I called it, like, the stock. Now,
the caster curse.
The ultimate panelist curse right here. This hero is trash.
It's so bad.
Starts being picked every single game after.
I mean, Seb is making it fashionable. We saw what he did with the Wind Ranger, and now it looks like he wants to do it with the Earthshaker. Not that I'm giving full credit.
I think Jinkyu on the other side will have something to say. Look.
Exactly. So I mean, and the other curious hero that I've noticed, like, the stock has absolutely risen. I mean, as the puck will come through. Okay, let me hold my thought there and ask about, like, RNG. They let that puck through. Catch. It always seems to be the catch. We just watched Ori absolutely destroy.
Can you kill a puck?
Can you kill a puck?
Yeah.
When it comes to Shaker puck gameplay, Shaker cannot catch puck on the mid lane the way he can do to some other heroes. He can just rotate in and fissure block him, right? But later on, you do have some fissure, let's say from the fog, which can come in handy.
And a Death Prophet Silence follow-up. Pucks don't really build Yule Scepter anymore. That's kind of just a dead item. I mean, you can if you feel like you need the save, but you'd much rather go more offensive items. And
you
then
get
later
some
on,
Aeon Disc, perhaps.
Exactly.
Something like that.
Yeah. So, it is I don't mind the Shaker into the puck as far as like the mid to late game goes.
But you would still like some more catch, right? On their side anyway. Yeah. Perhaps something on the mid lane for Somnus.
Yeah.
Can deal with him.
The go-to has been the Void Spirit. I'm not sure if they'll leave that in the pool. One of these.
Yeah, it's still legit. The Pudge naturally has been banned out. I noticed, like, even the Chinese teams will ban it out from themselves. So kind of to circle back to what I asked here, since I'm not seeing her banned or picked yet, but as far as a catch and team fight situation that has been happening here, Snapfire stock has been going up. Is this something that we expect any of the teams to potentially rock? And the other addition that I wanted to add is both teams really love the Earth Spirit as far as perhaps something that they can use for catch.
I think I'll take the Earth Spirit. You can have the snap. Okay. When it comes to Earth Spirit, I don't think there's space for him here. Maybe it's doable, but Shaker on one side, Marcy on the other. I think that position 4 has already most likely been covered.
Have LGD just been doing Marcy 4 from what you've seen?
I think so, yeah. Like, I haven't caught every single Marcy game that they've played, but I think they have been playing a lot of 4 Marcy.
Okay. Yeah. As far as Sapphire, though, I think slightly different story. But I don't think the hero actually is less popular in China than the other regions.
Yeah.
It's a lot of the other regions. Some of the South American teams are loving it. SEA. It's kind of less a go-to. I think in China there's been a lot more dazzle when it comes to the 5 position. So I think it's just kind of a different flavor typically out of LGD and RNG.
Yeah.
Would this be the game that LGD decides, you know what, let's try her out. Let's see what the fuss is all about.
Especially, like, these teams love to play, like, Faceless Void. That's one of the go-to carries. Like, a Void Snapfire kind of combo is obviously amazing. Snapfire with Puck is a good combo. You've got the coil to lock people down for the kisses.
For LGD, it would be already decent.
Yeah.
But instead, we get what we were talking about on the opener. We get the Chen.
Chen Shaker.
Yeah, Chen Shaker every game.
It's honestly, I feel like 90% of the Shaker picks have been with Chen.
Yeah. And when you think about it, it's like Chen Shaker plus that offlaner that needs the Shaker for a little bit of help, and that's it.
Yeah.
We see the same trio, and I love it. I love the Chen Shaker Razor, Chen Shaker Death Prophet, Chen Shaker Viper.
Yeah. And that's where the Shaker, it covers for these, because you've got an offlaner and a support with no stuns, no lockdown. Shaker covers for that, covers for the Chen in general. Yep. Like, it's that save hero that helps, like you say, enable those offlaners. So it does make a lot of sense that we keep seeing these trio of heroes picked again and again.
And there's also another thing happening, that's Shaker into Marcy. Like, teams are picking Shaker into Marcy. Now, I'm not exactly still sure why that is. But they just love. Marcy jumps in, perhaps you fissure blocker, or you just follow up. You can't be disposed.
Disrupt the follow-up.
Yeah, you just disrupt the follow-up. If you get disposed, you're echoing, right? So that cannot happen to you. Which is
and if one of your teammates gets disposed, usually it's disposed into follow-up spells, and Shaker's just, he's like the disruptor, you know? He's gonna, in terms of, not the hero, but just like, he's gonna break your combo. You go on my teammate, I go on you.
Yeah, don't touch my teammate.
I mean, it looks like this not really knowing how RNG is going to want to play like that Shaker or Prophet like so far. Really, I mean, look at how far the reserve time has been eaten for phase 2 on the side of LGD, and they're gonna just decide on the Batrider.
That's so early.
Yeah, is this offlane or?
That's...
Yeah.
I don't know where it's going, most likely on the offlane. We have seen a couple of bucks on the offlane, but I think it should be the bad, bad plus Marcy. But it opens up all kinds of ideas for RNG and for Ana when it comes to their carries.
Yeah, it does feel like with an AA.
An AA.
So this is one of the things I was wondering, because like teams often, when they're in a position where you're secured up a bracket, you're playing a match which doesn't impact basically anything for them other than, you know, the pride. Obviously, teams always playing to win. That's the time to maybe try some new things. Chen has looked so good. Every single game I'm seeing Chen, it looks like a problem. You initiate on some heroes, you can't kill them. Maybe AA is one of the answers. There's a lot of like, you're also up against Death Prophet. Like,
do you think that AA is an... Okay, in that way it is. Let's see what they pick. Ember, some backline catch. They want playmaking, nothing. Let's not talk about
Yeah, so let's talk about AA.
AA. So, yeah, he prevents Shen from healing anything. But at the same time, historically, summons and these position 4s that can control creeps have been really good versus AA. He just cannot defend. He's dead meat behind the tower. He kind of likes to soak. Just sit there, you rotate behind him with the creeps, you kill him off.
And then later on, it feels like you just have the one spell, your ultimate.
And
like,
that's
you're not getting value out. Ice Vortex, like for some team fights, boost up some magic damage, but...
Yeah, Bat and Puck do benefit from it, but...
And AA suffers from that, like, support with no save, no mobility, where now you're up against Ember, every single fight Ember can just jump the AA.
And he will be probably doing exactly
and that. AA is going to die. He may throw out an Ice Blast, but you're not hitting anybody in an impactful way if you're being just forced to use your spells.
It's one of those blasts that flews over the map into a different game.
And that's honestly all those reasons why we never see AA. This hero is considered bad right now, like by most teams, by most players. But
so are we both leaning RNG's favor right now? I am. I'm not going to shy away from it. I like their draft way more.
Is there perhaps like a pocket pick coming in for that last, LGD slot? Perhaps that the reason why they're wanting this AA.
They're going to do some AA. Usually the AA in the past is always paired in the lane with a stunner. Wraith King was popular for a while. CK gets banned out. Sven is another option. You want to have a strong lane with AA because the hero offers so little in the late game that you need to win your lane. Like, okay, it's a bad hero, so win your lane, and it doesn't matter that you picked a bad hero.
I mean, saying win your lane is a lot easier compared to the heavy lane power that RNG is currently presenting here. So, ooh, yeah, that's a curious one.
Yeah, RNG, like you said, has a lot of lane power, but on the offlane, Shaker plus that Prophet perhaps isn't the scariest early on. Shaker helps you have an even lane. It doesn't help you win it many times until the Ember starts rotating in. But when it comes to the heroes that Parker mentioned, like these Svens, these Wraith Kings, they're kind of out. I mean, LGD, they can bring them back.
Though. He's kind of out.
They brought Shaker back in as well. So perhaps they can do it, but yeah, we'll see. I wouldn't mind something with the stun on that safe lane to complement the Ancient Apparition pick.
Well, I mean that. I'm just curious. Like, perhaps, like, I'm looking at like some of the other picks that he has. Like, I mean, like you said, like I think CK is already banned out.
They banned out the Void now as well.
Maybe is an option, but.
Oh yeah, Alk has a stun. Not a bad option.
And the one that they skill now for a difference. Like you get it very early on. It's an Ame hero as well. It's possible. Yeah.
But they don't have much time, so they're gonna figure something out quick.
Oh, it's the bear. Lone Druid.
Okay, how did we just forget about this? Like the meta is changing one day to another. Heroes that we talked about constantly on day one are the ones we're forgetting now.
I mean, I guess I would never consider Lone Druid being a pick to pair with the AA. Like, there's no synergy here, I feel like.
But there is synergy, or at least he's filling some holes that they had in their draft. Objective-taking capabilities were pretty much non-existent. Lone Druid brings more than enough. You get that RNGs to help you out with the Roots versus Ember Spirit, if possible, versus Shaker as well. It's nice. So overall, I like the Lone Druid pick. I don't like their draft. I don't understand it very well, like why they decided to go for all of this.
In the past, people didn't like the Lone Druid into the Death Prophet, though, because you can Spirit Siphon the Barrows. Do you feel like that's still the case?
I think that's still the case.
Okay.
Now you get the Lifestealer, who's also considered good versus Bear. Bear can, if he gets like Desomom early on, he can destroy the Lifestealer.
Later Basher,
Yeah, but I still like RNG's draft a bit more. I'm sure there are some giga brains out there that understand LGDs better.
I'm sure it feels like it's coming down to right now the stronger draft versus the stronger team.
Yes.
It is.
I mean, they've got Lifesteal into Batrider too.
Right.
Another. I mean, yeah, you've got Lasso through Rage, but the actual lane itself, you feel happy as Lifesteal.
Yeah.
I think that maybe the one X factor is there's still a puck in the game. This puck hasn't been super answered.
Yeah, but Ember is also considered decent versus him on the mid lane, right?
True.
Later on, Coil can work against you, but RNG, like Parker said, you have Lifestealer into the bet, you have that Prophet into the Lone Druid on the other side. I feel that they've got everything they needed here.
Well, you heard that here. We've dissected it as best as we can, and it's just going to come down to the gameplay. And to bring you all that action, it's going to be Sunsfan and Jenkins.
Yeah, Jenkins is a real fan of dissection. I'll tell you that right now. I mean, just look at him. Looks like a walking corpse, for God's sake.
They do. Dissection is the diet. I do enjoy diet.
Okay. Remember, this isn't the Beast stream. I was testing you to see if you would try to turn that to a tangent, and you did. You have failed the first test here for the first game of LGD versus RNG. I'm going to make a bold prediction and say RNG is going to take this 2-0.
You did say that. You did say that.
LGD are secured first in their group. They're playing a Chinese team.
You think they don't care?
They've shown propensity to do this in the past by not showing up to matches.
Okay.
We'll see. I could be wrong.
Bold claim.
It is actually, I don't think it's that bold of a claim now that I really think about it. Because they've literally done that like the last match in the DPC.
I don't think their draft is too memey is the thing, though. I was expecting maybe like a Pudge to come out or something. It did get second phase banned. That's also kind of not a meme hero anymore. But they did pick Lone Druid into Death Prophet, which is considered to be quite a hard counter.
Yeah.
Lifestealer pick comes out, also very good against the Lone Druid. But this is one of those things that, like, these guys are Giga Brains. They felt like they needed a Lone Druid in the draft. And sometimes you have to pick a hero that's just not optimal in like a one-to-one matchup, but for the game, for what you lack, it is optimal. So a lot of people criticize in those scenarios, but then the team just completely destroys. Or people are right about it, and then the Lone Druid gets destroyed. That also happens too.
That's the beauty about Dota. You can say something's a counter, and sometimes it just works out for the other team, you know, to outplays and whatnot.
Although I do feel like the last time we saw this happen with LGD was the Necro that looked really bad into Oracle.
That's true.
And it did. It did in the game look
horrible. But they
horrible.
won big time. Semi-big time.
Yeah, semi-big time. That's right.
Little baby Gaben victory there.
Yep.
But yeah, in terms of the standings, like we said, PSG.LGD secured first in their group, even if they lose every single game here on out. I don't know how that translates to the seeding with the other #1 seed from Group B. But either way, RNG, that's the real story because they are tied for third right now with a 7-5 record, I believe. So the games are quite important for them to try to secure the upper bracket for themselves.
Of course, that upper bracket gives you the extra life.
Yep, the +1 mushroom.
+1, quite important. As we see this ward, by the way, people have been putting this ward a lot on the outpost on Dire. As runes, let's see, Batrider picks 37% on Radiant. People like Dire Batrider. Okay. People just like Dire.
Yep, probably. TeamSpeak issue. You can see Kaka has already blocked the creeps in the bot lane. So it's just blocked by mountains of gold, actually.
Yeah, bit of a waste.
That's true. If you could just cash that in for maybe an additional skill on Earthshaker.
Or a Blink Dagger so you can use your skills.
That's true, yes. We talked about Earthshaker. Your thoughts on this hero? Because you looked at the win rate.
It's not
it's
bad.
Not that. It's like a
No.
46% win rate, but we didn't look at what the win rate is when PSG.LGD does not pick it, aka because they've won basically every game.
Honestly, I'm just gonna say that this seems like another Bulba Storm Spirit situation where the pros are probably right about the hero, and I think we're all wrong. It has a 46% win rate. They're first facing it too. It's really not that bad. It does require that you pick it with a hero that's like a really strong laner that's ranged, like Death Prophet or Razor.
Yeah.
But a lot of those are being favored as offlaners anyway.
So looks can be deceiving, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
probably the
literally
summary of your Tinder profile.
That's right. That's right.
Talk to me about the AA. I mean, the first thing I think of is the anti-heal, obviously, with the Chen and DP.
Yeah, this is another one that I think a lot of people have been theorizing as a counter to this meta. You look at the top like 10 heroes in the meta, and it's mostly like healing and sustain heroes. So it's definitely, I don't want to say it's definitely underrated. It might be a bit underrated. The argument against AA, I think, is also the fact that there's a lot of Death Ball and there's a lot of heroes that have summons, and AA is not good at dealing with that. However, in this game, for RNG, it is only the Chen who also has a healing ability. So you could argue that, okay, yeah, Chen's a summons hero, so it counters AA, but then it works the other way as well. Chen has an 83% win rate, by the way, in this tournament. And not with an insignificant amount of picks. That's with like 25 picks or something like that. It is extremely good.
Yeah, that's pretty filthy. 100% on tire,
Oh my god. That is
not too shabby.
Yeah.
Of course, it looks a little misleading with the base cosmetic because now he's riding a crocodile, which is actually really fearsome.
Yeah.
Or an alligator. Never really know the difference, if I'm being honest.
This is an A tier cosmetic. Of course, the S tier would be Harambe.
Yes, the gorilla is very good.
Yeah.
So Ana, obviously filling in for Ghost in this tournament for RNG. Talked about how he's been starting to play Dota again finally after taking a long break. Like for him, he's done this already several times. He's retired, I think, 3 times. I feel like. Is that? I think 3 times is probably the number.
Seems
so
to be that
probably
way.
nobody better to come back from like a long stretch than him.
No.
But you think that he has kind of, I mean, RNG hasn't really missed too much of a beat. They're doing quite well.
Yeah, they're doing very well. I mean, I've heard that for Ana, he's been kind of 50-50 this tournament. We've not had the pleasure of watching a lot of RNG matches on the B stream, which we've been casting on.
Living on, yeah.
I've been living in there in the dumpster fire that is the...
Just pitch a tent down there.
Yeah, that's right.
Little lag action, the Kale.
But
Classic.
I've heard that Ana has been very like TI Ana, where he's just doing these like insane plays and carrying his team, or it looks like he hasn't played Dota in a really long time. So he is getting back into his groove, but obviously playing against tier 1 teams at a major. So it's not like an underperformance for any player is something like that special here.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty easy to look like you're having an underperformance when you're just playing against gods of Dota.
I mean, he played in the Riyadh Masters, right? That was for Liquid, I believe, with Jerax coaching. It looked really weird seeing that photo.
I think it was another one of the same situation where he had a lot of really amazing performances, but then a lot of like he's not fitting in with them sort of vibes. It just depends on the game for Ana, and I hope he sticks around, and we'll see in a few months of standing in and maybe finding a team. We get the old Ana, the TI Ana,
the old question mark
TI.
coming back here.
Oh.
They said the PC crush. Well, actually, they said PC crush, so maybe somebody did demolish it, but we're gonna go out on a limb and say that it just crashed. So it should be back soon here.
That's
but it is an interesting standpoint when you think of Ana retiring so often that the mental that comes with going deep into like TI runs and just the grind of the season can really affect your mindset. And for certain people, they just need a longer break than others. And I think Ana's obviously when he's taking his quote-unquote breaks, he's saying he's retiring because he actually thinks that he won't feel it again.
I think he thinks that he's retiring because it's the burnout. And you're like, okay, I'm done. And then, you watch a major, you watch TI. Well, usually by TI, they want to come back. But patch comes out, something happens.
A good example of that as well.
He's coming back. He's come back. It's nothing but good for the game. I'm very excited for that.
Indeed. Well, less streaming, though, so that's kind of sad, actually.
That's good for me. I'm a streamer. That's great. He's been stealing all the viewers, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
He's such a god-tier streamer.
Very greedy Jenkins.
Yeah, if Ana was a streamer, he'd be... I mean, tons of people would watch him, too. Ana just doesn't give a shit, I think.
Yeah.
Just
He
chilling.
definitely gives off that vibe, which I think can also be an important asset to have in your
it
repertoire.
helps. Yeah, it definitely helps. He's just a chill guy.
Yep, so, top lane, we're going to see the Penitents onto Faith Beyond, getting chased by the Ghoul-frenzied Ana. Gonna have to pop that Firefly. Getting slow, but that's 5 sticks. Okay. Or 5 stacks, I should say, but the Rage comes through. So we're not going to... Oh, Somnus is in a lot of trouble here. Has to pop his Fairy Fire. The gank comes in from Jin Q. That's going to lead to first blood for Nothing to Say. We've seen it time and time again with this support Marcy. Maybe not this early, though. That sub 4 minutes, that's some early movement.
I think it's because against Ember, you're not killing him after he's level 6. So you kind of have to go as early as possible. So, you know, you may as well sync it up before the 4-minute mark. He actually went before the 4-minute mark, which I think is cool. Like, you'd expect it to come for the 4-minute rune, right? But he goes at, like, 3:30, so that way the runes go to Nothing to Say.
Yeah. But it is good to see Ana not following the Yatoro Lifestealer guide, which was the 044 build that we saw the other day.
Yeah, against Batrider, that'd be such a grief.
And then he went Midas, and I think the game ended with level 3 Rage. That's how quick it was over.
That was
that was something to behold.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a risky play, but if it works out, then you're a genius, right?
Yeah.
That's what these youngsters, that's what these damn youngsters are all about there, tell you what.
That's right. That game was something from deep within Gaben's bowels, for
yes,
sure.
something like that.
Not this game, though.
No.
New build.
And in terms of the Batrider, this game, how do you like the matchups for Faith Beyond? Like, past the laning stage.
Dire are scared.
Not great. Not great. Chen Army is pretty rough for Batrider. He's also got Purge Creep. It's very difficult to catch an Ember. Once he's level 6, maybe before level 6, Marcy can grab him in lane, as we saw. But Lifestealer also, you're going to take the stacks off. Yeah, it's a tough Batrider game. I mean, they second phased it.
Do you think that X Nova is going to prioritize Ags at any point? I mean, the hard dispel against the lasso?
That sounds really good against Earthshaker, too. I mean, it depends on how his game is going. X Nova, man fighting Faith Beyond.
Well, I mean, Earthshaker's on his team, so I hope he's not trying to counter
that. That does make sense.
Oh, we have to dispose. First coil of the game from Nothing to Say. Fissure comes out from Kaka. Somnus only has the Sleight of Fist to work with, but it's enough to survive. Actually, a pretty good block off here, too.
You could snap the coil and then hard dispel the coil.
Yep, true.
Which is not bad, but it's mostly the lasso until the coil's level 25.
Yeah, we'll come back to this discussion, of course, as we have another dispose coming from Jin Q. Kaka with the rebound onto Innocence, aka Y. Kaka looks to be dead, and Jin Q will take it for himself. Nothing to Say, might be in some trouble. Wanted to get that rune, but X Nova snags the double damage and ends up spelling the death for Nothing to Say. Gracious.
Yeah, I was gonna say for RNG, I feel like if you're Earthshaker and you're distracting 2 heroes on the mid lane at this point, you're kind of happy. We've talked about how this hero feels like he's just kind of one spell right now until you get the Blink Dagger. So, yeah, distracting is great, and then also that secures Somnus to get this kill on the top rune.
All right, back to the Chen discussion.
Okay, back to
how
Chen.
fast can you possibly go Ags? Like, what do you need to, like, mech pretty normal, but like past that, do you have to go certain items to feel like you're doing a good job on Chen, or can you prioritize the Ags?
Probably Ags. Or not, Ag Shard. That is another Ags.
Yep, the Ancients.
I would say, yeah, Ag Shard is good. There's not much in the way of dealing with summons on LGD, and I think that's probably what you want to pivot on, like Pipe to protect the summons.
And we got the Exorcism from Chalice with the Spirit Siphon onto Y, but he's getting blocked off by creeps. Pretty unfortunate, but Kaka's in the area with that Fissure if they really want to steal it. But Chalice still gets the kill in the end.
I like
nice
that
pick
Kaka
off here from RNG.
I like that he tried to steal it, though. Because the faster you can get that blink, the better.
Another coil.
Breaks
and
it.
There's the break with the beautiful use of the dispose. Had to position himself properly to get that angle right. And Nothing to Say. Despite dying, that's going to be the second kill now. Onto Somnus.
Dude, Nothing to Say has a Witchblade already. He needs 20 gold and he's going to have a Witchblade. That's insane.
Good lord.
That is such an early Witchblade. Faith Beyond.
And he died.
He did die. He just died, yeah.
I mean, he probably spent his gold before he did die, but still, that's impressive.
He's top net worth.
Yeah.
And by the way, Faith Beyond is just cutting the top wave. He's maxed out Firefly. He doesn't even have a point in Lasso. He's just playing to like
Farm.
Yeah.
Chalice got the rebound from Jin Q again. Spirit Siphon forces him back. And Ame needs a root. And Chalice looks to be A-okay under the top, but the root does connect on the last right click. But you can see the Fairy Fire keeping Chalice alive. Forcing out some valuable resources at the very least for PSG.LGD.
And Chalice is building into straight BKB. So we're not seeing the Yules this game from the Death Prophet, no Bracer, just Power Treads, Null Talisman BKB, which I think is more typical for what we see on this patch.
And Ana's just been left alone. This is a hero that sometimes gets forced out in the laning stage depending on who the matchup is. But obviously with the Rage, can always get out of the sticky Napalm stacks. But Faith Beyond doing what... I mean, he's free farming as well, like you said, just pulling these waves constantly.
I don't think he cares if he dies. I think this is kind of the point of doing this.
Attempting the TP out, but the fissure from afar.
Yeah.
Only question is who will net themselves the kill. They'll try to get the Somnus as per norm, and the Sleight of Fist secures it.
That'll be a double wave. Like, he'll eventually get it. When you do this on Batrider, your team just takes the entire opposite area, and you're kind of forcing the enemy team to come to you because you can farm like 2 jungle camps and 2 creep waves at once. And so it's not a question of like if they'll kill you, it's a question of when they'll kill you. When you're cutting wave on Bat, you will always die at some point, usually when the mid rotates. So he knew that was coming. He tried to TP, but it's like very unlikely to work.
Yep, we got a coil from Nothing to Say onto Chalice, and the Bear's just beating on him, but the Crypt Swarm's there with the Spirit Siphon. Bear gets quite low. And already, that coil has gone away. Chalice getting chased by the new Bear, the brother, if you will, but here comes the Fissure, and Nothing to Say getting extremely low. One more right click will net him the kill with the help of Y, but now he has to be careful as the Sleight of Fist from Somnus brings him back down to earth. So it's a 1-for-1, but not the one that PSG.LGD was looking for.
Not a good trade. X-Nova mid. Bit of shenanigans.
Oh, yeah, look at that dispose. Those creeps. Getting stunned hardcore. As Y will go down to the Sleight of Fist again. And Somnus is having himself a pretty good game now. Was middle of the, I guess he still is kind of middle of the pack net worth, but really the story is the discrepancy between him and the puck, so 800 gold. But Ana, again, 5k net worth.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
What kind of build do you think he wants to go for this game? As we're going to see the slide, but Ame should be fine here.
Looks like Sanj Deso will be the play for him.
And he went the Midas first, so getting that extremely fast with that complete free farm in the top lane.
Dude, Penitence is such an insane ability, actually.
Radiant's bottom tower.
That's a lot of attack speed.
It's so much attack speed.
And X-Nova has the mechanism already, but not sure if it's going to save him here. He gets disposed back into Nothing to Say, but the Hand of God, the AA ult to follow, though. It's a 1-for-1 with the Marcy. Waiting for Nothing to Say, kind of keeping the Earthshaker in place, trying to limp away, but Kaka looks to be mega dead. Gets off the Echo Slam, but no kills will come of it.
Trying to clear up the Chen army. Yeah, he did work for about 2 minutes to get that army, so that's a bit sad. Also, tower goes down in the meantime.
Yep, and Ana with that Ghoul Frenzy and the new 30 attack speed talent, and by new I mean it's been a year and a half.
Oh,
with the Hannah Midas on top.
I think he might just be dead here.
Yep, it looks like it. The lasso onto the cliff, and he can bring him down back to the fountain.
That's a bit of a freebie for Faith Beyond.
Yep, that's a pretty decently farmed Chen, so
dude,
not too shabby.
That puts Faith Beyond ahead of Somnus. Like, he's from a hard lane.
Oh, Invis is taken by Somnus. Nothing to Say. The A Blast is going to connect on several heroes. Big dispose as well. Somnus is dead. Chalice looks like he's going to get right-clicked down by Jin Q in that Unleash form. So nice pickoffs here from PSG.LGD.
He's got the horsey.
He does. It's actually.
I don't know if that's a good place to go though.
They see him, dispose, and death.
He was trying to go into the trees, but yeah, angled. He just goes to the low ground, right in vision of everybody.
Nothing to Say. Already with 3 kills, of course, 2 deaths, but 4 assists on top.
Holy dude, Faith Beyond is a blink already on this offlane bat and 1,000 gold. He's huge.
Wow.
Level 10 to Ana's level 11 or 10.5. For being completely hard countered in this game, like, Faith Beyond's doing an amazing job.
Feels like he always finds his farm in the end. That is the beauty of LGD. Feels like they have 5 all-stars on their team.
1 courier has been killed. That whole graphic for 1 courier, that is very good.
Very important.
Get that back up again. Make sure that was right. There we go.
Yeah,
yep,
just
that's
double check.
just 1 courier.
Yeah, that's good. We're going to have to ask for that again in a few minutes here. Just be on your toes, production. Not yet, though. Smoke from RNG into the enemy triangle. You can see this. Well, it is actually scanned out, so that's the bear getting scanned, in fact. As Ame, he's going to go into his ult form, but he's already at half HP. AA ult's coming. He's only going to connect onto Ana in a nice fissure block, basically isolating him there. That is going to be an easy kill onto Ame, but the coil onto 3 heroes. Do they have the follow-up? Yep, looks like the Infest is going to be there to keep Ana alive a little bit longer. The Ember just barely gets out as well. So they find the Marcy, despite a great counter initiation from PSG.LGD. Just isn't enough to turn this fight, it feels like.
Dude, that coil was insane. That was so close to being disastrous for RNG. If you could lasso and snap on the coil, victims, or use the flame break to break it, like
yeah, the flame break would have been huge.
That fight could have been insane for LGD, but just not pulling that off. The fissure came in from Kaka to prevent that. He was doing some annoying chain stunning there.
And it's Faith Beyond. He's looking for blood. Obviously, no lasso right now. Jinkyu. Nothing to say. He's going to get off the Waning Rift. Only onto the Chen, though. It looks like that's going to be a freebie for PSG.LGD, but Somna's helping out with the Searing Chains. Jinkyu taking some right-click damage from Ana, who doesn't have the escape in terms of his Infest, so has to be a little bit careful now that Rage has worn off. This tower is still quite healthy.
Xnova has the mechanism, too, so he's healthy as well.
Yeah, so not able to secure the kill onto Xnova. As the rest of PSG.LGD might need to back up. Still, they do have that 1K lead at the moment. And Deso about 1,000 away for Ame.
In on top.
Oh, we got the AA blast coming in. Only going to connect onto Kaka, but Jinkyu should be able to finish him off. Chalice gets flame broken into the dispose, and he's completely away from his team right now. So double kill for nothing to say. RNG sticking around a little bit too long, it feels like.
I gotta say, this AA blast, it's got a long cooldown, so it's not like it used to be, but when it is up, it's looking really good. Like, Death Prophet cannot do what she would normally like to do, which is low HP, heal yourself to full. Chen also countered by that hero.
Why haven't we seen more AA?
I really do think it's because he is hard countered by summons. Like, if you pick a Lycan or a Beast into AA, he's just pathetic. But there's not really a hero like that this game. Chen, to a degree, with the support.
Oh, we got the lasso initiation with the Unleash follow-up and the coil. Everything expended for Somnus, and it's well worth it for PSG.LGD. You just saw on the graphic, I didn't realize that was actually the first AA pick the entire tournament.
Oh, really?
Thought there might have been one before, but...
That is surprising. It's been a lot of games. Huh. Nobody's tried it.
Yeah, so summons, hard counter. I mean, they tried to address that with the shard, but it's not really... That's more for pushing waves, I guess.
Yeah. You get ran down, but in this game, there's not really. I mean, the chain creeps are honestly being kind of dealt with just by the Batrider AoE, Puck AoE.
Yeah, so RNG find themselves in a bit of a hole here. 3K lead for PSG.LGD. Now the Deso for Ame, and how is Ana keeping up right now? He's 1,000 from his
Almost
Deso.
has his, yeah. So that's a pretty big item. He doesn't have the greatest Infest bombs. Like Earthshaker.
Ember's okay.
Earthshaker's okay. Ember's, it's just Ember's really projected. You just Remnant, it's so obvious.
That's true. Flame break onto Kaka. Sleight of Fist to try to buy some space for him. He's continually getting chased down by this bear. The root is there. You can hear the exorcism go off. Dispose on Somnus, but no follow-up whatsoever. AA blast with the coil. That is a dead Chalice pretty much immediately. Ana looking for an Infest target. Will he get there in time? No rage for 10 seconds, and he's just surrounded by enemies. And that's going to lead to a double kill onto Ame, as PSG.LGD pretty much dominating right now.
Yeah, I mean, Earthshaker getting caught up first, I think, is problematic. Definitely RNG wants to wait for the Earthshaker blink. He's so close to it. He's so close. These fights are not going to look the same when he has this. He's just so useless without it. I mean...
I think we've had this discussion
I know.
every time Earthshaker's picked for years.
I watched him like walk in, get gone on. He's 20%
waddle in. He waddles.
Yeah,
he doesn't
waddled
walk.
in. He gets mech'd by X-Nova, and then he just dies anyway. It's like, what is he? You mech him. What is he gonna do? Is he, like somehow like Aghanims jump away? You know, he doesn't have an Ags. So it's just Earthshaker things, man. He needs that blink. He's so close.
And I mean, really, it comes down to when you get that blink dagger. Like you said, it changes the way the fights work. But with this lead that PSG.LGD have, is that going to be enough?
I think the lead is not significant enough to nullify this huge timing of the Earthshaker blink. I think if the lead was 10k, then there's a different story. Maybe somebody has a pipe. Maybe I don't know. Not really great BKB heroes this game. Bats almost got it. Yeah, Faith Beyond might have BKB. But no, I think there's a timing for RNG when they hit the blink dagger. And they have it now. They're going to go smoke.
All right. Ame beating down this tower. Fortification is activated from RNG, who
they're actually
still looking for this tier 1 mid as Kaka hiding out. He has not shown the blink dagger, I don't believe. It's not smoked though.
The Chen creeps are just slowly dying to the ancient apparition. Maybe I was wrong.
He actually did get the shard.
This is a good counter, I guess.
Well, if they stand in it. Yes, that is true. I mean, once he gets the ancients, it's not really going to do a whole lot.
No, you can tell RNG is kind of desperate for the mid tower. They don't even want to smoke because they're already around the mid tower. And they're like, we gotta get this.
This could be a dream scenario for RNG, but they're nowhere near the pit right now. But obviously, if they smoked with that Echo Slamma-Jamma, could be a juicy one. They're getting ready to use a smoke, potentially.
It's not that fast. It's just Ame hitting.
Yep, it's at half HP, so they certainly have some time. And 3 members of RNG smoke. Nothing to say on the high ground. Just chilling with Chalice right behind them. And then daytime comes, and he sees them. He's like, oh, shit. What?
Guys, they're roaching.
The Roche?
They're roaching.
Still coming, trying to scout it out with that Centaur, but there's the lasso initiation onto the DP. Ame just forced to try to go for this Aegis. Anna pops the rage. Now he's getting right-clicked by Jin Q. Coil on the backside onto 3 heroes. The Echo Slam basically on nobody. The AA Blast comes in and finishes off poor Kaka. X-Nova falls as well. So already PSG.LGD with the numbers. They lose the AA, but that is a huge kill onto Somnus again. Triple kill for Ame, as this attempt at defending the Roche completely punished by PSG.LGD. Chalice drops, and the last remaining member of RNG is Anna. Not going to get away. 5 for 1, and the Aegis will certainly go the way of LGD.
Okay, so Earthshaker's win rate will be going down after this one. Yeah, he got gone on first, which is a testament to LGD's positioning. They were in position to not let him blink into the pit. They formed this like perimeter where Ame is in the pit, and there's so many heroes in the way blocking all of the entrances that Earthshaker just cannot get an angle. Ana's trying to go in to give vision, and he's just in. He's caught by the puck.
I actually can't tell. I mean, I don't know if Roche was actually low enough to do anything, but I think that fissure might have blocked him from entering the Roche pit even.
Maybe.
Either way, just not the fight RNG was looking for, and that is an understatement to say the least.
Yeah, that makes the game quite a lot harder for them. And yeah, we talked about it. With like a 5k goal deficit, I think the Echo Slam, it has value, but, you know, Batrider picks up a BKB. These other heroes are going to have, like, Sanj's. Let's see what's Puck's build. Yeah, Sanj and Kaya. So, chain stunning with the Earthshaker becomes harder. Even BKB almost completed on Marcy. So, all of a sudden, this combo, this Echo Slam into Fissure chain stun, it just doesn't matter. There's a window, though. Like, it's not 0 impact, but once all the BKBs come out, it is actually 0 impact. We're close to it.
Now tier 1 tower, claimed by PSG.LGD. Ame just continuing to put these juicy items on that bear. Mask of Madness, Basher, Dessa with 10 charges. Of course, the casual Gloves of Haste. Is he going to go for the old Wraithband build on his main hero? It's just branches right now.
Yeah, just some stats.
Okay. And they're knocking on the door.
Did this side
RNG have to try to contest.
See, what is the total lifesteal with Sidekick and Mask of Madness?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's pretty juicy, 70%. Nice.
And this tower getting quite low. There's the initiation, the lasso, but it's broken. A blast coming. Anna trying to help his teammate out, but there's nothing he can do about Chalice, who buys back into the game, but still has Exo to work with. So PSG.LGD might have to worry about that, as Jin Q is the one member of LGD to fall. With that buyback from Chalice, if they can get him again, that is going to be pretty big. Earthshaker dead before any initiation can come out. But he does have buyback, so if PSG.LGD try to go deep into the base, they could try to punish it, but they're going to back instead.
Yeah, that buyback from Chalice, they just don't want to. They don't want to overstay their welcome. They force his buyback, may as well get out. BKB's on cooldown. Another fight where Earthshaker doesn't really get anything off. The game's getting harder and harder for him, and he does not have the items or any way of farming to have a.
I mean, what do you need to go for next on him to make it easier?
Force Staff, something to jump. He's going for Void Stone, so I don't know if he's building into a Yules or an Ether Lens. People do go for the Aghanim Shard as well, just so you can have some other impact rather than just some big Blink Echo.
Yeah.
You can kind of fish with these little Fisher into chain stuns.
No rush. Somnus? Oh, yeah, you're right. Good catch there, Jenkins.
Thank
Looking
you.
at his inventory.
Juicy one for him.
I mean, a minute and a half on the Aegis for Ame. Do they want to just secure this last tier 2? Or do they actually want to try to go high ground? I don't know. They're cutting close on the timer here. Looks like they're going to smoke.
It just depends on where they get the kill. It does look like they're drawing the line to... They're going to push mid and have the whole team smoked behind Ame. He's just not a great target to jump. He's got a second bear spawn in 20 seconds, so that's not even a jump.
Yeah. Well, RNG was thinking about defending this tier 2 tower. We'll see if that has barely any HP left. As you can see the scan coming out. Both scans revealing a lot for each respective team. Is the SNY now on Anna with that extra status resist. Lasso into the nothing to say initiation as well. Echo Slam does connect on the 2 heroes along with the Ancients. So a lot of damage, but he dies shortly after along with Somnus. And PSG.LGD are just crushing in these fights. Chalice with that BKB. Gonna force Ame to use his ult, but Chalice just kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Can't do any damage right now. And they're just gonna get cleaned up completely. 4 dead. PSG.LGD. I was gonna say, GGs are called now. That was a spanking.
Okay, so you're gonna rescind your claim that RNG's gonna 2-0. I don't think LGD's throwing this one, bud.
It doesn't look like a 2-0 for RNG.
Yeah, I don't think...
What is that, a 25.5-minute game?
Yeah, I don't think they're fucking around,
that's
dude.
That's a shellacking.
I think they're taking this really seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is TI. This is major LGD. Maybe better than TI.
What kind
LGD.
of shellacking would you say this is? That's a 25-minute game.
25, probably Gaben level at least.
It's got to be Gaben.
It's probably a mustache.
I was going to say just regular
Gaben. Yeah, we go
Gaben.
basic Gaben on that one. Yeah, that was still a Gaben. Anything Gaben is god tier, so.
Yeah, he is a god. Obviously, if you guys haven't joined us before, he is our Lord and Savior, of course. So PSG.LG looking unstoppable. This is obviously a 1-0 start for them. Yeah. RNG really needs to get a win to help, keep them a bit comfortable for the top 4, but we'll see what Game 2 has in store as we go on to the panel.
Never doubting LGD ever again. Question that AA pick. Well, I suppose I can use the word shellacking. The casters already said it. So, God's Lizard, what the hell happened?
For some people, Gaben is their Lord and Savior. For me here, it's PSG.LG. I should not have doubted them, Lizard. Who are we to doubt PSG.LGD? These beasts.
I did 2 crucial mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
One is I went against PSG.LGD, and the other one is I went with gods.
Yeah, one of those slightly more egregious than the other.
I think the two of us together, when we're on the same page, when we think alike, something's wrong.
Something's wrong. Well, I mean, you were lacking the brain cells today, right?
That's
so it's fine. But I mean, watching the absolute bloodbath, I would say even on the back of that questionable Ancient Apparition pick. I mean,
It was
good.
new, yeah.
Yeah, it was still good.
Questionables, maybe not. Yeah, not. It's not fair to say anymore, given
Right.
the result,
Now that we
obviously.
know.
But you know, I don't think the A was like the reason for their win. I think as far as what LGD did well to win this game, where we thought they had the weaker draft, they put a lot of emphasis on that mid lane early. XinQ was making a lot of early rotations. They killed the Ember Spirit multiple times with nothing to say is Puck. And those rotations, like suddenly like 15, 20 minutes in the game, or like maybe even a bit before that, Puck is like way ahead on net worth. Ember is struggling, he's underfarmed and just unable to impact the game. Has to rush a BKB on Ember, which doesn't feel good. They really shut down Somnus.
Can I also say that XinQ, not only did he rotate mid and have a blast, like look at his items. Like, this guy is such a Chad. He's not a position 4, he's just cosplaying as one. He's a carry inside. Who goes for phase boots, windlays, buys that turbo corrosion straight into the BKB. No 8 lens blink dagger shenanigans.
Yeah.
He's not there to catch people, he's there to come and kill you pretty much, and that's how he played.
He's even got the possessed mask.
Yeah, he possessed mask, exactly.
I personally, like, one of the only notes that I even wrote down is Puck still doing Puck things. I mean, nothing surprising there. To me, the most surprising thing that's been happening so far is how come Puck keeps getting through.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Like, you only have so many bans, but it does, you know, Puck is winning a lot of games. It's one of those, you know, most picked of the tournament, sitting well over a 60% win rate. You know, it's a problem, particularly when you pick it the way LGD do, where it's like you get to pick a Puck and then you get to ban out some of the more annoying heroes to play against.
Which aren't many.
Yeah, exactly.
Moment, right?
Yeah, if you're EG, you first pick the Puck and you don't care what the other 5 enemy heroes are. So, yeah, Puck is S tier.
Yeah, it's just S tier. So far, the stats are confirming its stats do not lie, as we all very well know.
Stats don't lie, yeah.
And yeah, Puck with a very high win rate, just crushing one game after another. I've seen teams try pretty much everything. So far, Lone Druid mid looked the strongest as the lane-to-lane matchup, but then you end up with the Lone Druid mid. You don't have a playmaker, right? If your safe laner isn't able to do that, you kind of fall flat in that mid game.
Yep.
I've seen teams try Shadow Shamans. I've seen teams try Void Spirit plus some catch. None of it seemingly truly works against him.
Yeah, like there's no guaranteed way to give Puck a bad game when it comes to what you're picking and playing. You mentioned the Lone Druid. Speaking of that, there was one in this game, and Ame looked really good on Lone Druid. Not the first time he's played it. He's looked good again and again. And playing with Marcy in the team with the sidekick, that's, I think, one of those synergies and combos we didn't really mention or catch during the draft, and it was such a key part of LGD's game plan.
What are the sickest combos right now with him? There's Marcy with the sidekick. I've also seen the Pudge Dismember with the Shard.
Yeah.
You just hit Pudge, you just hit the main bear, and you cannot kill anything pretty much. The true carry is hitting you. But what happened here as well is like what we discussed in the draft stage. Lifestealer goes for Midas, Bear goes instantly for Mask of Madness and Dezo. By the time Lifestealer is even able to fight anything, the Bear is mauling through him. He doesn't care about that feast at all.
Yeah, the Midas pickup on Lifestealer seemed a little questionable. Particularly when you put a Chen on your team, you know you're up against a Lone Druid drop, your Ember mid's having a tough game, saying, okay, we're going to sit back and passively farm.
It's not going to happen.
No, you've got a Death Prophet. I think RNG need to be the ones trying to control the tempo. Death Prophet, Chen, like, yeah, your Somnus has a bad game in Ember, but to me the way to catch back up is to try and make moves, make plays around the map, and fight early with a quick arm. Like going for that Midas just almost sealed RNG's fate.
Well, fate was sealed indeed in this first matchup, but RNG, they're not down and out for this series yet. They can look to tie it up, but we'll find out soon enough after this break.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeehaw. Ha ha ho ho.
今天不是你死就是我死。明天的今天就是你的忌日。
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back, everybody. It is game number 2 between LGD and RNG. Now, there was a bit of a discussion earlier trying to figure out how LGD is going to be handling today's matchup now that they've secured themselves a nice upper bracket slide. Are they going to take this a little bit easy? Will they experiment? Well, they experimented a little bit, but they're still out for blood because that was an absolute demolishing of a game for RNG. But RNG looking to turn it back. Boys, well, what's the hope and the prayer here on the RNG side?
Let's see if they have something different in store for game number 2. Game number 1, it definitely didn't work. Perhaps go back for some more standard Kaka heroes here and there. But overall, I really like their draft, I have to say again. I don't feel that the draft was the issue. They just got outplayed here and there. Perhaps Ana still warming up a little bit when playing versus PSG.LGD. It is a team that he knows very well, but the performance wasn't truly on the highest level that we come to expect before, at least.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think they just couldn't quite match LGD's aggression, it felt like, especially some of those early rotations. You know, Shaker's kind of a hero that can rotate, but I feel like when you have the Death Prophet, like, you kind of have to stay there to kind of protect her and defend her lane. So as a result, they didn't really have a 4 that could maybe match the moves to the mid lane and help out when Jinkyu just kept owning this Ember Spirit. They just need to be ready for LGD because the aggression's coming.
Yeah. Now, I know for the current meta, there's a lot of favors as far as finding heroes that are not only really strong in their lane and has that sustain, but heals has been a big factor. And we've seen both teams love to rock that Dazzle, and you'd also talked about it like during the early game. Didn't see it that time, but we saw an Ancient Apparition. Now, I don't know how impactful, if it was just like a 1-2-1. Let's find someone with a heal, put him in there.
Like, after watching the game, I have to say that like, after using that one brain cell that was borrowed from me, there are reasonings behind the AA. Like what have we've been talking about the last 3-4 days. And the last pretty much season. It's sustain. These cores that are extremely tanky that you can't deal with them. It's all these heroes that heal, like helos that you mentioned, like Dazzle, like Wyvern, like Warlock. A thrives against them. He thrives against tanky heroes. He makes them feel extremely squishy. And I believe that might be a reason why it's picked up.
Yeah, in a game like this, none of these heroes other than Ember really ever pressure or threaten to get on top of the AA. So the fact Ember has a bad game means that this AA is just like getting to use so many spells, dish out a lot of damage, and have a good time in team fights. I do think the hero can look very different in a game where there is that backline catch, and that hero has a good game. Like,
do you think that Ember might have been enough if he had a better game?
I would usually think so. I don't think you necessarily... I think that Ember... Like, I've seen a lot of this Ember versus AA in the past, and usually this AA is going, like, 0-10.
Yeah, he's just feeding.
Yeah. I think the AA's game looks very different if Somnus doesn't get shut down this way. I don't think they did that on purpose to make sure AA has a good game. I think, obviously, you're versing RNG, shutting down Somnus is a good way to win the game. And so...
I mean, I guess that's a question that I'm curious for all of these support players out there. Like, how impactful is it that an AA is just dying that consistently, or is that not relevant enough as far as what they're able to bring to the table before they die?
If he manages to use his spells, just like any other position 5 with a big ulti, if he manages to use his spells before you kill him off, obviously, it isn't that relevant, but if he dies instantly... But it's always like that. Every core player comes to this breaking point when they realize, we need to kill the squishies first. Why? Because every single small spell does matter. Like a little bit of a slow here, perhaps he has a 4-staff or a glimmer. It all adds up.
Yeah, I think the difference with AA is like a hero like Ember. It's a support you can kill without committing anything. Whereas, like, if you want to kill a shaman, you have to maybe commit your BKB because otherwise he's going to turn, hex you, and do spells. If you want to kill a Wyvern, he's going to Cold Embrace himself or Winter's Curse, and he's going to just make you take a lot longer to kill him. AA, you go in, he dies, you find the next target. There's like no difficulty to kill an AA. Similar to, like, I don't know, a Skywrath or something. Some of these heroes who have no way to defend themselves can just be food.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the draft coming underway here now. Now, this time around, LGD, they'll still have that first pick. It's and start on the Dire as well. We see that Death Prophet banned out early this time around, unlike last game where they let it through.
It's just so many options between these two Chinese teams. So many heroes that you'd have to think about banning out. It's the Marcy, it's the Tiny, it's the Puck, it's the Razor, it's the Wyvern, it's the Death Prophet, it's the Viper. The first stage itself has like 10 heroes, 10 different ones that are very good candidates to be banned out.
Yeah. This could just be LGD being like, you know, we're upper bracket, we want to practice against something new. We don't want to play Death Prophet 2 games in a row. Pick something new, guys. Because we're going to pick something new, but also not new at all.
Yeah.
New compared to game 1.
They get the Razor, and Lone Druid has been banned out, which leaves Puck and Marcy in. And they go with the Prophet and Marcy, instead.
Is that instant locking for the Puck on this side, or is that they'll try to see if maybe something else on the table?
Doesn't have to be. I mean, they could pick 2 cores right up from the first phase. It does reveal a lot, but I think as far as cores to reveal, Razor Puck is totally fine.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of value. You can get value out of picking supports later on in the draft and seeing more of what your opponents are doing.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that Puck would be solid. I feel that any support as well that is decent with the Razor on that offlane would be also good.
And we've talked about the Dazzle, for example.
A Dazzle also, a decent option. Dazzle for RNG as well with the Prophet. It's pretty strong.
The one thing with Dazzles we've seen, it's not great. At least in the past, not good against Nature's Prophet. Like, lane-wise, you don't feel great at playing against that.
Yeah, I thought for RNG.
Oh, for RNG, yeah. I think for LGD, picking it with the Razor would have been not the greatest. But Earth Spirit, though. this hero is rising back up. It's coming back into play, and PSG.LGD this time around get to show off their hands on the Air Spirit.
A little bit of Xingqiu Earth Spirit. You hyped?
I'm hyped.
Yeah. I feel that it does bring a lot. It brings you that cash that's necessary for the Prophet. You can go through the trees as well. You can hunt him down easily. So there are definitely some benefits there. But I have to say that I like the Prophet first phase here because in the Chinese region, they pretty much brought Prophet into the meta, and then they developed the whole... the first couple of weeks of the Chinese region had 10 different top hero picks than anywhere else. Like, the heroes that were constantly picked were Nature's Prophet, Treant, everyone was just finding ways of dealing with the Nature's Prophet, who did fall off eventually, though.
Yeah. And it seems mostly, like here at least, we've seen 3 positions. Do you think there is any... Is it just 3 position Nature's Prophet, or...?
At the start, it was actually on the safe lane the most.
Carry, okay.
Yeah, the safe lane carry goes Witchblade Maelstrom, just farms constantly. And then the whole idea of that, I'm gonna farm forever as a Prophet, fell through as the teams just realized we don't necessarily have to pick any counters, we just need to play a bit faster and punish him while he's doing that. But I love the position tree way more. Yeah. That offlane Prophet, it feels just way more flexible with the item builds as well.
Yeah. No.
These bans, though, so far, I'm on Puck Watch right now, but
the Puck Watch.
Yeah, I'm on the Puck Watch. But something that I do like banned out. Again, you all talked about how strong he is the Chen no longer in play. Addresses a couple of the popular metas right now with the healing, with the zoo, and the animals, and he has this little farm following him around. I do enjoy that, but as far as RNG, as we're trying to look into what their phase 2 is going to look like with that opening on the Treant and Marcy, not Treant, Nature's Prophet and Marcy, curious if maybe they're gonna want to rock that puck.
They definitely can. Storm. It's crazy that Storm gets banned before a puck. Like, who wants to play Storm when there's a puck in the pool?
There it is.
Get the puck.
It feels like LGD almost were like, have it. Because otherwise, I mean, maybe they just feel like they have the answers with Earth Spirit already. Like, generally speaking, Earth Spirit has been a hard counter. The closest thing to a hard counter in the past.
What do you get to nothing to say here? Do you just go for a Void Spirit then?
10 seconds
I think
remaining.
it's pretty simple,
He likes the hero.
Yeah, you don't have to think about it way too much. When it comes to the Storm Spirit, I have to say that RNG in the past have had a lot of success when Somnus is on these mid laners that actually carry the game. Like, if he can carry, it feels like a different team.
Yeah.
Obviously, that was before Ana joined them, and they... Perhaps that's the biggest difference, as he has to adapt to the playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, I would say maybe in some unfortunate ways now that's maybe more true than ever because Ana isn't playing like the TI winner Ana, at least not yet. He's still adjusting to coming back to Pro Dota. Maybe he needs to step up more and carry more weight. So playing some Storm could be good, but he is going to be on Puck. And
I honestly think that Puck is a better carry right now than he was before. Carry?
Yeah. Oh, dude. I mean, dude, nerf Witchblade already. I'm so sick of seeing...
It's so sick. Like, you get that level 25 as well. You just hit everyone.
Yeah.
PSG.LGD.
And you get the dazzle. Okay, versus the Prophet that we mentioned. There is a Puck to jump the sidelines, to jump the backlines, and perhaps silence the dazzle. That will be Somnus' job most of this game. That's nothing to say.
Yeah.
That's your mid angle.
Yeah, that one ain't... Void Spirit's boring, he says.
Too many games.
Yeah.
I mean, talking about Void Spirit though, is that something that RNG perhaps would want to try, maybe putting it like in a...
10 seconds.
No, I know with the Puck, I think it overlaps too much. Like in terms of they're both generally mid laners. While I think OG run some offlane Void Spirit, I just don't think it could fit their draft.
We had the idea of the Void Spirit on LGD's side, as it's a decent matchup into the Puck, but they went with the Pangolier instead. Both of the heroes do suffer a little bit against the Nature's Prophet talent once he can entangle you in the Sprout.
Another reason why Nature's Prophet, I think, became so popular.
Yeah, about 100%. Especially on the offlane position, right?
Windranger at your service.
A little different here. Is this your Seb position 5 Windranger or something different? I think it's 5.
Well, yeah, what the something different is what, 3 position? 1 position? There's been...
yeah, I mean 5 or 4 is probably the only option, right?
I saw Entity play a safe lane Windranger during DPC with Pure.
Yeah. That's
they
it.
lost that game.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Ooh. Well, I'm looking at this. I don't know. The concern that I have right now, as far as I suppose, if you want or if you trust the sort of catch, the LGD again. I said I should rephrase it. I cannot doubt them. The catch on LGD is strong. I'm gonna just put that out there right now because they do have the Earth Spirit, the Pango. Is that enough?
The way they execute, like you said, I can see that you're worried a little bit in your voice. I can sense it, but the way they execute, it feels like it's enough. And then they follow up with the Dazzle. I'm thinking about the Bloodseeker maybe here. If it's not banned out. No, this is even better. Like you get a hero that can get on top of Nature's Prophet easily. We've seen the same matchup go heavily in Spectre's favor before, and it is your 101 counter pretty much to the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, seems great. I think this is like the dream scenario to pick a Spectre. Obviously, the only thing you don't know is maybe what your carry matchup's going to be, but...
what is there?
Well, I guess they don't know. Nature's Prophet could be carry or offlane. In fact, their last bans were offlanes. They banned Beastmaster Timber, so... Viper was still in the pool. Okay, just kidding. I take back what I said. Maybe not the Dream Spectre pick. There were still some things there that can cause some problems, and Chalice playing Viper, definitely one of them. Really bad lane for Spectre, but you know, later on, if you can survive the lane stage, you can play around the Viper.
Yeah, I'm worried a little bit here.
For Ame.
Yeah, for sure. No, not only in the laning stage, later on as well. Break can always be very handy against that Spectre.
I've got a conundrum for you, though. I'm going to go with LGD. So you now either have to go against LGD or you have to side with me. Two terrible things to do. So which pick your poison, Lizard. Choose carefully.
You know what? Even though I like the draft quite a lot, I have to go against you. I'm gonna go with RNG this time around.
Ooh. Well, our panel is split, and RNG, is this going to be the game? They're going to put another notch on the LGD record. We will find out soon enough with our casters, Sunspan and Jenkins.
Yeah. Hi there. Hi there, guys. This is game number 2.
That's right.
In fact, the final game of today on this stream, unless there's another cast that we forgot about.
Which is very possible.
Very possible
Very
indeed.
possible. This is the A stream.
That's right. We are on the A stream. We got to get the energy up a little bit because we're really taking it easy on that B stream, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, Gabens.
Well, your casting was just trash yesterday. Mine as well, though. We match each other's energy.
That's right.
But game number 2, LGD, I thought they were going to get 2-0'd because of past transgressions.
Such stupid reason. It's such stupid reason.
First of all, people like these crazy predictions that are just horribly wrong. It's just like making a tier list. Everybody's going to disagree with you because everybody has different criteria. There's no such thing as a set-in-stone tier
likes
list.
it. Yeah, I get it.
Apparently not, Jenkins.
Okay.
But yeah, what do you think of...
you found a way to be right, even though you're wrong.
That's right. As PSG.LGD.
Oh, they get broken.
They do. The smoke's still up on Nothing to Say, but obviously Somnus sniffs it out. That's your favorite word of the week.
Yeah.
Look at the Spectre set for Ame.
Ooh, that's a juicy one.
Yeah, that is. What are those called again?
That'd be items.
No, it's a Crimson Witness. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, that's nice.
Yep.
Get that from watching TI.
It's like $1,000 of Dota set.
That's the hilarious thing is some of these players are obscenely rich, which PSG.LGD is definitely one of those teams.
That would be that, yeah.
And people gift them items. Can you imagine?
That's why they're rich.
It's weird. It's really weird. Like you're gifting to somebody that could buy it themselves. Just put it on the market.
Would you say that LGD are the Jeff Bezoses of Dota?
Bezoses?
Yeah. He owns Apple.
No, I don't think any of them are bald. So already out the window with that one.
All right.
Apple. All right, we're going to move on. So looking at the lineups, it was the last pick Viper to try to counteract the Spectre, of course. How do you like the lineups?
I like Viper against Spectre. Break all the passives, and I do actually think Nature's Prophet versus Spectre is one of those ones where, it's this global catch for Nature's Prophet, but Nature's plays really fast. Like, he can slam down all of your towers before Spectre's ready to fight. I actually think it can go the other way, where Nature's dumpsters this year. I feel like RNG has this one. I don't know if it matters at all, actually, now for the standings.
I think it, because there's more games tomorrow, a few more games in this group, so it potentially could.
Okay.
I'm not going to pretend to do math here because we are in NA and I'm from NA, so no point really. But yeah, Ana's going to be playing the Nature's Prophet this time around. Seems to be like this very active carry type hero that farms a crap ton, to the point that you almost expect, even in a somewhat losing game, the Nature's Prophet will usually be that top net worth if they're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
But feels like that's kind of behind the design of the hero, that you're supposed to be kind of ahead to have some impact.
His name does have Prophet in it.
True.
And also a Razor lane counter. Does very well against Razor in lane, and that's not a lot of things do in Dota.
So from the laning perspective, the safe lane and off lane for RNG, you like the matchups.
Yep, they should win. And I think Puck will do fine against almost anything, especially Pango.
Yeah, Kaka getting chased by Faith Beyond with that static link. Shackle is available, but not going to be needed from Kaka's side. And yeah, this top lane is really the story, because you can see 3-in-1 start for Ame. The Viper is just going to harass the... I keep saying crap on this major cast, but...
Yeah, that would be for the B stream. You should save that.
There's no other word that really comes to mind. He's doing very well for himself with the harassment coming out. And in terms of like the new age Spectre, how big of a deal is it for the Spectre not to get off to like a great start? As why gonna be forced to TP out will be fine, but like back in the day, like the comeback mechanic, if you want to call it that, from Spectre just felt awful. But now there's just so many other builds that you could go. We've seen Orchid, we've seen Ags, we've seen so many different variations.
He's getting an Urn on Spectre.
Yeah, we've seen Urn as well,
which
good early game item.
It lets you, I mean, you're always going to get Urn charges, because obviously you can show up to any fight with Haunt. And it gives you a way to contribute before you get your mid-game items. And Spectre is like, it's one of those heroes that it's so weak until you get 2 or 3 items compared to a lot of other carries that are like okay. Like Jug, for example, he's so strong without items, he gets Midas every game now, right? So the Urn lets you be useful prior to getting your 2-3 item timing, rather than like totally useless.
There's nothing to say. Forced out of the mid lane, trying to go for this bounty. He's going to get shackled, but Kaka... Oh, he gets the deny. What the hell?
That was weird.
What was that range? All right, as we're going to see first blood as Y takes a tumble to Chalice, and as expected, this lane is definitely going to go RNG favored for now.
Yeah, Marcy Viper. This is the single greatest lane in all of Dota. And into Spectre. That's not really...
It feels like LGD are playing on hard mode right now. You talk about the top and the mid lane. I played plenty of Pango. I know I'm really bad at the game, but Pango against Puck is miserable.
No, that's not good. Yeah,
it's
that's
miserable.
I mean, especially at level 6, I feel like this just doesn't get easier. You're like a melee hero, and then when you have the thing that like lets you maybe do well against Puck, he just coils you.
Yep, coil is the bane of Pango's existence until he's able to get that shard, which I don't know how early he would want to get it.
Bro, even Nature's Prophet level 20 is insanely good against Pango.
That's
you just sprout the roll and it gets leashed into it.
Yeah, that is pretty annoying. It's going to be a tough game for everybody, apparently, on PSG.LGD. So they're really putting themselves to the test. Of course, the only team able to take them out has been the mighty Sonics, who are now eliminated from the tournament. Is Faith Beyond. TPing out will be fine.
All right. That's not ideal. Not ideal for Razor to TP out like that.
Yeah, Earn online for Chalice as Jin Q kicking Kaka. He's getting a lot of kicks out.
Tried to get him on the cliff.
Yeah, good attempt.
Yeah.
Jin Q, a lot of practice with those guns on that content piece.
And as we saw, terrible aim.
Yeah, that's okay. It's okay. He's better at the Earth Spirit than in real life.
Yeah.
I think we can all relate to that, especially you.
That's right.
X-Nova getting harassed out now by Y. So the mid lane, 28-6 to 19-2. That's the discrepancy between the Puck and the Pango. And nothing to say, getting extremely low. But here we see Faith Beyond, static link. Nothing to say. Will live through the right clicks. But Kaka did die in the jungle. and already a 2K lead for RNG.
That is not.
Holy
that is not a good sign.
They've lost every lane.
Literally
every lane.
Yeah, this is a 3-lane loss situation here. 17 denies. Yeah, Ana and Chalice are just kind of competing to see who can deny the more out of the enemy team. I was gonna say the crap out of them, but you just keep saying it.
Sorry about that.
It's all right.
Ame getting chased by X-Nova. The dispose comes. And we can try to follow it up with Chalice's right clicks. The Spectral dagger into the trees. A high five from Ame.
That's a big, juicy creep wave.
It is.
No points in Nether Toxin.
Oh, you're right. Wow. Okay, so just ultra harass mode. As they're actually diving this tier 1 now into the trees they go. Why? I'm just going to go out on a limb and say he's dead. But there is a TP coming in. He's going to grave himself as well. Ame trying to get some right clicks in. The roll in from Jin Q. Onto Chalice. Trying to focus on him, but the dispose puts this to an end as Wide gets taken out and Jin Q as well. This is an absolute shellacking already.
Yes, it is.
Gracious me. Coil now. We talked about this. Countering Pango. Will he break into Suicide? Not even needed. Somnus. Illusory Orb. LGD. Yeah, they're a bit behind.
Yeah, that's a bottom tower going down to just Ana there. Not the best. Does get the courier, though.
Okay, that's the biggest kill they've gotten so far in this game. Ame, he's surrounded. Grave comes in, though. Attempting to TP out. And will he tick out to the poison? He does. Chalice. Oh, boy. PSG.LGD just getting rocked. Ana taking out Y now. And Kaka will be the trade. But this is close to a tier 1 tower for RNG, as nothing to say has come to try to defend.
I feel like RNG had the fastest game against them, and so they just want to, like, at the very least, end the game incredibly quickly themselves.
Yeah.
Just to prove that it's like, yeah, we called GG because, like, it just wasn't worth playing, you know?
And by the way, we should mention, gonna have the Shackle with the Waning Rift. Faith Beyond gets coiled. And that's going to be a pretty easy kill for RNG again. The RNG 12-minute game was not, in fact, an umbrella,
it was not umbrella
shellacking.
level,
We actually looked at it a bit. Too many kills. And the tier 2s were still up.
Yeah, they just called GG. They just thought
just
it wasn't
calling
worth...
GG early, that doesn't really constitute.
That doesn't, no, it might not even, I mean, we didn't watch it, so, but it might have been, might not even have been Gaben level.
Yeah, I don't even know. Kaka getting chased here. Nice Shackle. Is this enough for him to get away? With Jin Q there slowing him down. That'll be the death of Kaka. I believe his second of the game.
So RNG, they're just running around.
What does LGD do here?
I don't know.
I mean, if any team can come back from this, it is LGD.
They are the one. Maybe that's the practice that they're doing here. They're like, all right, let's just throw the early game. The Viper pick definitely, I think, caught LGD off guard. Or did it? I mean, Marcy was in the game already.
Yeah.
I feel like you know a Viper is going to be coming.
Well, X-Nova, he's caught out. Should be an easy one. So they're getting the support kills, but I'm going to check. Have they killed any core yet? 0 deaths, 0 deaths,
they have not.
0 deaths. So just the supports right now for LGD.
Yeah.
And Chalice, top of the net worth as a Viper. He just got Nether Toxin recently. So it's mostly been farming enemies, heroes, and not as much the creeps.
Yeah. Going for that 4-staff first as well. It looks like. Let me see. Yeah, he's actually going for 4-staff first. On Viper. Why is he getting a 4-staff? Razor, I suppose, and you can also force out of roll, which I feel like really helps you against Pango.
Yep, the rebound. And vision on Y now with that ward. Coil is expended. And the Grave just delaying the inevitable, which is a death for Y.
Presumably a pity.
And the D-ward. So RNG is so far ahead at this point, they can take the LGD triangle away from them.
Yep.
Oh, Ame.
Yeah, we got the Shackle, but the couple make it 3 TPs. Nether Toxin not inside it anymore, but it's still going to be the death of Ame. Chalice going to get that trade for PSG.LGD, and they'll find it. But still, that is a position 1. Although Viper's worth more at this stage.
He's worth double. He's worth double.
Yeah, that's true. That was a killing streak there. Is Kaka taken out as well? So PSG.LGD showing some life.
Yeah, that's worth it. That's super worth it. Who cares about your carry, man? He's worth half of any of the cores on the side of RNG. Ame's just not a carry this game.
Not yet.
No, he's full mode comeback. But I think if he's gonna go die for his team to get 3 kills, he's okay with that every day of the week.
Look at this probability.
Oh my god! Why is
does it take into account that it's LGD?
I think so.
Or does it just look at like things like the lineup on paper?
No, it's LGD. It's definitely.
Okay. That's all right. All right. I mean, if you get to late game, I feel like Prophet is a lot better than he used to be, right? That 20 talent you're talking about makes a huge difference. Because back in the day, he used to fall off quite a bit. As we're going to see why. Get sprouted. And he's going to grave himself a little bit prematurely. And we got, okay, the silence onto the Pango, into the coil as well. He's surrounded. Has that shield crash debuff, or the buff, I should say. But not enough damage mitigation to save him. That's going to be an easy kill onto RNG, but trying to turn it around these supports again. Waning Rift from Sam is going to end the pursuit for the most part, and in fact finds Jin Q as well. As Kaka will be taken out by Faith Beyond, but the rebound from basically global range, it feels like. Illusory Orb, not going to connect, but Somnus has enough damage to get his double kill and put Faith Beyond in the grave.
Oh my god,
and this is another kill onto Ame, the support Spectre for all intents and purposes.
Dude, they're diving to tier 2. That's how ahead they feel.
Yep, trying to get out with the TP, and he's out. Oh, boy, all right. And the tower. Let's see that Dota Plus probability again, please.
Bring that up.
Get that juicy graphic up there.
In the meantime, okay. There we go. All right, that's a little bit more reasonable.
43.
How did that change 10%?
Oh, wait, we should mention, they don't, doesn't Dota Plus love Spectre?
Yeah.
We've established that before.
And LGD.
And so it's the combination.
It's a combination, yeah.
You can, if this gets below 40%, I'm going to be shocked.
Yeah. We also get the couriers to come up. I'll get that out. We don't see that.
Yeah, we don't care about the GPM.
The couriers.
The couriers have been killed this game. That'd be great to see. Very important information, of course. As RNG rocking a 5K lead. All right. It's 3-1.
Honest kill 2. That's a Nature's Prophet classic right there, I gotta say.
True.
Killing animals.
But he's part of nature. It's kind of weird.
It makes no sense. It's a conundrum of life.
And so is this game for PSG.LGD.
Yes, it is. You may have been right with your first prediction. They're just too good that they were trying to throw last game, and it didn't work out.
Well, maybe that extra game does make a difference. I don't know how it works with like the tiebreaker, like who gets first priority with the position
Don't
ones.
go back to your stupid theory.
It's a real theory.
This is not a throw. RNG's just outplaying them.
No.
Radiant are scanning.
Beast mode this game.
4 heroes smoked from RNG. The top net worth.
Oh, God.
Oh, boy. Ame, he's coiled. It breaks. Nether Toxin break as well. 2 breaks equals a death for Ame again.
Yeah.
This is getting truly ugly.
Tower is under attack.
Has nothing to say. Still working on that diffusal blade. He's going to get sprouted, and the TP gets canceled, and he's punished again. And he just stands. He just stands there. Okay, this is one of those games where I don't think it's 100% over. Obviously, Dota Plus disagrees with us horribly on this, but PSG.LGD might GG out early in this one. Like, if there's another fight. Even though I do think there's some comeback potential because of the heroes that they have.
You think they will?
Yes, that's my, I think, before the 25-minute mark.
Okay.
That is my estimation.
I feel like with Spectre, you always wait. You never know.
Always.
One hot, you get 3 kills, all of a sudden, unkillable.
Yeah.
If only they don't have a break. If they do, but they do.
Yep, that Nether Toxin, pretty important.
Yeah, he's going to get that Manta-style Spectre, so then all 3 illusions can be broken.
Yep.
I need that BKB, but it feels so bad to get an early BKB on Spectre. Like, you're not going to go first item BKB, you know?
Oh, yep. We got the Viper Strike inside that Nether Toxin as well, but the Grave keeping Ame alive. And I don't think he even has a TP right now. It's on cooldown, so if they can find him in the trees, he's just dead. X-Nova, yeah, that's a double kill for Chalice. And they're just going to work on the Razor as well, though Chalice might die, so that's something for PSG.LGD. But again, it costs them 3, and RNG getting everything. Just everything. Although Somnus' courier dies with the Blink Dagger on it, I believe.
Ana is level... There, it's 15 minutes. Oh.
And Jin Q.
Okay.
LGD finding another support kill, perhaps 2 in fact, with Somnus able to take out Jin Q in turn, so it's a 1-for-1 in that little engagement.
Roshan is the next play for RNG.
Oh,
here.
really?
Yeah.
Really, Roshan.
It's going to be Roshan. Ana could solo it. Does he have the shard coming out? He does. He's going to be doing some enjoyable Roche soloing action soon.
Okay.
I'm kind of hoping he doesn't get any help just because of the rest of the heroes of RNG. I think they can legit go to any lane and none of them can die. Like they can farm all 3 lanes while also Roshing for Ana.
It's funny, you look at the score, 19-10. That's not that bad. Oh boy, Ame. Oh boy, Ame. He gets shackled. He gets focus fired. And he gets killed. Actually, there's no focus fire yet for Kaka. Doesn't even need it.
He doesn't need the focus fire.
8K lead, and that is death number 6. 0-6 on the Spectre. Ooh, doggy. That's it. It's rough stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of about the time that I think he queues up a Midas. I don't see how else. I don't see how else he comes back into this game. I don't even think the Midas is going to work.
Yeah, it hasn't worked in any of the games that we've watched where the carry is behind.
Yeah.
I think Utaro set that trend.
He did. X-Nova sitting in the Roche pit. Like, yeah, guys, we can take this at any point. Of course, Nature's Prophet can solo it with the Treants. So this will be easy for the rest of RNG.
Yep, Somnus in all likelihood will, well, who do you think takes the Aegis? Do they want to go high ground with Ana actually leading the way?
Probably Somnus. Level 14. I mean, he's just too big. It looks like Ana has clear a spot for it, though, so I'm wrong. It will be Ana.
Maybe power shot coming in, and you can see they scanned it. So LGD are aware, but nothing to be done because they are getting shellacked real hard.
Yeah. Okay.
Even a Blink Dagger on Kaka. Good lord.
Oh, God.
Those shackles, get some nice angles there.
Dude, we've all been in a game like this. It just feels like you're kind of waiting to lose. It's like, please throw, please throw.
Yeah, pretty much. But this game is exceptionally important for RNG, so they're going to probably take their time to secure this potential victory.
If they take their time, your 25-minute prediction might still end up being correct. That's how much of a shellacking this is.
Yep. 4-man smoke now from RNG. And they're circling where Spectre is right now, by the way.
Oh, God.
And they actually don't even have vision there from what I can see. They just know.
They just know.
Ame.
He broke.
Yep.
It's got to be one hero.
I don't know if you've seen the
is.
blink yet. And we're going to see another kill instead, so why? Looking to be the sacrifice, but nope. Ame, Viper struck, and he's dead. Okay.
Yeah, why is that
Second
as well?
death there. And yeah, this is getting pretty close to the GG territory, I do believe. We're still working on that 20-minute Yasha for Ame.
Oh, no.
That's a rough one, man.
Yeah, he will have it. He will have it soon.
We can look at the farm discrepancies on each hero, though.
Spectre's level 9. Oh, man, nothing to say.
No,
He's
nothing
dead.
to say. He's dead.
He's dead.
Okay.
Total rune control for Somnus, so he just walks up with the DD.
Yep, the roll in from Jin Q, kicking back Ana. Inside his own Sprout, trying to TP out. Will not get out this time, though. That is just the Aegis. And RNG on their way. We can see LGD seem to be happy with that as they try to get away, but Faithbeyond forced to fight with BKB and gets off his ult as well. Looks like that's going to lead to a kill onto Marcy, but the trade is for Jin Q. And RNG just absolutely rolling this fight despite losing their Marcy. They're going to get basically everybody outside of Ame, who just respawned from his previous death. So has to waddle his way back into the fountain. No more Aegis for RNG, but they have the push.
Yeah, I don't know. This game. This game is wild.
That's one word for it. Tier 3 tower down. I mean, the one good thing from PSG.LGD, the silver lining, is that their death timers are still low because it's not even 20 minutes yet, for God's sake.
It's not. Yeah, that last fight kind of went as good as it could go for LGD. I feel like...
Really? One kill on the support?
The way that it looked, like jumping the guy with Aegis that's clearly going to be isolated, it's just... He's too tanky that by the time he dies and respawns, everybody else on RNG is just already there.
Right.
So, but it's like, he got... I mean, he got a huge damage drain for Faith Beyond. Like, he had a lot of static link charges. Just Somnus comes in with a DD and cleans up.
Oh, that's a nice pickup. Grove Bow for Ana.
Yeah.
I keep switching between Ana and Ana. I'm not sure why.
I don't know. It's all right.
I feel like the American way is Ana. It's not Ana.
Yeah.
That's more British. I'm not British.
I'm Canadian. Maybe I keep saying Ana and I'm like tainting you.
Thank you for that. And Ame's dead. And that's death. Death number 8 there.
That doesn't.
He did finish the Yasha though, so that's good news there for PSG.LGD fans.
No, it's not. I think LGD fans would rather that's a Midas. Or a Blade Mail,
Oh,
just something.
He's going to have a hard time using that Midas while he's dead, though.
Just be a support at this point, I think, honestly.
And RNG, they might just be waiting for this next Roche. I mean, they can go for the outer towers. I think they know how far ahead they are. But do they go onto the high ground? I guess the tower was already taken out in the bot lane, so
they can
go back there.
They can be so chill about this game.
They could.
Like, they could go take the bot racks, but they just know that they're going to get it when they walk at it anyway.
Yeah, they got the Rolling Thunder from Nothing to Say. Connects onto Chalice. X-No with a nice dispose, but back into the Rolling Thunder again. So a big kill from PSG.LGD. Coil on the other side, though. Somnus not able to find a kill for himself, so LGD, they get 2. Again, showing some life. The defibrillators, what the hell that word is, are used. Ana has to pop his BKB, but this is already a lot of physical damage coming through, so 3 dead in favor of LGD. Make it 4.
Okay.
All right. They've been resuscitated. There is a heartbeat, a pulse for LGD.
I think the defibrillator in this case is Nothing to Say. He picks up the Pango Shard, absolutely shellacks that team fight. That was nice. And also, I think just the fact that there is no BKB for Chalice. He went for kind of a greedy build, going for the full Hurricane Pike prior to getting any sort of BKB action.
He's going for the shard. He's like, I just want to end this game.
He's going for the shard. I think after that fight, he changes his mind. I think he finishes the BKB.
Yeah, we'll see. Could buy the shard right now.
He could, but he's thinking about it. He's realizing, like, this is still LGD you're playing up against.
Yeah. Don't get cocky, because it could get rocky.
That's right.
RNG with the smoke. Breaks onto Y. Nothing to Say with the shard. And we can see the Gale Force comes out. But Nothing to Say gets off his ult and rolls away. No Roche anytime soon. But Ana, god damn it, has the Mjolnir.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looks to be going for Scotty next. And finally get the tier 2.
Yep. I like that
has fallen.
RNG, despite losing that last fight, 4 for 0 or 4 for 1, I think, at the end there. They still understand that they have a massive gold lead. Comeback gold is not that much, and so they just go back to the exact same position, but vow to play together instead of splitting up like they did previously. They're being a bit too greedy, and they got punished for it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Looks like Chalice did get the shard.
Okay.
So maybe they just wait for that BKB, knowing that Roche won't be up that soon, depending on how fast the respawn is. We'll know in a minute. Jin Q is spotted down here, but
they're looking for some.
He's within cover of Nothing to Say.
They're trying to get some Ana action down here. They want to take him out. They know he's split pushing this lane. He's like the only guy that's going to be split. But RNG, they look to be running towards this, though.
Yeah. See if they can pick them off, but RNG now here in numbers, so like you said, Ana feels very comfortable going for the AC. Nope, the Scotty keeps changing his mind. Get those juicy stats. Yeah, that ulti orb feels pretty good.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. Although,
and I think the plan for RNG is the second Roche into game win.
Yeah.
Oh, Faith Beyond. Wait.
What?
Why does he actually have two perseverances?
Oh,
he does. Oh,
he does. He's hiding. He's hiding it.
Oh.
Well.
Okay.
I think the stats from the Wraith Bands, it just turned 25 minutes. You probably prefer the Wraith Band stats currently. And
yeah, but not seeing any components means this is going to be a complete surprise once he gets it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay. And Ame, you can see just trying to find any trickle of farm that he can as the Roche is up with the Aegis and Shard with...
Yeah.
Not sure if LGD can even contest. Might just have to be high ground defense for them. There's the Refresher and Faith Beyond smokes. Okay. I know that Roche could be up. Looks like they want to fight. Faith Beyond is going to be very important in this upcoming fight.
Yeah, he's the top net worth for LGD. He's the true carry right now.
Dire are scanning.
Yep, the scan comes out. So LGD has an idea this is happening. Going to take the outpost instead, though. And obviously Faith Beyond not really wanting to show himself. The surprise factor is pretty important, I think.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Might even smoke again. Oh. We have the Gale Force coming out. And Ana just focusing on the Earth Spirit to start things out. But Ame with the Hot just focusing on Ana instead. And with a static link from Faith Beyond just ripping right through him. Big kill for LGD. They're going to get the Marcy as well as Chalice. Down to disadvantage in this 3v5. Somnus working on everybody in the outskirts of this fight. Not able to get a kill though. It's nothing to say with a double kill. Somehow finds his arm, his way into the nothing to say's arm. So this is the second Roach now secured for LGD. All right, now things are getting quite interesting.
Okay, yeah, they are. The Refresher play, it actually worked out. He still has the BKB for the next fight too. I mean, I don't know how RNG can test this.
Now Kake does have a Blink Dagger and Power Shot, but no, not in time.
Blinks out.
So Ame with the Aegis and the Shard.
Q, he might get him. He might find Kaka. He's searching.
Looking for him, Kaka. He's going to be fine. All right. That was a big turning point potentially here for LGD.
Ana's not looking like a 17k net worth hero on Nature's Prophet. I mean, he's just getting linked, and then Spectre's jumping him too. And I think we've seen in this tournament, it might have been EG, trying to man fight a Spectre with Nature's Prophet. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work out, especially when the Razor is linking you. Insomnus was the whole time trying to kill the backliners, but as a result, he isolates himself. When he jumps back into the fight, he ends up dying, and that was a 10 kill streak he gave away. It was like 1,000 gold or more.
Yeah, so Faith Beyond's hiding of the Refresher. Big turning point for LGD. 4 minutes on the Aegis for Ame. So that 9th death won't come anytime soon, Jenkins.
Nope.
And he's working on Ags 4 as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He went for the Aghanim Shard.
No, he got it off Roche.
Oh, he got it off Roche, okay. So that gives him the
Radiant's
daggers
bottom tower has fallen.
every 7 seconds.
That's right, but of course Nether Toxin, I would assume, breaks that, so...
I would assume so, because it breaks the dispersion. It's based on the dispersion.
So I wonder if they could have had a better Shard. Does Faith Beyond have Shard right now? No.
I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to say whose Shard is better. Like, I feel like Razor's is, it's okay as well. Earth Spirits is okay. Dazzle's is really good, but it's a 5 position.
Yeah. All right, he's 700 away from Ag, so
yeah, slowly coming back.
Getting that single target haunt, pretty damn valuable. Of course, he's not really doing that much damage, but that's what happens when you die 8 times in the game.
Yeah, I mean, even to just show up in the fight and pick up a kill, to just sit on Ana as well, I think, to help Faith Beyond man fight Ana is enough of a contribution. It was in the last fight.
So now, what is RNG's play? You said that in these fights, it feels like Ana's not really providing that much because he's getting static linked and pretty much focused by the Spectre as well.
I kind of feel like they need Lotus Orbs, which X Nova's building into one. They forced F on Kaka, so that's going to help with letting a man fight.
Oh, 2 smokes running right into each other. Somnus with a huge initiation with that overwhelming blink, but Faith Beyond's got his Refresher, Eye of the Storm combo. Kaka is the first to fall. A nice roll in as well from Nothing to Say, and already both supports from RNG are dead. Chalice is trying to man up. He's going to get the Earth Spirit, but it's going to cost him his own life. So 3 dead for RNG. Make it 4 as Ana dies again. LGD, how are they doing this? They lose 2 supports, but get everybody outside of puck. And now the Agnum Scepter is online for Ame. He has turned it from a creep into an actual hero now, as his farm is ahead of Chalice.
He didn't even lose the Aegis. And that was a great initiation from RNG too. I feel like they had a double shackle, double silence. The dazzle heals were just like a little too much. How does this go so wrong?
You tell me.
I don't know. The Rolling Thunder through is, I mean, the Rolling Thunder was good, but I feel like it doesn't start any better than to jump the 2 supports, especially when one of them is dazzle.
Yeah.
Maybe Dota Plus favoring LGD wasn't so stupid.
Yeah, you guys should really invest in Dota Plus.
Yeah, Dota Plus is a good feature.
Spectre just wins games.
It does. It does.
And it has turned into a 63% win probability for basically flip-flop.
Oh my
LGD's favor
God.
now.
I was sitting here thinking we're going to award this a top hat level shellacking for RNG.
It was a top hat at first, to be fair. It was a top hat.
It is, these fights are not easy for RNG. It doesn't seem, I mean, the one team fight ability that RNG has is the coil, and it doesn't really do that much to a Spectre or a Razor.
Oh, Anna getting gone on, but that is just the, I can't remember the name, Jenkins, the single target haunt. There we go, Shadow Step, yep. Shadow stepping it up for Ame. Now going for Scotty. As I don't know, man. This is one of the crazier comebacks I've seen for sure. Spectre with a 100% win rate apparently.
Wow.
3 picks.
I believe at the previous major it also had a really good win rate. Perhaps an underrated hero.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Okay. Let's see. All right, let's look at the items for RNG. What can they get? What can they get that is actually going to help them win these fights? Lotus Orb on Chalice. I do think that's pretty important. The Link has been a problem. This helps protect Ana. Lotus Orb on Wind Ranger as well. That's coming out. Lotus Orb on X Nova. It's all Lotus Orbs. RNG basically is like, okay, Faith Beyond on Razor is just hard carrying with these static links. We just need to put a Lotus Orb on everybody so we can't link anybody.
Right. But even if they try to counter him, now the rest of LGD gets kind of caught up.
It feels a little too much, a little too late.
Yeah.
That's what it's feeling like.
I mean, Spectre is doing a respectable amount of damage, and Pango is now the top net worth for nothing to say on LGD's side. Has the Basher.
He has a strength blink on Pango? Excuse me?
Yeah, that's
where the hell did he get that from? Good
a lot of slow.
Dude, his Spectre had 9. His Spectre's 0 and 8. How is LGD
still yet to get a kill there?
How are they this good?
This is probably the game that a lot of people are going to look at going into the playoffs. Like, we need to learn from this. It's never over till it's over. Until Faith Beyond buys that refresher. Then it's over.
Against LGD, yeah, that would be right. Okay, well, the game is pretty much back to even, it feels like.
And I don't know. Would you say? I feel like LGD's...
The momentum is in their favor. It feels that way.
He's going to have a double sheep soon, too, for Faith Beyond.
Yeah, he's got that blink, too, to jump on Ana no matter where he TPs in the fights. So that link and trading that we're seeing in every fight, it's going to happen. Ana does not have anything equivalent to get himself out. Like, I mean, he's going to have a... He had a Pike queued up, but he's ditched it now. Still going to go for that AC. It's like he doesn't know what to build to deal with this. And I kind of agree, like, feels awkward.
Yeah, smokes on both sides. Somnus is going to be seen first. Gets that phase shift off pretty fast, but he's going to get rolled on, or does Marcy, I should say. Drops to the deck, buys back immediately, and now Kaka be taken down to that urn. Chalice has to BKB TP in the face of the tier 2 tower. He's actually going to reevaluate the situation, trying to go on the Faith Beyond, who gets graved with that BKB now. Looks like he's likely going to drop to the right clicks of Ana, but it takes so much to bring him down. Nice dispose from X Nova. They're going to need to get a lot out of these buybacks. But looks like they're going to get that Earth Spirit in the end. Focus fire from Kaka. Should be another support kill going the way of RNG. Tough to say who this fight went to, honestly, because the buybacks were all on the side of RNG, and PSG.LGD just kind of chilling.
2 supports go down for RNG, 2 supports buyback. I mean, killing Faith Beyond is definitely a big deal. He has felt kind of uncontested in the last few fights. And just this psychological effect for RNG, it's like, okay, finally we've killed this guy who's been such a nuisance. Okay, now it favors LGD. That's a dieback.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. X-Nova down to the shadow step from Ame. And he is now a higher net worth than Faith Beyond. AC for Ana will help, though, against this static linking situation.
I don't know what Ana needs to survive these fights.
Lotus himself, maybe. Triple Lotus.
He's getting a Satanic. He's just going to try to man up, but it's going to be a Scotty for Ame, which he's not revealed that he's buying it. I mean, you can assume it's Spectre, but he has not bought any of the components. So maybe Ana's thinking, oh, maybe, maybe I'll get a BKB against the Viper, whatever. But no, it will be a Scotty. So the Satanic on Ana is not going to be of tremendous impact if the Spectre's on top of him. And of course, Spectre has the best ability in the game to get right on top of somebody.
That's right. Not too shabby. There's the shadow step. Ame comes. He's going to get silenced briefly by the neutral item from Ana, but can Ana even right-click through this? Just illusions now. Now we can see the Rolling Thunder come into play from Nothing to Say, and that's going to be a pick-off onto Kaka. That's essentially his dieback. But on the other side, from the jungle perspective, RNG looking to take out Jin Q, but here comes Faith Beyond with that Blink Dagger. Chalice gets bashed thanks to the Swashbuckle, and now Chalice will fall as a result. Nicely done from PSG.LGD.
Bottom barracks? Okay.
Okay, that is the range racks. That doesn't matter.
Not so much, no. Yeah.
This is bad timing for RNG because Roche is up in 5 seconds if they scout it out from LGD's side.
They ping it. Yeah, nobody's checking it, so.
Okay.
Oh, no, there we go. There goes Innocence.
Oh, this is the Aghanim Scepter. All right. It's a higher than 50% win, or higher than 50% chance from today's standpoint.
Gaben must have went in and changed the code.
That's right. He heard us.
Yeah.
This is scouted out from both teams, but obviously LGD have the numbers, and Faith Beyond still has his refresher. Didn't delete it, in case you were wondering.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
I mean, didn't have to use it in the last fight. His regular ult is up as well as Ana getting jumped again. The rebound, I believe that's the Shard coming out from the Marcy, who gets deleted off the face of the map. And Ana looks to be next. That is the death of him. 100 seconds with buyback, but you have to assume LGD just gets this freebie Roche. This basher from Nothing to Say has been quite valuable.
Yeah. As well as the Swashbuckle range talent.
Up the shadow step, looking for Kaka again. He's gonna get lifted thanks to the Yules and brought down swiftly. LGD with one of the best comebacks I've seen in quite some time. Not quite over yet. Chalice has to BKB, gets off his ult onto Nothing to Say, but he's outnumbered. He's completely outnumbered. Faith Beyond coming in as well with that Blink Dagger. No reinforcements for RNG.
Yeah, nobody,
so Faith Beyond continues his killing spree. Now surely onto the Roche they go. Who gets that Ags?
Okay,
Pango, baby. Pango.
I feel like, it's got to go to Pango. Well, Razor's pretty good, too.
I think Razor probably.
Double Eye of the Storm. Has he gone for he went for the interval talent as well?
Yeah, I think it's Razor.
At level 20. But then again, the Basher has been insane. No, he keeps out. It's Razor.
This is too good.
It's extremely good. Yeah, he's got Hex now, by the way, on Razor, so he can blink and catch out Somnus, who's now got to be very careful, has no way of dispelling. He does not have an Eon Disc, no BKB, nothing like that, no Lincolns.
Yep, and that tower really getting beaten down by that Eye of the Storm now. X-Nova not quite taken out by the illusions. Yeah, but he does have Shard for that rebound, so that's kind of an escape mechanism for his team. Didn't really matter there, though, in that last fight, as LGD have just flip-flopped this game completely, making sure that people out there really value Dota Plus to a high degree. I mean, that it's very accurate.
Paid by Gaben.
Something like that.
Yeah, he gave them wrote a check to advertise. Big juicy check.
I'm sure.
Okay, well, I mean, obviously LGD, they're more than happy to just farm every lane and delay this one. It doesn't get any easier for RNG. I don't think there's any timing that they have that's going to beat a Spectre late game. who is somehow quite monstrous at this point.
Yeah.
Somehow. 3, 8, and 20.
Yeah, he did find some kills finally after those 8 deaths. That's good to see for him. And RNG completely on the back foot. I mean, ever since that refresher play from Faith Beyond, it feels like RNG have gotten nothing. Absolutely nothing. I mean, they got a range racks, I guess, but in my world, that's nothing.
I gotta say, this is quite a soul crusher for RNG. This is quite a devastating one to be on the back.
I can only imagine Faith Beyond their early BKB to run right through the Gale Force, focusing on Chalice, and he is dead. Refresher pop by Faith Beyond. The buyback now coming out from the Viper, but the focus completely onto Ana on the high ground. Gets forced out to the other side. Grave keeping Faith Beyond alive, and he's already done enough damage for a lifetime. But the buyback comes out from Ana. They will get Faith Beyond finally.
Oh, nice
shackle onto 2. Power shot to follow. Chalice with the BKB. 4 steps to the high ground as well. Gets that break along with the Viper strike. You can see Ame trying to get out with the illusions. And he will do so successfully, but why not so much? All right, that did cost quite a few buybacks from RNG. They did get Faith Beyond, but it just feels like LGD have their number right now.
Oh, man, he's in.
Shadow Step, and Ana trying to stay alive with the Mjolnir, not going to happen. Wow. That feels so bad if you're Ana. 120 seconds.
He just shows on a ward and gets full to 0 by the Shadow Step. That's insane.
I mean, that's the power of the Ags on Spectre. You can see the replay here. Faith Beyond doing so much damage. Completely absurd. And Sheep was on Somnus, but he gets out there.
And this is Faith Beyond from the low ground, too. I think this doesn't get any worse for him, really.
Yeah.
Ana hitting from the high ground. It does mean Ana was isolated, forcing him to buy back after this.
No,
that was a nice shackle. I mean, yeah, it was so good for RNG. It was a way back into the game. And then the Shadow Step death, like...
Here we Chalice, this is going to be a dieback for him if he's not careful. Nothing to say with the Rolling Thunder, keeping him in place with the Blink Dagger, and now the Shard, the roll-up, swashbuckle, down goes Viper, dieback. X-Nova looks to be next as well. And that's 3 members of RNG dead for a minute plus. That could be it. LGD with easily the best comeback of this entire tournament. Best comeback I've seen in I don't know how long. I mean, we said it. If we get to the point where like this game's over, that means it's real bad.
Yeah.
Right? It's real bad.
That was one of the higher tiers of shellacking that was being awarded.
This is a
out
reverse Gabe and top hat shellacking.
Oh, I don't think that's never
happened.
That's never happened
in the
before.
history of Dota. That's never happened, Jenkins.
There's never been a reverse top hat. They're ending.
That's the full set of racks in the mid lane. Onto the towers they go with Faith Beyond having the Aghanim Scepter and the refresher for Eye of the Storm. Can they stop this? I don't think so. That's going to be the death of Kaka. And the building's just getting absolutely shredded. Yules after the coil, but the roll-up and the Rolling Thunder. Somnus looks to be mega dead. Gets off the illusory orb, but that's not going to be enough. GG's called. LGD. Gracious. This team is... This is a scary-ass team, Jenkins. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I may have pissed myself. I don't know that.
Yeah, the soil is very hard. Very deep in this booth here.
This team is mortifying. This is a terrifying team. Good Gaben's Milkers. I cannot believe that was the first reverse Gaben's top hat in history.
Yes.
And it doesn't surprise me that it's LGD. And yet
we did say the one team that could come back is LGD.
But we were still so surprised because it just doesn't happen like that in Dota.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen.
Well, that brings us to the end of the day with quite the entertaining series. It is a 2-0 for LGD, as expected.
Yeah, right. That's good.
Let's go over the panel to wrap up this series and the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, you two. 2-0 indeed in the favor of PSG.LGD. Now, RNG, that has to be really rough for them, right, guys? Like, they were ahead. They were knocking on that door to the tier 3.
Are you kidding me? Like, what's happening?
You look defeated. I mean, Does it get more demoralizing than that? Like,
like I was just about to mess with Parker and tell him how his predictions are bad.
Dude,
they're pushing the high ground. They have everything. They killed the Spectre bazillion times. He has less farm than the Courier in the game, and
it wasn't me. I never lost faith. I'm a Dota Plus proud owner. I sold him probably. I was like, yeah, the Spectre. Gaben knows.
Now speaking of that Spectre, I mean, she started out struggling, but while that transition from support to the hard carry Spectre we were expecting, I want to point out, I underlined twice, Faith Beyond on that Razor.
Yeah, and you underlined it a lot.
The real carry.
Yeah, good job with the underlining. I believe a lot of teams have underlined Razor on PSG.LGD. A lot of teams have been banning that Razor away from them, and this game is a perfect showing why. If one of his teammates, one of the cores, kind of lacks in strength, if they get crushed in the lanes, he will always carry them through that mid game. And that's what he did.
His refresher timing was when the game swung. It wasn't like often you think of a team that's losing, trying to come back, and it's an item timing on their carry. It's like, oh, now carry gets BKB, or when they finish, you know, this damage item. But no, it was all about the Razor's item timings this game that brought them back in the game.
Yeah. It's the way they team fight as well. He pops that static link on someone, you instantly have to run. And if you do get away, he has that refresher to follow up once again with the BKB.
Yeah, the late game fights, it felt like against the BKBs, they were entirely relying on Anadil damage, but it was kind of in this tricky situation where if he TP'd in, he'd get linked up and die even with the BKB himself. But if he didn't go in, they didn't have damage. Like there was that one fight where they hit this really sick initiation with 2 hero shackles. They had the Viper in there, but they couldn't kill those heroes that were shackled because Ana didn't want to TP in. In the previous fight, he had TP'd in, he fed. So it was like, does he go in? Does he not go in? I don't think Ana had his best game, but the reason is because it's so hard to play into these heroes.
I think as well, for Ana, this is most likely one of those very demoralizing games as a carry, because look, you had a really nice game, a really nice start. You were set up for success. Meanwhile, on the other side, you had this poor Spectre that was just scraping for whatever he could find. As a carry, it feels good to carry the team, but it feels even worse when the team is carrying you and you aren't able to.
And you let them down almost. Is how it's going to feel. Yeah, I think it's a tough spot to be in, especially when he's trying to, you know, come back after having a big break. I know he played with Liquid in Riyadh, but, you know, he's trying to prove himself again on the big stage, so games like this have got to be at least a little bit heartbreaking for him.
We could talk a little bit about Chalice as well and his item build. Perhaps a BKB that could have been there a little bit sooner.
Yeah.
That's like whenever you have this Viper on the offlane, your main goal is to snowball as much out of control, to never really die early on, for as long as possible. Get that one item after another that continuously make you into this force that has to be reckoned with. Like you're just standing up front.
And he got the full Hurricane Pike, right?
Yeah,
it's a very expensive item.
It's a very expensive and a very greedy item.
Yeah, like either Dragon Lance or Force Staff, like one or the other. But
just assemble it into a BKB.
Yeah,
whatever,
you've got options there. But yeah, because in those fights, like he needed to be out of frontline and not just die to Pengo and Earth Spirit and stuff. So no, I totally agree with you.
Well, you heard the breakdown here. That is one of the many reasons why PSG.LGD take the series 2-0. Let's take a look back at what the results have been on this stream today. As you just saw, I mean, I just repeated myself. PSG.LGD 2-0, RNG. Let's circle back. Aster, Boom, 1-1 each side, looking nice. You know, I mean, Aster already like through
both teams in the upper bracket.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Both teams now in the upper bracket. OG Thunder, not so much. Thunder Awaken, not so much. Fnatic, actually very impressive with their cruising with a 1-1 throughout the tournament so far. I think they're pretty happy with their results. Controversial perhaps for some other people there with their stand-ins. But Na'Vi, that's a sad storyline for today with the 2-0.
Yeah, Na'Vi eliminated, unfortunately. You know, one of the 3 teams from Eastern Europe, and I think coming in from hearing the guys, they at least had some, like, you know, expectations. They were hoping to do well at this event, and things just didn't seem to click. They have some new young blood on the team alongside Solo No One, and it
I believed. I was one of those who believed in Navi. Sadly, it just did not work out for them. They couldn't find the right, not the attitude, the right play style, perhaps.
Now, taking a look at the results over on stream, see it was 1-1 across the board for all of these teams here, and I mean it's a bit of a do or die for a few of them, especially
for all these teams. I think.
Okay, for all of them going into tomorrow. That's right. Like it's a tough one, and then the heartbreak over on the side of Stream D here with some of these very one-sided O2s.
Yeah,
they got all the 2-0s today.
I feel the production just likes to rub it in. We get to see the all glorious Fnatic and EG. Well, EG losing and Sonic losing as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, with we saw the day breakdown, but let's look at the overall standings for each group. Group A to start here, we saw how absolutely dominating PSG.LGD has been. I mean, this is definitely the team with the biggest target on their back. Can they be stopped? I don't know. I mean, there is a taint on their record here, but questionable. It's just absolutely.
They lost to the bottom team.
I know, they lost to the team that is like sitting at the current bottom of the group. So, I mean, anything's possible. Miracles do happen. But Group A is going to be very interesting because this isn't set. Well, maybe the top part, the LGD, but
yeah, just LGD.
Yeah, everybody else is there's still copium happening.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic's the only team who has played all their games in this group. Every other team has a match tomorrow. So there's 3 teams below Fnatic who can theoretically catch them, OG, RNG, and Outsiders. So Fnatic could end up in tiebreakers.
Yeah, and I mean, we could also talk about the fact that how important the positioning on the bracket is for a lot of these teams as they're trying to lock in their international slot. Like, a lot of them are vying for like a top 8 at least, and that feels better when you're sitting on the upper bracket.
Yeah, and 3 of those teams, Fnatic, Outsiders, RNG, this event's really important for. Fnatic are just inside the top, RNG, Outsiders just outside the top 12 to make it a TI, so those points are desperately needed, otherwise they're potentially in qualifiers.
Yeah, exactly. Now let's slide over onto the Group B standings. This is locked and nothing's changing.
This is locked, nothing's changing, and I just have to say the first 4 teams, I'm fanboying after every and each one of them. Entity for me are like Entity and Fnatic, obviously, story of the tournament, right? Like with all the stand-ins doing really well. Actually, Fnatic and Entity both ending up on the 2nd slot out of the groups. But for some reason, Entity is just very dear to me. I love this storyline. I always love the storyline of a team that plays in a different fashion and succeeds. Add some spice there with the stand-in and I'm sold. That's it.
The offlane carries.
The offlane carry,
right? It's like, oh, this meta is like chaotic. You don't know where to place anybody. Well, guess what?
And add to that, the offlane is Saberlight.
Exactly.
That's it.
Yeah. And he had a game or 2 where he went some Midas carry stuff too. But yeah, it's been fun seeing them. And it's not like teams underrating them. Like, we saw an interview with Noam where he's like, yeah, I have a ton of respect for these guys. Like, what they're doing, it's so cool. And
he even thinks that that's the way everyone should be playing, like with 3 semi-cores.
Yeah. Well, with how exciting everything is going to be, especially tomorrow, let's take a look at that schedule because, especially for our Group A, it has a lot on the line here, determining whether tiebreakers will be happening or if teams are going to be eliminated for this event. So we got some streams, like we have multiple streams still happening on this stream. The one that you're watching right now, it's going to be Talon versus OG, and throughout the day, or throughout the other channels, you'll see everything else on your screen here. Sonics is going to be a big one. I feel like that a lot of people are going to be keeping an eye on. NA representatives in an NA major. I'm sure that is the storyline that a lot of people in the chat are probably looking forward to. Liquid as well, a lot of Liquid fans out there, I'm sure. I mean, as far as tiebreakers, since I brought that up, we will determine as far as what the tiebreaker situation is going to look like once we get the results from these matches tomorrow. So once you find that out, be sure to tune in. Tiebreakers are most likely going to be, or are definitely going to be on this stream as well as the B stream and perhaps others, depending on how many we need to go through. But now, You know, if you don't have these channels favorited yet, you already better have it. So why not? Well, crazy. Tomorrow's gonna be crazy. Like,
I'm excited. I hope we get some tiebreakers for, Group B is settled. Like, no tiebreakers, but Group A, I think, is going to be a different story.
Yeah, tiebreakers are always a rough place to be in for the teams, but for us that are watching the games, yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Exactly. Well, with that, friends, this stream is done for today. I do want to give a big shout out here to our partners. We got BitGet and GGBet, InZone, as well as Secret Labs. Thank you so much for helping us make this tournament happen. To everybody watching right now, thank you as well for tuning in. Lovely and great, amazing game so far. My beautiful panel over here. Thank you, God, Lizard.
Thank you.
I am Sajidine. We are done for the day. See you all tomorrow. Have a good night.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Middle tower is under attack.